cultivation world, I begin by getting struck by lightning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526, I might have to leave it here today. Facing the siege of densely packed mechanical puppets, senior sister Luo Bing summoned more than a dozen puppets from her ring, protected them in front of her, and rushed forward with all her might. Su Fan followed behind her, fully releasing his spiritual consciousness, and had a panoramic view of the battlefield environment within 1,000 feet. The Sulun people arranged a large number of mechanical puppets in front, and behind the densely packed puppet formations, there were dozens of war puppets controlled by Jinden monks. If he didn't take action, the two of them would not be able to rush out. Senior sister Luo Bing fought frantically, but found that there were more and more mechanical puppets on the opposite side. She was only at the foundation building level, and her spiritual power and mental power had long been almost exhausted. Looking at the densely packed mechanical puppets on the opposite side, she made up her mind and took out the only remaining 4th level talisman from her ring. Junior brother, I will help you fight your way out. You must seize the opportunity to rush out. Senior sister, what are you going to do? Don't worry about me. Even if I risk my life today, I will let you escape. After listening to what Sister Luo Bing said, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. This girl actually ignored her own safety and wanted to protect him and get out of the siege. He looked at Sister Luo Bing's resolute eyes and exhaled deeply. Just because of the girl's thoughts about him, Su Fan would protect her and get out of the siege today. Thinking of this, he walked to Sister Luo Bing's side. Senior sister, I will take you to fight out. Before Sister Luo Bing could react, Su Fan had already taken out the magic sword from the ring. With a flash of blood on his body, he had already appeared in front of the densely packed mechanical puppets. He did not rush to take action, but held the magic sword tightly with both hands and began to gather strength. With a boom, Su Fan's body was instantly filled with a scarlet blood mist that exploded. Endless blood mist spun wildly around Su Fan, gradually forming a violent blood-colored storm. The entire battlefield was thousands of feet in radius, and everyone felt a terrifying and overwhelming momentum, which made them a little breathless. At this time, a trace of evil thoughts slowly rose from the bottom of his heart. Countless despair, fear, anger, resentment, and other scenes that made him unwilling in his two lives flashed through his mind frame by frame. Endless resentment slowly brewed in Su Fan's chest, and an extremely terrifying aura spread around. The fierce and violent momentum suddenly soared into the sky, and a mighty force that was like destroying the world was slowly brewing. Junior brother, you, at this moment, senior sister Luo Bing was already stunned. She found that the aura on Su Fan was completely different. The terrifying murderous aura that was almost condensed into substance was like an extremely sharp edge against her throat. And she clearly felt an unspeakable sadness, as if she was in the scene, and was instantly substituted into the atmosphere of Su Fan's evil thoughts. Sister Luo Bing suddenly felt a little manic in her heart, and the scene in front of her eyes turned blood red in an instant. Not only Sister Luo Bing, but other cultivators on the battlefield were also affected by Su Fan's evil thoughts. Now Su Fan has entered the late stage of the Golden Core, and is only one step away from the great perfection. Compared with the 9 extremes continuous slash in the true meaning realm in the past, the power of the evolution realm at this time is no longer comparable. Everyone's eyes are already red as blood, and the scene on the battlefield in front of them has also changed, as if they are in a blood-red world. A trace of restlessness can't help but arise in my heart, as if I have an inexplicable resentment in my heart, and I have the urge to completely destroy everything in front of me. The extremely sad atmosphere resonated with the heaven and earth, and the scarlet storm roared wildly, and the entire battlefield began to shake violently. Ah! Su Fan roared to the sky, raised his magic sword with both hands, and slashed it fiercely. Rage slash, a sharp sword intent with incomparable resentment and sadness instantly fell from the sky. The terrifying killing intent that destroyed the world seemed to release all the resentment in Su Fan's chest, and vented the unspeakable sorrow. Swish, a flash of sword light passed by, and the sword intent filled with incomparable rage instantly crossed the sky and earth, and fell with a breath of resentment and rage. The surrounding space twisted violently, as if it would collapse and shatter at any time. Boom! A huge gully dozens of feet deep appeared in front of Su Fan, extending forward to thousands of feet away. After the sword was cut down, The originally dense mechanical puppet army on the opposite side seemed to be wiped out in an instant, and even the two sides of the deep gully were full of puppet fragments. Even the fourth-level war puppets controlled by the giant and monks behind the Sulan mechanical puppet army were mostly destroyed by Su Fan's sword. The Yunmang monks who originally blocked here suddenly saw the dawn of a breakout. They all took out their best means and turned into rainbow lights to escape from this gap. Senior sister Luo Bing covered her mouth and looked at the scene in shock. He never thought that this junior brother, who was usually silent, could break through the entire mechanical puppet army of the Sulan people by himself. Senior sister, we should go. It was not until Su Fan's voice sounded in her ears that senior sister Luo Bing shuddered and recovered. Junior brother, you? Before she could finish her words, she felt that she was picked up by an invisible force and was instantly pulled to Su Fan's side. With a dazzling blood light, Su Fan and senior sister Luo Bing disappeared from the spot. Just as their figures disappeared, a huge flying puppet had fallen from the sky and landed on the position where the two people were just now. Boom! A deep pit had been smashed out where Su Fan had just stood. His powerful raging slash made too much noise. It has attracted the attention of the Yuaning's engine on the battlefield, and even the several Huashan Xianzan who were fighting fiercely in the sky glanced here. Su Fan and senior sister Luo Bing have escaped to more than 100,000 meters after several blood escapes. But he knew in his heart that this distance seemed far, but for the Yuaning's engine, it was just a blink of an eye. Su Fan was about to launch the blood escape again, and saw several dazzling rainbow lights, whistling and rushing. Then, powerful spells fell from the sky one after another. Fuck. There are actually several Yuaning old monsters chasing him. He is just a giant and cultivator. Do you old guys have to worry about it? He didn't even think about it. The sword just now destroyed countless mechanical puppets of the Sulan people. Moreover, he actually smashed a huge gap in the square formation of the mechanical puppet army of the Sulan monks, and countless monks from the Yunmang star field escaped from this gap. Moreover, the power of Su Fan's sword just now has long exceeded the scope of the giant and realm monks. This also aroused the interest of several Huashan Xianzan in the Sulan star field, and issued a decree to several Yuaning's engine, who must capture Su Fan. After receiving the decree of the Huashan old monster, several Yuaning's engine dared not neglect it, and abandoned their opponents and chased in the direction where Su Fan left. Su Fan was also a little hairy. There were several Yuaning's engine. To be honest, if he was asked to deal with one or two, he really dared to turn around and compete with them, but 5 or 6 Yuaning old monsters came at once, so he could only run away. Su Fan activated the blood escape magic without thinking, and he and sister Luo Bing disappeared from the spot in an instant. Bang! He felt that he had hid an invisible barrier, which bounced the two back and fell heavily to the ground. Fuck. This is the end of the world. This is the law of the sky curtain of the Yuaning realm. A Yuaning old monster from the Sulan star domain activated the law of the sky curtain, covering the surrounding area of thousands of feet. Now Su Fan has no way to go up to the sky and no way to go down to the earth. He struggled to get up from the ground with a grin, and hurried to the side of sister Luo Bing who had fallen into coma. He found that the sister was just knocked unconscious, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Su Fan stood up from the ground and looked coldly at the several Yuaning old monsters floating in the air. At this moment, several Yuaning realm had gathered together and were looking at him with a playful look on their faces, all wanting to see what was so surprising about this giant and cultivator from the Yunmang star domain. These old immortals actually besieged him, a giant and cultivator, and they didn't even want to be a princess. He knew that he might have to die here today. Su Fan never thought that he would be hunted by several Yuaning's engine. What the hell was he going to do? Wait a minute, try to get closer to them. I can only buy you a few breaths of time. It's up to you to do it next. Just when he was almost desperate, a voice suddenly came to his ear. This voice was cold and indifferent, and without any emotion, which made Su Fan feel a little terrified. He had guessed the owner of the voice. It must be some witch god who came down to earth. Although Su Fan was full of vigilance against this guy, he couldn't care about it at this time. After hearing the other party's voice transmission, Su Fan immediately became energetic. Anyway, there was no better way, so he might as well trust this guy once. After all, he was the incarnation of the witch god. Thinking of this, Su Fan took a deep breath. Suddenly, a flash of blood appeared on his body, and he disappeared from the spot. The several Yuaning's engines on the opposite side saw that Su Fan's figure had disappeared, and a disdainful smile appeared on their faces. A giant in-realm cultivator, facing the pursuit of several Yuanying's Henjin, not only did not surrender, but also dared to launch an attack. It was too arrogant. So when Su Fan appeared in front of several Yuanying's Henjin, they didn't care at all. Below the Yuanying, everyone is an ant. Facing several Yuanying cultivators, even if a giant in-realm cultivator jumps, how far can he jump? Even a glance from the Yuanying's Henjin can scatter his soul. But at this moment, a piercing scream suddenly came to the ears of these Yuanying's Henjin, and their eyes went black in an instant. Not good. Several Yuanying's Henjins felt something was wrong. This scream came too suddenly. They were caught off guard and were all caught. How could Su Fan miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? For him, a few breaths of time were enough. His eyes focused, and the Tao seed in his body began to rotate loudly. Bone-corroding poison mist. Su Fan waved his hand fiercely and activated his magical power. A jet of black mist swept through the bodies of several Yuanying's Henjin in an instant. Even the Yuanying's Henjin could not withstand the strong toxins of the Eye of 10,000 Poisons. Their skin was instantly corroded by the toxins and then penetrated into their bodies. In a blink of an eye, several Yuanying's Henjin had been corroded beyond recognition by the bone-corroding poison mist. Muscles and skin had flowed off their bodies, revealing the pale bones inside, and the toxins had already corroded their internal organs. Although several Yuanying's Henjins quickly woke up from their confusion, it also delayed them for a few breaths. Several Yuanying's Henjins from the Sulan Star region who woke up just opened their eyes and saw that their whole bodies had been corroded by the poison and were in ruins. They screamed loudly. 9-strength bone transforming hand. Before they could react, Su Fan had already made his move. His figure kept flashing around several Yuanying's Henjins, and a sinister and strange force penetrated into their bodies, causing their bones to break inch by inch, and they fell to the ground one by one. Drank their blood immediately. At this time, Su Fan heard the cold and indifferent voice again. He was stunned for a moment, and quickly used the blood mist to devour the blood of several Yuanying's Henjins. Boom! The dense blood-colored runes on Su Fan's body appeared again, emitting a dazzling red light. The process of devouring the blood of several Yuanying's Henjins only lasted for a while, and several pale skeletons appeared on the ground. Su Fan waved his hand, absorbed several rings into his hand, and then put them in his arms. He looked at the skeletons of several Yuanying's Henjins on the ground, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was almost completely desperate just now, but he didn't expect that things would turn around. Although the clone of the witch god was not a good thing, he had to choose the lesser of two evils and save his own life first. Su Fan turned around, walked to the side of senior sister Luobing, picked her up and left. He flew for several hours in the Ghost Crow and found a safe place to land, and then set up a hidden immortal formation. Su Fan set up a tent, put senior sister Luobing on the fur of the monster on the ground, and then took out a pill and stuffed it into her mouth. After a while, senior sister Luobing woke up faintly. As soon as she opened her eyes, she sat up from the ground and looked around. It was not until senior sister Luobing saw Su Fan that she breathed a sigh of relief. Junior brother, where are we? Of course Su Fan would not tell her that he had just killed several Yuanying's Henjin of the Sulan Star domain. I took you away from the pursuit, and now it's safe. Senior sister Luobing nodded, and suddenly remembered Su Fan's sword just now, and her face changed immediately. She was very smart. Of course she guessed that her junior brother might have become another person now. You, who are you? After hearing what senior sister Luobing said, Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't know how to answer this question. Su Fan thought for a while and said, I am not from your sect. I just borrowed Li Bin's identity and came to Donggate Star region. Senior sister Luobing felt sad and tears flowed down her face. She knew that what this person said to him was just to perfunctory her. Thinking of this, senior sister Luobing suddenly felt sad. Her sincerity was in vain. Senior sister. Luobing interrupted Su Fan before he finished speaking. I am not your senior sister. Since you saved me, we owe each other nothing from now on. After she finished speaking, she stood up from the ground and wanted to walk out of the tent. Master, it's better not to go out now. There may be pursuers from the Sulan people outside. Let's hide here for a few days before going out. Although Luobing's heart was broken at the moment, she certainly knew how to prioritize, so after listening to Su Fan's words, she sat down cross-legged again. After that, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere in the tent became awkward. In order to ease the awkwardness, Su Fan took out a red clay stove and tea sets from the ring, brewed a pot of spiritual tea himself, and poured a cup for her. You drink a cup of tea first. Luo Bing took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, senior." After she finished speaking, she took a sip from the teacup, and felt the entrance was clear, and a stream of heat penetrated from the throat into the abdomen, and the pores of the body opened up wherever it passed, and the warmth penetrated all the internal organs. After taking another sip, I felt that the taste was mellow and not greasy or slippery. After tasting it carefully, it was rich and a little astringent, which was endless. Sister Luo Bing was a child from a high-ranking family, so of course she knew that this kind of spiritual tea was definitely rare in the world. After drinking a few sips of the top-quality spiritual tea, she felt a little better. You disguised yourself as a junior brother and followed the sect to sneak into the Dongyan Star region. What is your purpose? After listening to Sister Luo Bing's words, Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip. No matter what my purpose is, I have no ill will towards your sect. Senior Sister Luo Bing frowned when she heard it, but she understood it immediately. You are from another star field. Su Fan didn't expect that the little girl actually guessed his identity, but for a family member like her, it was normal to guess. Seeing that Su Fan didn't say anything, Senior Sister Luo Bing didn't ask any more questions. She knew that she guessed right. Senior Sister Luo Bing put down the teacup, then took off the communication array from her waist, contacted the family members, and learned that most of them had successfully broken through the siege, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After ending the call with her family, she put the communication array on her waist and looked at Su Fan. In any case, if it weren't for this man's sword, she and her family might all have died outside the city of Chishu. Thinking of this, Senior Sister Luo Bing felt a little relieved. Although this guy cheated on her feelings, he did not live up to her efforts, which shows that he is also a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. Chapter 527 If I trust you again, I will be a fool. Su Fan sat cross-legged outside the tent, practicing the Hununhuaki Sutra. After completing the 9 turns, he slowly opened his eyes and turned around to look at Luo Bing, who was dozing in the tent. As long as he sent her to the Luo family in a few days, he would have repaid his sister's favor. After leaving Chishu City, he tried to withdraw to the main base of Yunmang Star Domain and change a new identity to continue living for a few years. Now it seems that the war between the 2 star domains will definitely not be over without dozens or hundreds of years. Although the strength of Sulan Star Domain is stronger, Yunmang Star Domain is also not easy to deal with. Su Fan can feel a fierceness from them, which is a quality that cannot be seen in the cultivators of King Kwang Star Domain. So this cruel Star Domain war is still to be fought. Thinking of this, Su Fan took out a communication array from his waist, activated it and left a message. Because he has set up Star Domain coordinate points and cross-domain remote communication arrays near Kuncha City, he can keep in touch with King Kwang Star Domain even in Chishu City. After a while, Dongming Demon Lord replied to him from the distant King Kwang Star region. We have accepted the Space Gate technology of Yunmang Star region. Now King Kwang Star region is digesting and absorbing this technology. I believe that we will see the establishment of the Space Gate in a short time. After listening to the words of Dongming Old Monster, Su Fan smiled bitterly. It seems that the high-level officials of King Kwang Star region have made a choice, that is, to participate in the Star region war. Except for our King Kwang Star region, what is the attitude of the other star regions nearby? Now the nearby Star Region Alliance has reached a consensus and joined the war against Sulan Star Region. This is almost the same. If the war falls into a stalemate again, and several star regions suddenly join this war, even if the strength of Sulan Star Region is strong, it will still not be able to withstand the attack of the Star Region coalition. A race like Sulan people who rely on plundering resources from various star regions for a living, even if they have won 10,000 times before, if they fail once, the entire star region may collapse or even be destroyed instantly. Next, Su Fan told Dongming Xianzhen the news of the counterattack launched by the Sulan people. No wonder the attitude of the Yunmang Star region, which used to be so powerful, has changed so much. From what this old monster said, the Yunmang Star region must be a little panicked. In order to let the ambush several star regions join this star region war, it must have paid a big price. Join it if you want. If you can really defeat the Sulan Star region in one day, it can be regarded as removing a big harm from the entire cultivation world. Moreover, After the successful surprise attack by the Yunmang Star region, the strength of the Sulan people has been lost by more than half. If several star regions work together to take advantage of this opportunity, they should be able to defeat the brutal Sulan Star region in the end. You should be careful over there. Our King Kwang Star region will soon enter the Donggyang Star region. You can pull a few pieces, but if I believe in you again, I will be a fool. None of the old monsters in these star regions are free. If the two star regions do not fight to the point of mutual destruction, they will definitely not leave. By the time these star regions join a star region war, it is estimated that the Sulan people and the Yunmang Star region have already been mutually destroyed. Of course, Su Fan knew it, but he certainly wouldn't say it. Then I'll wait. If you don't come, I might die on the battlefield someday. Dongming Demon Lord laughed and said, even if everyone else dies, you can't die. The old monster cut off the communication array after he finished speaking, leaving Su Fan in a state of confusion. This old guy has no manners at all. Because Luo Bing was here, Su Fan couldn't return to the portable secret realm, so he could only make breakfast by himself. He took out outdoor cooking utensils and various ingredients, boiled a pot of spiritual rice and yam porridge, steamed more than a dozen steamed buns, and made some refreshing pickles and mixed vegetables. After breakfast was ready, Su Fan came to the tent and woke Luo Bing up. It's time for breakfast. Luo Bing, who was dozing off, opened her eyes dazedly, and she didn't come back to her senses until she smelled the fragrance of spiritual rice porridge. You eat, I'll sleep a little longer. You haven't eaten for a day and a night. Get up and have breakfast before you go to sleep. Hearing Su Fan say this, Luo Bing nodded, stood up and walked out of the tent, and sat cross-legged on the table outside. She glanced at the food on the table, and her appetite was aroused. She picked up the chopsticks and started eating. I'll leave in a while, thank you for the breakfast. Su Fan shook his head and said, wait a minute, I've sent the ghost slaves out to inquire. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a whoosh sound, and Sister Zhen and Yaksha suddenly appeared from the air, scaring Luo Bing. Seeing that Su Fan's two ghost slaves were both in the realm of ghost kings, Luo Bing was shocked. Is this guy a sword cultivator or a ghost cultivator? Although the ghost king is much worse than the human giant and cultivator, the two ghost kings together are incredible. Master, we circled thousands of miles around last night, and found no trace of the Sulan people. Su Fan waved his hand and sent the two ghost slaves away. Where are your family members meeting? I'll take you there, I won't bother you, senior. Luo Bing was about to wave her hand to refuse, but she was interrupted by Su Fan. How about this? I'll take you safely to your family's gathering place, and the favor between us will be settled, but senior has saved me once. Su Fan smiled and said, if it weren't for you, I might have been surrounded by the Sulan people, and it would be difficult to escape. Luo Bing didn't say anything after hearing what Su Fan said. She knew in her heart that if it weren't for Su Fan's protection along the way, she would not be able to break out of the encirclement of Chishu City. Su Fan put away the hidden immortal array, and then patted the spirit beast bag on his waist and summoned the ghost crow. Luo Bing couldn't help but shudder as she watched the palm-sized bird instantly transform into a ferocious monster with a wingspan of more than 10 feet. Now the ghost crow is getting bigger and bigger, and as the blood of the high-level demon elites becomes purer and purer, its strength has far surpassed that of ordinary human giant and cultivators. In this world of cultivation, high-level demons have unique talents, and the purer their blood is, the greater their future potential will be. From the moment the human race breaks through the giant realm, they must accept the thunder tribulation, but the high-level demons do not have this heavy ordeal. As long as it is time to break through, they will naturally break through to the next realm. And they will also inherit the magical powers given by the ancestral bloodline, which is really unreasonable. As a demon beast, the ghost crow also has the same unique conditions as the demon cultivators, and because the demon beast is a species born in a special environment, the process of realm improvement is also very confusing. The ghost crow born in the 10,000 miles demon abyss is also like this. This guy swallowed up the blood essence of many high-level flying demon beasts. Now even Su Fan has figured out how its realm was improved. Anyway, this thing would fall asleep as soon as it entered the spirit beast bag. It had never been seen practicing, and its realm would be improved while it slept. Now the ghost crow is no longer the little crow it was back then. Its body is covered with black feathers, and its joints are full of ferocious bone spurs. Moreover, its head is becoming more and more like that of a high-level flying demon, with a single horn that is curved forward and a pair of ferocious and sharp claws. No matter from which angle, it looks extremely majestic, and it also exudes a fierce and violent aura. Luo Bing jumped onto the back of the ghost crow tremblingly. Before she could sit firmly, the ghost crow had already soared into the sky, and she almost fell headfirst. The ghost crow was extremely fast. In a flash, it had already rushed to the sky, and then quickly entered the invisible state, and disappeared in the distant sky in a moment. After flying for several hours, the ghost crow entered a continuous mountain range. The two found a safe place to land. Su Fan put the ghost crow into the beast bag, and then they took out their flying magic tools and flew to a valley not far ahead. At this moment, several large formations have been set up outside the valley, hiding the valley in the mist. The Yunmang Star Domain monks who broke out of Chishu City all gathered in the valley. These people were family members of major sects. Although the family members received the news that Chishu City had been abandoned in advance, the number of people who escaped in the end was less than 30% of the total number, which was a heavy loss. The fate of the more than 1 million Yunmang Star Domain monks who were fighting desperately in Chishu City at this moment was also doomed, and in the end, only a few people would survive. In order to deal with the counterattack of the Sulan people, the Yunmang Star Domain responded quickly, decisively abandoned dozens of cities in the rear, completely contracted its forces near the main city base, and then drew a large number of forces to strengthen the defense line. And those dozens of abandoned cities are still fighting desperately with the Sulan people. Facing the brutal Sulan people, no one thought that they could survive by chance. Almost every place fought to the last man. The tenacious resistance of the monks and the Yunmang Star Domain not only greatly delayed the offensive of the Sulan people, but also consumed a large number of their resources. When the two came to the edge of the valley, they met the Yunmang monk who was responsible for the reception and took them into the valley. Now there are thousands of monks gathered in the not very large valley, including 2 Yuanying's Henjin, and the rest are mostly foundation-building monks. Su Fan walked into the valley and saw Luo Bing turned around and looked at him. "Senior, I should go find my family, don't worry about me, you go." Luo Bing turned around and walked inside. After a few steps, he stopped. "Senior, don't worry, I won't reveal your identity to anyone." After hearing what this girl said, Su Fan couldn't help but smile. Since the King Kong Star Domain has definitely joined this Star Domain war, the two Star Domains will soon become comrades fighting side by side. Of course, he is not afraid of others revealing his identity. Moreover, the Yunmang Star region obviously needs help from several nearby star regions, so even if Su Fan's identity is revealed, he will not be blamed. "It doesn't matter. If someone asks you about me, just answer truthfully." After listening to Su Fan's words, Luo Bing shook her head and said, "Don't worry, senior, I will definitely not tell anyone." The girl turned around and left, and disappeared in the chaotic crowd in a moment. Su Fan shook his head, and finally paid back the favor of this girl. He turned around and looked around, then found a place to sit cross-legged. He wanted to see the situation first, and it would be best to follow these people back to the main base of the Yunmang Star region in Jihuangshan. At this time, a group of people gathered nearby and were chatting happily there. Su Fan quickly pricked up his ears and listened carefully. "Although we have escaped from Chishu City, it may not be that easy to return to the main base of Jihuangshan. It is said that dozens of cities have been besieged by the Sulan people. We are lucky to escape. Alice, the brothers and sisters in Chishu City will definitely not be able to escape. Could it be that the top leaders of our Yunmang Star region just watched dozens of cities being besieged without sending reinforcements to rescue them? Don't think about it. I just heard that the elite troops mobilized from the Yunmang Star region have established a new defense line near the main city base." Listening to these people's discussions, Su Fan frowned immediately. It seems that it is not easy to return to the main city base of Yunmang Star region in Jihuangshan. You must pass through the control area of the Sulan people. There is no long-distance teleportation array now, and you can only take a flying boat for several months to return to the main city base of Yunmang Star region in Jihuangshan. If you encounter the siege of the Sulan people during the months on the way back, these thousands of people will have to be thrown in. Su Fan thought about it and decided not to get involved with these people, but to follow them from a distance, and then act according to the situation. There was no way. Although there were 2 Yuanying's Henjins in these people, hundreds of Jindan's Henren, and thousands of foundation-building monks, the target was too big. Thinking of this, Su Fan stood up from the ground and turned to leave the valley. A few days later, More than 100 flying boats slowly rose from the valley and sailed away in a mighty manner. After about a quarter of an hour, from a dense forest several miles away, a huge flying monster roared into the sky, and then disappeared in the air in an instant. Su Fan sat cross-legged on the back of the ghost crow. The flying speed was not fast, but it was far behind the flying boat group of Yunmang monks. Sister Zhen and Yaksha were also summoned by him. At this moment, they were cruising back and forth nearby, and the two ghost kings also sent hundreds of ghost generals to conduct reconnaissance dozens of miles away. It may be that the monks of Yunmang Star Domain also took some measures, and the journey for more than a month was smooth. Su Fan certainly hoped that the next few months would be just as smooth, but unfortunately, things did not go as planned. In the early morning of that day, Su Fan, who was sitting cross-legged on the back of the ghost crow, received a message from Yaksha that the flying boat fleet of Yunmang Star Domain was discovered by the patrol team of the Sulan people. Su Fan hurriedly summoned back Sister Zhen and Yaksha, as well as the many ghost soldiers and ghost generals they sent out for reconnaissance. He controlled the ghost crow to soar into the higher night sky, and then accelerated to the left airspace of the Yunmang Star Domain flying boat fleet. With the cover of the dark night, he slowly glided in the air, staring at the dark night sky in the distance. The monks of Yunmang Star Domain also realized the crisis, and all the flying boats began to speed up and rush forward, and the originally neat formation became more and more scattered. The fastest few small flying boats soon disappeared, and the huge transport flying boats behind them had fallen far behind. At this time, in the distant sky, there were faint spots of light, and more of them, and finally almost covered the dark sky. Endless flying mechanical puppets, like a tidal wave, swarmed in and flew rapidly towards the flying boat fleet of the distant Yunmang Star region. The two Yuanying's engines of the Yunmang Star region jumped out of the flying boats one after another, and in a flash they arrived opposite the mechanical puppet army of the Sulan people. Boom! Boom! The two Yuanying's engines of the Yunmang Star region took action. With two earth-shaking loud noises, it seemed that two incomparable great powers of heaven and earth descended between heaven and earth. The wind and clouds between heaven and earth changed color, and sand and rocks flew. The overwhelming mechanical puppet army of the Sulan people was swept away in an instant, and the flying mechanical puppets that originally covered the sky and the sun were all turned into dust. Damn, it was the Yuanying's engine who was paralyzed. No, after the Star War, I must find a place to break through the Yuanying realm quietly. Below the nascent soul stage, everyone is an ant. This is no joke, especially for the nascent soul masters in the Yunmang Star region, whose strength is simply too damn strong. Chapter 528, This is digging up the roots of the monks. Although the two Yuanying's engines from the Yunmang Star Domain wiped out the first batch of Sulan people's flying mechanical army. But at this time, more flying mechanical puppets came from all directions. What's worse is that several Yuanying monks from the Sulan Star Domain also rushed to the battlefield, and the two Yuanying's engines from the Yunmang Star Domain were entangled by them. Although the combat effectiveness of the Yuanying monks from the Sulan Star Domain is far inferior to the two Yuanying old monsters from the Yunmang Star Domain, they are too many to handle. Seeing more and more flying mechanical puppets of the Sulan people surrounding them, hundreds of giant monks from the Yunmang Star Domain also came out of the flying boats and launched crazy attacks. The flying boat fleet of the Yunmang Star Domain was also completely messed up, and countless flying boats began to flee in all directions, frantically breaking out. Su Fan sat cross-legged on the back of the ghost crow, shook his head, and then patted the ghost crow. Let's go. The ghost crow flapped its wings of more than 10 meters, and its huge body flexibly changed direction, and disappeared in the dark night in the blink of an eye. It was just in time to take advantage of the surrounding Sulan people's forces to gather here. It is estimated that the rear of the Sulan star field within 1,000 miles will definitely be very empty. He turned his head and looked at the battlefield in the distance. The flying boats of the Yunmang star field were densely flooded with mechanical puppets. I don't know if the little girl Luo Bing will survive, but he has already repaid the favor. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by heaven. It all depends on her luck next. Su Fan drove the ghost crow in stealth mode and flew for a while in the dark night. The journey was almost calm. Occasionally, he encountered a patrol team of Sulan people, but he also carefully avoided them. At this time, his eyes suddenly condensed, and he patted the back of the ghost crow to slow it down. Su Fan patted the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist and summoned the two ghost kings, Sister Zhen and Yaksha. Go ahead and take a look. Tell me what's going on. Swoosh, swoosh, Sister Zhen and Yaksha turned into two black shadows and disappeared in the air in an instant. They summoned a large number of ghost soldiers and ghost generals to spread around. After a while, Sister Zhen sent a message that a Sulan base was found in front. Su Fam thought about it. Now the counterattack of the Sulan people just hit the soft spot between the main force of the front line of the Yunmang Star region and the main city base in the rear. In the current battlefield situation, the Yunmang Star region is extremely passive. This won't work. If there's a chance, he will help. He let the ghost crow land in a hidden place nearby, and then put it into the beast bag on his waist. Su Fan activated his Atomai body, turned into a thin mist, and instantly merged into the dark night, floating towards the Sulan base in the distance. After floating forward for about dozens of miles, Su Fan saw a brightly lit base in the mountains ahead. Judging from the scale of this base, the Sulan people must have planned it for a long time, at least they had made special arrangements before they withdrew. The Yunmang Star region might never have dreamed that the Sulan people would leave a backdoor in such a remote place. The base was extremely tightly guarded, with sentries scattered around, mechanical puppets patrolling everywhere, and flying puppets constantly patrolling in the sky. Moreover, compared with before the war, the Sulan people's vigilance has been significantly enhanced. It seems that they have been hurt by the Yunmang Star region, and even heartbroken. But even if the Sulan people have strengthened their vigilance, Su Fan is still like a man in his own land, under the eyes of the Sulan people. Because the main elite of the base, as well as the high-level monks, all went to encircle and suppress the Yunmang monks who escaped from Chishu City, there should be few high-level monks left in the base. With his current strength, even if the Yuanying monks do not investigate carefully, they will not be able to find any trace of him. Su Fan carefully came to the edge of the base, and an invisible barrier appeared in front of him. In front of him was the interior of the base. He found a hidden place, lifted the Atomai body, and then took out a magic sword from the ring and easily passed through the invisible barrier. Only after passing through the invisible barrier did Su Fan really see the situation of the entire base. This is a huge valley that stretches for dozens of miles. It has been completely transformed by the Sulan people. Various tall buildings stand on the mountains on both sides of the valley. The valley is full of densely packed monks and puppets who are busy and nervous, and at the end of the valley is a huge space gate. The space gate is a circle of light with a diameter of hundreds of feet. The middle of the circle of light is not only rippling, like waves of ripples on the lake. From time to time, there are extremely large star domain motherships that slowly fly out of the space gate, and then roar out of the base, and disappear in the dark night in an instant. Looking at the huge space gate at the end of the valley, Su Fan was stunned. This is the space gate in the shuttle. The time and space shuttle points he had seen before are simply heaven and earth compared to this one. This is a space gate that can be teleported across domains. If there was such a thing in the previous life, humans would have long since escaped from the Milky Way. However, this space gate must be destroyed. He felt two powerful auras in the valley. These must be the Yuanying's engine left behind in the base. Since swallowing the essence of the 5th level wild beast, Su Fan has inherited some of the talents of the 5th level wild beast. Without using a spiritual sense, he can sensitively feel the powerful aura around him. If you want to destroy this space gate, you must first kill the two Yuanying's engines guarding the Sulan base. Su Fan thought about it, then turned into a thin mist, floated to the inside of the valley, and arranged some 4th level talismans in several places. After arranging these, he slowly floated to the vicinity of a building deep in the valley, and then waited patiently. Boom! Boom! About half an hour later, a strong explosion suddenly broke out in several places in the valley. The whole base was in chaos, and there were shouts, curses and screams everywhere. The flames that shot up into the sky dyed the originally dark night into day. Su Fan took the opportunity to control a thin mist and floated into a nearby monastery. At this moment, two Yuanying's engines from the Sulan Star region rushed out of the monastery. Their minds were all on several explosions in the distance, and they didn't pay attention to the situation around them. Swish! Suddenly, a dark poisonous fog filled in from the darkness next to them, and instantly enveloped the two Yuanying's engines. The base had just been attacked, and the two Yuanying's engines, who were anxious, were caught off guard and were hit. 9 strength bone transforming hands, Mojio swing, 9 strength bone transforming hands, violent tiger collapse, Now Su Fan is on the verge of the late giant in great perfection. With his current strength, even if Yuan Ying's engine lets him get close, he will have to kneel. Moreover, they are two Yuan Ying's engines from the Sulan Star region. Su Fan only launched a few attacks and killed the two Yuan Ying's engines who had been attacked by the corrupted bone poison mist on the spot. Looking at the two corpses of Yuan Ying's engine lying on the ground, Su Fan waved his hand and sucked their rings over. Devour their blood, quickly. At this time, the emotionless voice came to his ears again. Su Fan couldn't help but shudder, but he didn't say anything. He instantly activated the blood-transforming mist. In the blink of an eye, the two corpses of Yuan Ying's engine turned into two pale withered bones. The dense blood-colored runes all over his body once again emerged, emitting a dazzling blood-colored light. Su Fan frowned immediately. This guy is getting more and more unscrupulous. But he is a clone of a god after all, and he has saved his life. Let him be crazy for a while. However, his blood-colored runes are not without benefits. Since he swallowed the blood of so many Sulan people, there has been no evil thoughts until today. And his state of mind is also very transparent, as if he has never been affected. But even so, Su Fan still dared not be careless. These gods are not so easy to deal with. There is no such thing as having the best of both worlds in this world. Su Fan shook his head and drove away the chaotic thoughts in his heart. After killing these two Yuan Ying's engine, he can now gallop in the Sulan people's base. Thinking of this, Su Fan's face showed a trace of violent emotions. He sneered and slowly walked out of the house. Facing the brutal Sulan people, he was not soft-hearted at all. I don't know how many sins these guys have committed. It's fine if you invade other star regions and exterminate and massacre them, but you actually destroyed the spiritual energy resources of all star regions. This is too sinful. This is digging out the roots of cultivators. If the Sulan star region continues to toss like this, sooner or later, the spiritual energy resources of the entire cultivation world will be ruined by these guys. Su Fan came outside and looked at the chaotic Sulan base. There was a bloodthirsty and brutal aura in his eyes. His eyes condensed, and the boundless blood-colored storm rolled up around him. The whole body began to swell slowly, and finally turned into a demonized body more than 10 feet tall. Since he used the blood-transforming mist to devour the blood essence of countless high-level demons, this is now Su Fan's most powerful state. At this moment, his physical strength has increased more than 10 times out of thin air. And his defense strength and speed have also increased several times. He can even resist the attack of the golden elixir magic weapon with his physical body alone. Moreover, after breaking through the late giant stage, his demonized strength increased again, and his beast body was nearly 20 feet tall. In addition, he also broke through the 5th level of the heavenly demon saint body art. Now that he has launched various magical powers after demonization, his power has been multiplied several times. Now Su Fan is in a state like an Ultraman. Although he still dares not confront Yuan Ying's engine face to face, dealing with a giant and cultivator is definitely like an adult bullying a child. Su Fan inserted the magic sword in his hand into the gap of the shell on his shoulder. The magic sword in his beastly body was too small, but with the sword, he could easily pass through the invisible barrier set up by the Sulan people. Moreover, he could ignore the protective shield outside the Sulan people's mechanical puppets and easily rush to the front of the war puppets of the Sulan people's giant and cultivators. Awoo! Su Fan roared to the sky, and the blood-colored storm surrounding him instantly swept everything within a radius of 1,000 feet into the air. Bang! Bang! At this time, several giantins Henrin from the Sulan Star region controlled war puppets over 100 feet high and descended from the sky. Moreover, there were more giant and monks controlling war puppets, constantly gathering here from all parts of the base. In a short while, more than 100 war puppets came. Su Fan's purpose was to track all the giantins Henrin in the base and then catch them all in one fell swoop. As he expected, his commotion soon attracted the giantin monks from the Sulan base, and at this time they did not know that the two Yuan Ying's engines of the base had fallen. As soon as several war puppets of the Sulan people landed, Su Fan rushed over. Although the nearly 20-foot demon seemed very small in front of the war puppets over 100 feet high, the momentum shown by Su Fan at this moment gave people an extremely domineering feeling. Shang Shenkyo, suddenly, a demonized violent bear over 100 feet high evolved behind Su Fan. At this time, even the surrounding environment seemed to have changed, as if returning to the distant ancient times. Bang! After being transformed into a demon, Su Fan slammed into a war puppet that was hundreds of feet tall, and knocked the huge mechanical body of the war puppet flying. The war puppet that was over 100 feet tall fell heavily to a distance of more than 1,000 meters, and banged into a large area of buildings. At this time, a war puppet rushed over from the side, waving its extremely thick mechanical arms and smashing down. Sufan's feet flashed with lightning, and he had already jumped on the top of the war puppet. He grabbed the head of the war puppet with a pair of ferocious demon arms. Ouch! Sufan exerted force with both arms and twisted the huge head of the war puppet off. With a bang. The war puppet that was over 100 feet tall fell to the ground with a bang. Sufan raised the head of the war puppet with both hands and looked at the terrified giant and monk in the control cabin. At this time, the giant and monk from the Sulan star field in the control cabin was almost scared to death. What the hell is this thing? It was so fierce that he actually broke the neck of the war puppet he was controlling with his bare hands. Sufan lifted the head of the war puppet and then threw it heavily to the ground. It was smashed to pieces with a bang. The giant and monk in the control cabin was even more shocked into a pool of meat paste. Sufan turned his head and found that the surroundings suddenly became extremely quiet. All the giant and monks in the war puppet control cabin were looking at him with horror. When have they ever met such a fierce and ruthless person? Especially Sufan, who had turned into a hideous demon body at this time, exuding an extremely cruel and violent aura. Everyone, cast spells, don't let him get close. Suddenly, a giant and monk roared shrilly, and when the others heard it, they all shuddered. Then, countless spells came over Sufan. Sufan sneered, and a flash of blood appeared on the beast's body, and the man had disappeared from the spot. Bang! Bang! As soon as he disappeared from the spot, a dense array of spells fell down, and the place where he was just now was submerged in the dust of spells. At this time, Sufan had already appeared dozens of feet away, and he waved his hand fiercely. Bone-eroding wind roll, the air around him suddenly dropped sharply, and a cold and cruel wind suddenly formed strangely, whistling towards the dozen war puppets in front. The power of this magical power is no longer the same as it was in the past. Wherever this cold and cruel wind passed, it instantly destroyed the protective shield outside the war puppet, penetrated into the inside of the puppet and froze some key components. The giant and monks in the control cabin of these war puppets found that the puppets had stopped inexplicably. When they were at a loss, they suddenly felt the temperature drop sharply, and the cabin was full of frost. Before they could react, an extremely cold breath had penetrated into their bodies, as if their souls were frozen all of a sudden, and then they knew nothing. Until this time, the giant and monks in the distance felt something was wrong. When they wanted to control the war puppets to turn around and deal with Sufan, he came out again. Corrupted bone poison fog. As the dark poison fog spread around, Shunjiang enveloped dozens of war puppets. The defensive shield outside the war puppet was instantly corroded by the poison fog, and then quickly spread into the puppet's control cabin. Not to mention these giant and monks, even the Yuanying's engine couldn't withstand the terrifying poison fog that had condensed in the eye of 10,000 poisons for tens of thousands of years. After only a while, dozens of giant and monks in the Sulan Star region were corroded into a pool of sewage. Next, Sufan opened fire at full power and continuously killed the giant and monks in the Sulan Star region one by one in the war puppet control cabin. Finally, some people couldn't bear it anymore and turned around to escape from this place. They never wanted to face this terrifying killing god again. Unfortunately, it was too late to think of escaping at this time. How could Sufan give them a chance to escape? He alone killed all the giant and monks in the Sulan base. At this moment, the surroundings were already full of war puppets lying on the ground. Sufan turned around, and his blood-red eyes revealed a bloodthirsty breath. He slapped the beast bag and the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist, and summoned Ghost Crow. Sister Zhen and Yaksha. Go. Don't leave any behind. Hearing Sufan's words, Ghost Crow, Sister Zhen and Yaksha rushed out excitedly. At this time, there were only foundation building and key training monks left in the Sulan base. He released these three things, and the entire base soon fell into catastrophe. At this time, the space gate at the end of the valley suddenly became a little restless. Sufan knew in his heart that another star domain mothership from the Sulan star domain was about to pass through the space gate. He smiled coldly, released his demonized body, and then held the magic sword tightly with both hands, looking at the huge space gate at the end of the valley with a cold look. Chapter 529, Vampires are Vampires. The space gate at the end of the valley was now rippling with waves, and the light circles around it began to flash with dazzling light. A huge star domain mothership was slowly emerging from the ripples. Swish! At this time, a sword light whizzed past, instantly tearing the dark sky apart. The terrifying sword light carried a vast and boundless momentum that roared like a tsunami. At this moment, it seemed to have turned into an endless tsunami storm, bursting out with the overwhelming power of heaven and earth. At this moment, the entire world seemed to be crushed by an invisible huge force, and collapsed layer by layer. Wherever the sword light passed, the houses, buildings and various facilities in the base were instantly turned into dust by the sword that was as destructive as a rotten and withered. The space gate at the end of the valley was also instantly destroyed by this sword. The Sulan people's sexual mothership had just poked out a bow, and it was turned into dust with a collapsed space gate. The only remaining bow was also blown away by the violent explosion. Boom! The huge bow of the star domain mothership flew far away, then fell to the ground and kept rolling, and stopped not far from Sufan. At this moment, most of the Sulan monks in the star domain mothership had no chance of survival. Only a few Jindan monks escaped by relying on the means of the bottom of the box, but they were also dying. There were also 2 Yuanings Henjin, who were injured all over by the violent space storm because they were in the back. At this time, Su Fan certainly would not give them a chance to recover, and instantly slashed another sword. Boom! The huge bow of the star domain mothership was shattered by a majestic and terrifying sword intent as soon as it stopped. The 2 Yuanings Henjins of the Sulan star domain were chopped into pieces by the sword light that followed before they could react. Su Fan stuck the huge magic sword into the ground, leaned on the hilt with both hands, and panted heavily. Although the 2 swords he had just used were extremely powerful, they also consumed a lot of his blood and mental strength. There was no other way. The 9 Extremes Continuous Slash was a physical sword technique, and it consumed a lot of energy at the evolution level. Moreover, such a sword was not something that a giant and cultivator could perform. Although Su Fan was a cheater, he was able to perform 2 such swords, which was definitely a cross-level spell. In other words, his physical body, mental strength, and blood had already surpassed those of the same level countless times. If someone else used such a powerful sword, he would be beaten to death. The 2 swords you just used were no better than those of the ancient physical cultivators back then. At this time, Su Fan heard the cold and indifferent voice again. He turned his head sharply and found that someone had appeared beside him at some point, and it was that girl Luosha. Although Luosha looked exactly the same as before, her expression and temperament seemed to have become that of another person. In the past, those indifferent eyes were emotionless, revealing a sense of looking down on all living things. Su Fan turned his head and said lightly, "I'm still far away, he. You have only practiced for a few years, and there is a long way to go in the future." Looking at the innocent Luosha, who spoke in the tone of an elder without emotion, Su Fan felt both funny and weird. Su Fan didn't say anything, he didn't want to pay attention to this guy at all. But after all, she saved him, so he couldn't say anything, he could only respond with a few words. At this moment, Sister Zhen, Yaksha and Ghost Crow, 3 cruel and violent guys, have swept the entire base several times. Don't think they are very well behaved in front of Su Fan, but it doesn't mean they are like this in front of others. You know, Sister Zhen and Yaksha are the gloomy and terrifying Ghost Kings, and Ghost Crow is a cruel and violent monster. They don't take life seriously at all. The order issued by Su Fan was not to spare a single one. So these guys completely let go and killed crazily in the Sulan people's base. Sister Zhen and Yaksha led endless ghost soldiers and generals to run rampant on the ground, and also collected floating ghosts into ghost weapons. Even many Sulan people were taken out of their souls by them, and the shrill screams were terrifying to hear. The Ghost Crow cruised back and forth in the air, swooping down from time to time, or releasing magical powers to smash the ground. Now it has inherited many magical powers of high-level flying demons. Every time it releases extremely powerful magical powers, it can cover hundreds of feet on the ground. After their sweep, even if there were Sulan monks who escaped from the base, they were only 2 or 3 kittens, and they were not a big deal at all. Su Fan asked them to leave some alive, and use their physical breath to disguise themselves as Sulan people in the future. After slaughtering the Sulan people's base, Sister Zhen and Yaksha began to use their ghost soldiers and generals to plunder the base. Because Sister Zhen is a money grubber, influenced by her, when a group of ghost soldiers and ghost generals under her command cleaned up the battlefield, they all looked like they would not stop until they had scraped the ground 3 feet deep. At this moment, the whole base was filled with a bloody smell, and Su Fan felt that the blood in his body was ready to move. Damn, he won't become a vampire in the future. Thinking of this, Su Fan sneered. Who cares, vampires are vampires. In this cruel world of cultivation, there is no such thing as karma. As long as you have strength, even if you are a demon who kills without blinking an eye, you can get the respect you deserve. If you don't have strength, even if you are a great good man for 10 generations, your life will be harvested wantonly. What are you waiting for? Quickly devour the blood of these Sulan people. At this time, the possessed Luosha next to him spoke, and her tone was full of urgency. Su Fan turned around and looked at her, then his eyes condensed, and the boundless blood in the air of the base swarmed towards him like little snakes. Boom! With him as the center, a violent blood storm instantly formed. The dense blood runes all over Su Fan's body began to slowly emerge, emitting waves of dazzling blood light. Then, a bright altar suddenly formed in a radius of hundreds of feet around Su Fan, and dense and strange runes kept flashing. The blood and ki of tens of thousands of people in the entire base rushed towards him, and were swallowed into his body one after another, including 2 Yuanying's Henjin and many Jinden monks. The huge blood and ki that surged in rapidly almost burst him, and his whole body swelled up several points like an inflated ball. But Su Fan was not worried at all, because how could the guy next to him allow him to swallow up all the blood and ki? Boom! As he expected, just when he was about to burst, a blood-red light suddenly rushed into the sky and directly pierced the dark sky. I knew it would be like this again. The noise here was too loud, and it would definitely attract the attention of those high-level monsters. It would be better to end it as soon as possible. Su Fan didn't take it seriously, because even if the monsters of the Sulan people came, they would only think that it was the trick of some witch clan master, and would not put the blame on him at all. While he was thinking about it, he felt a warm current that made him extremely happy pouring into his body from the top of his head. This feeling was like taking drugs, and he couldn't help but tremble slightly. But this pleasant feeling disappeared quickly, leaving Su Fan with a feeling of wanting more. Finally, the boundless blood and energy that permeated the entire base dissipated, and at this time, the bones of the Sulan people in the base were piled up like a mountain. Let's go. Now those monsters of the Sulan people must be rushing here. After hearing Su Fan's words, Luosha, who was possessed next to him, nodded and disappeared in a whoosh. After this blood sacrifice, this guy's strength has obviously increased a lot. Su Fan called back Sister Zhen, Yaksha and Ghost Crow. He jumped on the back of Ghost Crow and rushed into the vast night. He drove Ghost Crow to fly quickly in the night until it was light, then he found a safe place to land. Su Fan asked Sister Zhen and Yaksha to find a cave for him, and then he entered the portable secret realm. As soon as he entered the portable secret realm, Luosha saw him coming back, ran up happily, and hugged his arm affectionately. Uncle, why did you come back just now? I missed you. Looking at the state of the 2 people who were completely different from the little girl just now, Su Fan sighed in his heart. This silly girl. Well, I'm busy recently. What delicious food are you going to make today? I'm hungry. Luosha covered her mouth and said, Oh, I haven't cooked yet. Uncle, wait, it will be ready soon. After the little girl finished speaking, she ran away in a hurry and started to get busy. After not coming back for so many days, Su Fan was in a much happier mood when he saw Luosha busying around in front of the stove. He came to the recliner next to him and lay down on it. He took out the small red clay stove and tea set, and just when he was about to make a pot of spiritual tea for himself, Luosha snatched it away. Uncle, let me make tea for you. The little girl was very skillful in making fire and pouring water. Her movements were becoming more and more skilled. Uncle, you seem very tired. How could I not be tired? I am busy every day. Su Fan took the teacup handed over by Luosha, picked it up and took a sip. The feeling was really sour and refreshing. He drank a few sips of tea and fell asleep unknowingly. Su Fan had been in a tense state these days, until today when he returned to the portable secret realm, which allowed him to completely relax. He didn't know how long he slept. When he opened his eyes, he felt that his stomach was empty and he was so hungry that he was panicking. Su Fan sat up from the recliner and rubbed his eyes. Suddenly he found that Luosha was sitting next to him, with her hands on her chin and looking at him with a smile. Su Fan couldn't help but shudder, until he saw the clarity in Luosha's eyes. He felt relieved. He was almost sick these days. Whenever he saw Luosha, he couldn't help but think of those emotionless eyes. Girl, do you have food? Luosha jumped up quickly and said with a smile, Yes, uncle, wait a moment, I will heat up the food for you. After a while, The little girl heated up the food and called Su Fan loudly to come over to eat. After hearing what the girl said, Su Fan came to the dining table and sat down. He saw that the little girl had prepared a large table full of dishes for him, which looked very rich and immediately aroused his appetite. Luosha helped him to serve a large bowl of spiritual rice, and brought him a large bowl of beef and radish. "Uncle, try this beef and radish that I stewed. I stewed it on low heat for several days." Su Fan picked up a spoon and tasted the beef and radish. The taste was simply amazing, much better than his stew. The little girl's cooking skills were indeed beyond reproach, and she was more talented than him in cooking. "Well, not bad, your cooking skills will soon catch up with mine." Su Fan's shameless words still made the little girl happy and excited. After eating more than a dozen bowls of the top spiritual rice and drinking a whole pot of beef and radish, Su Fan was finally full. He came to the study room of the cave and sat cross-legged. He took out several stored rings from his arms, all of which he had seized from several Yuanying's engines of the Sulan Star region. After all, they were Yuanying's engines of the Sulan Star region, and each of the Qianfang stored rings was filled with various top-quality equipment. Of course, for Su Fan, who is wealthy, he was only slightly excited for a short while. After all, there were not many things that could catch his eye now. But what surprised Su Fan was that he found several jade slips in the rings of the two Yuanying's engines guarding the Sulan base. The jade slips recorded all the information about various teleportation arrays and space gates in the Sulan star field. This is definitely a priceless treasure for the Qingquang star field. Although the Yunmang star field has passed on the technology of the space gate to several star fields, it is still far behind the Sulan star field. After all, the Sulan star field has a richer foundation. In the past 10,000 years, it has invaded countless star fields and plundered countless various cultivation resources. After Su Fan saw the contents of several jade slips, he left the portable secret realm without thinking. Such important intelligence information must be sent back to the Qingquang star field immediately. He now has only one thought, that is, to return to the Qingquang star field as soon as possible. It's a pity that the old monsters in the Qingquang star field are too finished. Let alone the space gate. They have not yet opened the space shuttle point in the Donggate star field. He stayed alone in a strange foreign land, thinking about his family and children every day. Su Fan drove the ghost crow to find a micro-spiritual vein nearby, and then set up a star domain coordinate point and a cross-domain remote communication array disk at the fastest speed. After connecting with the Qingquang star domain, he quickly transmitted the information in several jade slips back. It was not until Su Fan finished transmitting the inner tube of the last jade slip that he breathed a sigh of relief. He only hoped that a group of old monsters in the Qingquang star domain would get these information and compete to establish a shuttle point connecting to the Donggate star domain as soon as possible. As soon as he transmitted the contents of several jade slips back, the communication array disk on his waist vibrated slightly. Su Fan took off the communication array disk from his waist and took a look, and couldn't help but smile. This time, the reply from the old monster Dongming was fast enough. It should be that the contents of several jade slips were more important. This old monster was impatient to send a message. "Senior, how is the information I sent back? Is it helpful? Boy, you have helped us a lot, but the time of your return may be delayed." Chapter 530. This is the rule of the world of cultivation. What the hell? I just provided you with such good information, but you delayed my return. How can this be justified? Isn't this bullying? Senior, what do you mean? The Yunmang Star region provided us with the technology to build a space gate, and we have mastered the method of time-space shuttle points. But after reading the information you sent back, I found that the space and transmission attainments of the Sulan Star region are even deeper. Su Fan now just wanted to slap himself hard. Why did he send the information in these jade slips back? He could have returned to the Qingquang Star region soon, but he actually messed it up. Su Fan cursed himself inwardly. But it had already happened, and there was no point in regretting it. Senior, I have been here for so long, and I am in extreme danger at any time. When can we open the space gate of Donggate Star Domain? It shouldn't be too long, it will only take a few years at most. You can stay in Donggate Star Domain with peace of mind, and you must be careful. What the hell, I will have to waste several years of hard work here. Seeing that Su Fan didn't say anything for a long time, Dongming Old Monster also knew that this kid must be anxious. Your daughter has good talent, I like her very much, wait until she breaks through to the late Giant realm, Let her worship me. After hearing what Dongming Xianzhen said, what else can Su Fan say? People have accepted Gu Man as their disciple, what else do you want to do? This is Huishan Xianzhen, and the old monsters in King Kuang Star Domain also know where his weakness is, and they pinched him, making him lose his temper. Okay, let's do it, what else do you want? Being able to worship under Huishan Xianzhen, their whole family can walk sideways in King Kuang Star Domain in the future. He has already reached the level of the God of Transformation, and he has a lot of disciples and grandchildren, so why would he accept any disciples? This is also because he has made such a great contribution to the King Kuang Star region, and these old monsters don't know how to reward him, so they simply leave the favor to his descendants. Thank you, Senior. Gman, that girl, will be handed over to you. Su Fan ended the contact with Dongming Demon Lord, and then put away the communication array, feeling a little unhappy. It will take several years, and can you believe what these old monsters say? It will probably take 10 or 8 years. Su Fan sighed helplessly, thought about it for a while, and then patted the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist and summoned Yaksha. I asked you to identify the Sulan people, how did you do it? Su Fan asked Yaksha to leave some people alive on purpose so that he could pretend to be a Sulan person. In order to facilitate him to borrow this identity in the future, he even deliberately let some Sulan people go, but they were all low-level cultivators in the foundation building and key refining stages. Anyway, Su Fan has always been in the base in the form of a beast. The two ghost kings, Zhenji and Yaksha, and the magical beast Ghost Crow have nothing to do with human monks. In the end, they devoured the blood of all the Sulan monks in the base for a blood sacrifice, which is a method of the woman monks. So Su Fan was not exposed, and there was no need to worry about being discovered. This kind of thing still has to be done by Yaksha. Apart from collecting spoils, Zhenji is really not as reliable as the cunning Yaksha in other things. Master, I have found 3 suitable identities for you. Su Fan nodded, and then asked Yaksha to take out the 3 Sulan people who were in a confused state. He performed the 9-ether stealth technique of the soul bewitching secret method, questioned these Sulan people one by one, and then selected a Sulan monk in the foundation building period. The identity of this Sulan person is ordinary, and he is a small transparent person in the base, and has no sense of existence at all. Moreover, when Su Fan attacked the Sulan people's base, he was just arranged on the periphery, and the few people with him were deliberately let go. Su Fan had just slaughtered all the people in a Sulan people's base and destroyed the space gate there. During this period of time, he should disguise himself as a Sulan monk and go out to have fun. He used the secret method of the blood Dao to change his breath, and used the body Dao to change his body shape and appearance. He also made a horn and pressed it on his forehead. Now he and the Sulan man are no different in breath and body shape. Su Fan put on the Sulan man's ring, took out a flying puppet from it, and then drove the puppet away from the mountain. He flew all the way to another Sulan base, and just after flying for 2 days, he met a patrol team of Sulan people. Su Fan took it to a temporary base nearby, and the Sulan monks who escaped from the base were all placed here, including the few people who had served with him on the periphery. All of them were examined, but after several monks on duty outside authenticated each other, they passed the examination smoothly. Although the security precautions in the Sulan Star region have been significantly strengthened, it is not as strict as imagined. As soon as the examination was over, Su Fan and others took a flying boat to leave this temporary base and were sent to another base outside Wanili. In the early morning, a brilliant light suddenly appeared from the distant sky, revealing a large area of white, and the whole earth was awakened from its slumber. Su Fan slowly opened his eyes, stretched out his hand to block the sunlight from the window, and got up and sat up from the floor. At this time, several people in the same cabin had already woken up, and they were sitting together chatting. Do you know where we were sent to base number 9 and where we were placed? I just contacted my family, and they said that they are responsible for looking after the captives of the Yunmang people. Why do they keep them? Did they kill them all before? Then I don't know. It is said that there are tens of thousands of Yunmang captives at base number 9. Hearing the discussions of several people, Su Fan couldn't help but wonder. The cruelest thing about this world of cultivation is that in a war between 2 races, almost no captives will be left. No matter which race it is almost the same, including the human cultivators who will adopt the strategy of genocide. This is definitely not just talk. Once a race fails, they will all face the fate and end of extinction. Especially the brutal Sulan people, There are too many star regions that have been massacred and exterminated by them. In the huge Donggale star region, after hundreds of years of crazy massacres, there are only a few cultivators and mortals in various planes left here. Now the Sulan people are holding tens of thousands of captives from the Yunmang star region, which is a bit strange. But no matter what the reason is, it is definitely not their kindness, and they are definitely not holding back any good things. Look, we have arrived at base number 9. At this time, a Sulan man lying on the porthole pointed outside and shouted, and everyone in the cabin stood up and ran to the porthole to look outside. Su Fan did not join in the fun. He sat cross-legged there, thinking about how to return to the main city base of Yunmang Star region. After all, it is not a good idea to always hang out in the Sulan-controlled area. You never know when you will be exposed if you are not careful. But Su Fan has no choice. Since he slaughtered all the Sulan bases and made such a big commotion in the bases, the Sulan people have obviously strengthened their vigilance. And it is said that the Sulan people have drawn a lot of high-level monks from the front line to guard the bases in various places, so Su Fan can only hide in the Sulan people's sphere of influence for a while. Although Su Fan is good at invisibility and the ghost crow can fly invisibly, facing the detection of the god-transforming heavenly venerable, even the slightest movement cannot escape their divine sense. Su Fan was wandering alone in a foreign land, so he couldn't be careless at all. Bang! With a dull bang, the flying boat landed on the ground. Su Fan followed the crowd and got off the flying boat. Outside was a huge airport, where various flying boats were parked. The airport square was full of people coming and going, and huge flying boats were constantly taking off and landing. It was a busy scene everywhere. The building that spanned dozens of miles in the distance was the location of base number 9, which was covered by an invisible barrier. Because a base had just been destroyed, the atmosphere here was also very tense at this time, and everywhere was on high alert. There was a sentry every few steps, and there were teams of mechanical puppets patrolling back and forth. Even the war puppets that rarely showed up were mobilized and stood around the base. There were also teams of flying puppets whizzing past the base, and hundreds of star domain motherships were floating above the base. Not only that, Su Fan could clearly feel the extremely powerful aura inside the base, and his intuition told him that there was an even more powerful existence hidden in the deepest part of the base. With such a large scale of guards, Su Fan knew that he definitely had no chance, so he just squinted here with peace of mind. As long as he was willing to be an inconspicuous little transparent, no one would pay attention to a low-level foundation building cultivator. Su Fan and others did not enter base number 9, but were taken to a nearby stronghold, which used to be a valley. There was a spiritual vein here, which was later transformed by the Sulan people and has now become a large-scale stronghold. The security near the valley was still very grim. Su Fan and others went through several tedious inspections before they successfully entered the valley. Now the cliffs on both sides of the valley have been completely hollowed out, and it is said that they extend all the way to the mountain. There is also a small airport in the valley, which can only berth several large airships at a time. At this moment, a huge airship is parked at the airport. A large number of cultivators from the Yunmang Star region were driven down from the flying boat like livestock, and then they were driven into a cave on the side of the cliff. Su Fan frowned and looked at the densely packed Yunmang Star region cultivators. After all, they were of the same race and species. It was impossible for him not to be touched when he saw the human cultivators being driven like livestock. He looked at these people calmly, and couldn't help but wonder again, what was the purpose of the Sulan people capturing so many Yunmang cultivators? Could it be that they were asked to come here to do hard labor? But Su Fan immediately gave up this idea. The Sulan people are very skilled in refining puppets, and their manufacturing technology is also very advanced, so most of the work is done by puppets. The captives of the Yunmang Star region are not as efficient as puppets, and they have to be fed. It would be better to kill them all directly. And the Sulan people have always done this. Not only the Sulan people, but also the Yunmang Star region, did not leave any survivors of the Sulan Star region. Anyway, no one laughs at anyone, this is the rule of the world of cultivation. If they were all human, it would be okay. Even if they fought to the death, they could at least survive if they surrendered. Once they fell into the hands of aliens, they would have no choice but to die. Because the personnel in the base were very short, Su Fan and his team were assigned a task as soon as they arrived at the base, which was to be responsible for the guarding of the base. Su Fan and his team were assigned to a small team and had to stick to their posts every day. Although he wanted to go inside the mountain, This base was not big, but it was guarded by several Yuanjing. Su Fan decided to suppress his curiosity and stay here for a while. Anyway, as long as he stayed in this valley, he would sooner or later know the purpose of the Sulan people holding these human monks here. For the next 10 days, Su Fan stayed in the valley base, working at his post during the day and returning to the dormitory to rest at night. The conditions here were average, with several people squeezed into the dormitory and the food was so-so. Because there was no private space, Su Fan could not return to the portable secret realm, and could only go back and forth between his post and dormitory every day like other Sulan monks. Fortunately, he had stored a lot of food in his ring. Although the food here was average, he couldn't let himself go. That evening, Su Fan had been at his post for a day and returned to the dormitory as usual. His roommates gathered together to chat as usual. He greeted a few people and lay down in front of his window. Su Fan was usually like this, and he hardly mixed with them. Everyone was used to his temper, so no one invited him over. My family told me yesterday that we want to form an alliance with the Yagu Star region. What did you say? Why should we, Sulan, form an alliance with those brutal guys? If they come, it will be difficult to send them away. No, the situation on the battlefield has been reversed by us. What are you trying to reverse? It is said that this counterattack has used up most of our Sulan resources, but it has not shaken the foundation of the Yunmang people, Alice. We suffered too much loss in the early stage. Now we are fighting with our own foundation like the Yunmang people. It depends on who can't hold on first. Su Fan frowned after listening to their chat. I didn't expect that the Sulan Star region also sought external aid, and according to these people, the Yagu Star region is even more brutal than them. In the entire world of cultivation, there is actually a star region that is more brutal than the Sulan monks. What a fierce race that is. It seems that the Sulan Star region can't hold on any longer. Now they are about the same as the Yunmang Star region. It depends on who has more blood. It's just that I don't know what the Ghost Bone Star region is. Su Fan has never even heard of it. Just when he was confused, he heard that cold and indifferent voice again. The Ghost Bone Star region is very far away. It is the sphere of influence of the Ghost Clan. They are a more barbaric and violent race than the Sulan people. The other party laughed when he said this. If the Sulan people form an alliance with the Ghost Clan, it will be their own destruction. By the way, the Ghost Clan likes fresh flesh and blood. Su Fan couldn't help but feel horrified when he heard it. He immediately guessed why there were so many captives of the Yunmang monks in the base. He was sweating profusely on his back. No wonder the Sulan people left so many Yunmang Star region monks alive. This is to prepare rations for the Ghost Clan. Chapter 531. How could this guy help him for nothing? When Su Fan thought of the final fate of tens of thousands of Yunmang Star domain cultivators, he felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. Although he was indifferent by nature and never cared about the life and death of others, they were of the same race after all. He watched so many human cultivators being eaten by aliens, and he still couldn't suppress his anger. He took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Unfortunately, at this time, Su Fan was really powerless. If he was alone, it would be okay to cause some damage, but it would be a bit far-fetched to ask him to rescue tens of thousands of human cultivators in Yunmang Star domain. Don't forget that there is also a god-transforming heavenly venerable sitting in base number 9. Although this base is quite far from the base, for the old monster of god transforming, it only takes a blink of an eye to get there. And there are so many Yuanjing, even if Su Fan has the ability to reach the sky, it will be useless. But if he had to watch these human monks being eaten alive by aliens, he would feel unwilling. Su Fan believed that he could not do what Confucianism advocated in his previous life, that is, sacrificing one's life for the sake of justice. Although Su Fan admired such people very much, he was not so noble, and it was impossible for him to sacrifice himself for justice. He would never do it in his life. Su Fan let out a long breath. Although he was unwilling, he finally gave up this unrealistic idea. I can help you. At this time, the cold and indifferent voice came to his ears again, which made Su Fan shudder. Could this guy be a worm in his stomach, and he actually knew what he was thinking, which was too scary. What do you want to help me with? He. Help you save those people. Save them. I still want to live a few more years. Why should I save them? What do those people have to do with me? I can help you lead away that god of transformation. Su Fan was amused after hearing what the other party said. You want to help me lead away that god of transformation? You are too boastful. That is a god of transformation. How do you lead him away? Don't worry about it. If I help you, you have to agree to a few conditions. Su Fan knew that this guy would never help him for nothing. What conditions? Help me perform 3 blood sacrifices, and they must be on the same scale as last time. You are so bold. A blood sacrifice on the scale of last time is definitely a rare opportunity. You actually want to do it 3 more times, and you think it's not loud enough. When Su Fan was hesitating, the other party spoke again. As long as you promise to help me complete 3 blood sacrifices, I can help you. Su Fan's mind was alive. This incarnation of the witch god is very powerful, and his methods are very treacherous and unpredictable. With his help, there is hope. And if there is 1 or 2 more blood sacrifices, he can break through to the late giant in great perfection. Although Su Fan is only 1 step away from the late giant in great perfection, if he practices normally, it will take decades of hard work. Although Su Fan became the other party's human flesh altar, which made him very unhappy, it was not without benefits. At least when he used the evil method blood mist, there were no more side effects in the past. Of course, even if Su Fan was tempted, he would definitely not agree immediately. Because the other party seemed to attach great importance to this blood sacrifice. In this case, he was certainly not in a hurry and pretended to be hesitant. As expected by Su Fan, seeing that he hesitated, the other party began to continue to bewitch him. Don't worry, I will share weal and woe with you now, and I will not harm you. Seeing that Su Fan was still unmoved, the other party continued, if you help me with a blood sacrifice 3 times, I will give you a rare opportunity. I was waiting for you to say this. If you want me to work in vain, don't even think about it. Even if you help me lead away that Tuoshan Xianzhen, there are still many Yuanyingzhenjin in the base and stronghold, and I am still powerless. You sneak into the area where those Yuanyingzhenjin are, I will set up a witch formation there to trap several Yuanyingzhenjin for a few breaths, and when you kill them, I will lead that Tuoshan Xianzhen away, and then it's up to you. There are still many Yuanyingzhenjin in base number 9, I can't deal with them at all. As long as those Yuanyingzhenjin break into the witch formation, you have a chance to kill them, but the witch formation needs the blood of the cultivator to maintain it. The richer the blood, the greater the power of the witch formation. Now Su Fan understood that the witch formation set up by the other party was obviously a trap prepared for the Yuanying cultivators in the Sulan Star region. But even so, the other party's plan seemed unreliable no matter how you looked at it. The difficulty of this brother's plan is like taking the head of a general in the midst of thousands of troops. Even if there is a problem in one link, it is bound to lose everything. But seeing this guy's confident look, Su Fan did not doubt his strength. Because since this witch god's clone experienced the last blood sacrifice, his current strength is definitely stronger than he imagined. Okay, I promise you, at midnight, the moonlight was like water, like thin smoke, and it seemed to be connected with a starry sky, hazy and peaceful. The moon rose to the dome, and the stars in the sky were like a pair of cold eyes, looking down at the earth mercilessly. I saw a thin mist, under the cover of the dark night, slowly spreading to the depths of the stronghold. The mist has almost completely merged with the night, and people can't see any clues at all. Su Fan controlled the mist to the outside of a building, and then lifted the mist body. He found Rosa's figure, who had been standing beside him at some point. She looked at Su Fan expressionlessly, stretched out her right hand, made a strange and weird finger gesture, and then swung it violently. Su Fan felt that the blood in his body was sucked out of his body, and he lost nearly 30% of his blood in an instant. Damn! Before Su Fan could get angry, a cold and indifferent voice came to his ears. I can only borrow some of your blood temporarily to set up the witch formation. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Anyway, the blood in his body has been sucked out. Can he suck it back again? The possessed Rosa began to wave her hands constantly at this moment, and the rich blood began to spread around. Buzz, with a dull humming sound, a blood-colored magic formation suddenly appeared in a radius of more than 100 feet with Su Fan as the center, and instantly enveloped several small courtyards around it. At this time, several extremely powerful auras suddenly rushed over from several nearby courtyards, and came to Su Fan in an instant. But before the several Yuanyingzhenjins could react, they all blacked out and temporarily fell into a state of confusion. Do it. After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan instantly launched the Thunder Ghost Step, and flashed around several Yuanyingzhenjin several times in succession. Corrupted Bone Poison Mist, 9 Strength Bone Transforming Hand, 9 Strength Bone Transforming Hand, Su Fan's operation was as fierce as a tiger, and in the blink of an eye, he killed several Yuanying's Henjin on the spot. At this time, he suddenly felt an overwhelming terrifying aura rolling towards here from a distance. Hurry up and swallow their blood. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and the blood of several Yuanying's Henjin corpses was instantly sucked out by him. Boom! The blood-colored altar with Su Fan as the center instantly emitted a dazzling blood-colored light, and the area of the altar quickly expanded to more than 1,000 feet in radius. I'm leaving, it's up to you here. As soon as the other party finished speaking, he instantly disappeared from the spot, and then he felt that the aura of this guy had changed, becoming frightening. Even though this guy was already dozens of miles away, Su Fan still felt like he was being oppressed and couldn't breathe. Then, the god of transformation and base number 9 chased after them with a roar. The two disappeared in the blink of an eye. I'm afraid they are now thousands of miles away. At this time, dozens of giant monks in the stronghold also rushed here from all directions and stepped into the witch formation. The witch formation set up by the witch god's clone with his body as the center of the formation. Even the Yuanying's Henjin was fooled, let alone a group of giant monks, whose eyes became dull. Su Fan certainly would not show mercy, and killed all these giant monks in a few seconds. His eyes condensed fiercely, and in an instant he swallowed up the blood of dozens of giant monks. At this time, the blood-colored runes all over his body emitted a dazzling light. The witch formation originally centered on him has changed from more than 100 feet to several hundred feet. Looking at the blood-colored witch formation around him, Su Fan always felt that this witch formation was too small. Bone-corroding poisonous fog, his eyes condensed, and he raised his hands and opened them to both sides. Suddenly, a boundless thick poisonous fog appeared around him, which quickly spread in all directions and soon enveloped the entire valley. The poison that had been nurtured in the eye of 10,000 poisons for tens of thousands of years, and then repeatedly purified by the Dao seed in Su Fan's body, was now so toxic that even the Yuanying's Henjin could not withstand it. Although the bone-corroding poisonous fog that Su Fan cast had been deliberately enlarged by him, the poison had been diluted a lot, but it was more than enough to deal with the foundation building and key training monks in the stronghold. Wherever the poisonous fog passed, countless Sulan monks who were still sleeping in the valley were corroded beyond recognition, and then turned into pale skeletons. At this moment, the entire valley was shrouded in a thick blood mist. The witch formation centered on Su Fan also became larger and larger. And finally the entire valley became part of the witch formation. At this time, in the number 9 base in the distance, there were more than 10 extremely powerful auras, crushing here layer by layer like a tidal wave. Although the poisonous fog was raging in the valley and the air was filled with boundless blood, it was a completely different scene outside the witch formation. It must be said that this witch formation was indeed strange and unpredictable. Even the Yuanying's Henjin could not see through the existence of the formation. The two Yuanying's Henjins from the Sulan Star region were the first to rush outside the valley. They plunged into the witch formation without thinking. Then, one by one, the Yuanying's Henjins who came from base number 9 rushed into the valley. As the blood in the valley became more and more dense, the power of the witch formation became stronger and stronger. The dozen Yuanying's Henjins who came from base number 9 were all inexplicably caught. Not only that, the large number of giant monks who followed closely did not escape this disaster and fell into the witch formation one after another. Until everything calmed down, Su Fan looked at the corpses of the Sulan monks spread on the ground, then slapped the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist and summoned Sister Zhen and Yaksha. Go and release those monks from the Yunmang Star region. At this moment, in a cell inside the mountains on both sides of the valley, Luo Bing and several junior brothers from the sect have been imprisoned here for more than 10 days. The Sulan people were extremely cruel to their captives. They stuffed all of them into stone houses one by one. Often hundreds of people were crowded into stone houses of dozens of square meters, and there was not even enough room to lie down. They lived in endless fear every day, hoping that someone could rescue them from the sea of suffering. Luo Bing and others did not know their miserable fate. If they knew that they would become food for the ghost tribe, they would probably have committed suicide here long ago. Senior sister, do you think someone will come to save us? After listening to the words of a junior brother next to her, Luo Bing sighed inwardly. Now, dozens of cities including Chishu City have been abandoned by the Yunmang Star region, and the main force has been retracted to re-establish a new line of defense. At this time, who would come to save them? But of course she would not say so, she could only smile in comfort. Don't worry, The sect will definitely not abandon us." After Luo Bing finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in her mind. "I don't know if this guy can escape the pursuit of the Sulan people. I hope he is safe. Although I already know that Su Fan is a substitute, he is an undercover disguised as a sect disciple, but I don't know why his shadow always appears in my mind during this period. Maybe the person who made me fall in love at that time in Kuncha City was actually him." Luo Bing shook her head and tried to drive out the figure in her mind, but after a while, the other party's shadow occupied her heart again. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. Why should she lie to herself? Anyway, she has fallen to this point. I don't know if I can get out alive. Why bother about these things? So Luo Bing began to recall the scene when the two were together, and she couldn't help but become obsessed with it. Ghost soldiers. Where did the ghost soldiers come from? It opened a prison door. At this time, a young man monk at the door of the stone house suddenly shouted loudly, and he was so excited that his voice was hoarse. The people in the stone house heard it and immediately became confused. When they saw the prison door open from the outside, they began to run out frantically. Luo Bing was also confused. Seeing that everyone in the stone house was running outside, she also pulled up the key training junior brother next to her and followed everyone to escape from the stone house cell. It was not until she pulled the junior brother out of the stone house that she saw countless ghost soldiers and ghost generals floating in the wide corridor outside. Countless Yanmang monks who escaped from the stone house cell were running out like crazy. Luo Bing pulled the junior brother and ran outside. The junior brother was tripped by something and fell to the ground with a snap. Luo Bing hurriedly helped him up, turned around and saw that it was a pale skeleton that tripped the junior brother. She hurriedly pulled the junior brother and ran away. When they ran out of the mountain and came to the valley, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. The valley was full of pale skeletons, and even the surrounding buildings seemed to be corroded by layer. At this moment, the whole valley was extremely silent, and there was a strange atmosphere in the air. Even if a needle fell to the ground, it could be heard clearly. Everyone listen, have you seen the flying boat of the Sulan people? You should take this flying boat and escape from here immediately. The Sulan people are coming soon. After hearing Su Fan's words, the Yunmang monks gathered in the valley raised their heads and saw a huge flying monster floating in the air. A man in a black robe was standing on the magic boat, looking down at them calmly. Luo Bing also saw Su Fan, although he was wearing a white hood that covered most of his face, making it difficult to see his face. But she still recognized Su Fan at a glance, and tears of excitement flowed down her face. Thank you for saving my life. Thank you for saving me. I will definitely remember your great kindness. Countless monks from the Yunmang Star Field paid homage to Su Fan, and some simply knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Looking at these Yunmang monks in the valley, Su Fan was somewhat amused. Don't stay here, leave quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, a Yunmang monk suddenly shouted. I don't know if you can tell me your name, senior. Hearing his shout, the valley suddenly became quiet. Su Fan was amused. He thought about it. Anyway, no one in the Yunmang monks knew who he was. I saved so many of you, so I have to leave a name. Damn, when I went to the Yunmang Star region to report the news, no one in the Yunmang Star region looked at him straight. This is why I saved so many of you. Let's see if you can give me an explanation at that time. Thinking of this, Su Fan said loudly, King Kwang Star region, Su Fan. After hearing Su Fan's words, all the Yunmang monks in the valley were confused. How could they know King Kwang Star region? But at this time, they didn't have time to care about these things. They bowed to Su Fan again and ran to the airport at the end of the valley. There were 2 large flying boats docked at the airport at this time. Although it was a bit crowded to accommodate tens of thousands of people, it was still able to take all these people away. Luo Bing looked at Su Fan standing on the back of the ghost crow with fascination. She wiped her eyes, then pulled up the little junior brother next to her and ran to the airport. Maybe he had forgotten about her a long time ago, so it was better not to go up and say hello. He was holding the hand of the little junior brother and running towards the airport, when he saw a ghost suddenly appear in the air around him. Before she could react, she was swept up into the air. Luo Bing was so scared that she screamed loudly, but she immediately felt that she had landed in a place. When she recovered, she found that she had come to the back of the ghost crow. The man was standing there, looking at her with a smile. Chapter 532 Ghost Tribe. Although the valley was full of cultivators from the Yunmang Star region, Su Fan still sensed Luo Bing's presence. He originally thought that this little girl would say hello to him, but who would have thought that she would want to leave without saying anything? When he saw that the little girl's flying boat fleet was dispersed, he was worried about her, but he couldn't go to rescue her at that time. So when he saw Luo Bing, he was still very happy. "Why don't you even say hello to me when you see me?" After hearing Su Fan's words, Luo Bing hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Senior, I am very grateful for saving my life. This girl is also very stubborn. Although she looks respectful, she may still blame herself in her heart." In fact, Su Fan thought too much. Luo Bing was very nervous at this time. Especially when she was just thinking about this person, she was suddenly swept over by him. She felt like she was caught doing something bad. Su Fan turned his head and looked at the airport in the distance. Those young man cultivators had almost boarded the boat. "Are you going with them, or are you going back to the main base with me?" Luo Bing thought for a moment and said, "I'd better take the flying boat. There are still many junior brothers there who need my care." Su Fan didn't say anything. He nodded from Yaksha. Luo Bing felt that she was rolled up again, and in a flash she was standing under a flying boat. A group of junior brothers and sisters from the sect were waiting for her here, and when they saw her coming back, they quickly surrounded her. Luo Bing chatted with them for a few words, turned her head to look at Su Fan floating in the air, and then followed a group of junior brothers and sisters to board the flying boat. Until the two large flying boats slowly took off and disappeared into the dark night. Base number 9 is already at the forefront of the control area of the Sulan Star region, and it will take about 10 days to reach the control area of the Yunmang Star region. Su Fan drove the Ghost Crow to base number 9, took out the magic sword from the ring, and easily passed through the invisible barrier outside the base. Because the people who had just gone to the valley were all Yuanying's and Jinden cultivators, the low-level cultivators in the base had no idea what was happening outside. Su Fan slapped the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist and summoned Sister Zhen, Yaksha and Ghost Crow. "Sister Zhen, go to the control hall of the base. Yaksha, go to the teleportation hall, completely destroy these two places, and then kill all the Sulan people in the base." After hearing his words, the two Ghost Kings quickly turned into a black smoke and whistled away. Su Fan controlled the Ghost Crow to rush into the sky and flew to the space gate of base number 9. He took out a magic sword from the ring, then jumped up from the mountain behind the Ghost Crow, wielded the magic sword, and slashed it fiercely. With a violent roar, the space gate of base number 9 was completely destroyed. The Sulan people in the base were immediately in chaos, especially the area near the space gate. Many people were caught in the chaotic space turbulence in their sleep. Then, Sister Zhen and Yaksha, who destroyed the control room in the transmission hall of the base, sent out countless ghost soldiers and generals to slaughter the Sulan people in the base. In the early morning, a huge blood-red light column shot up from base number 9. All the Sulan people within a radius of 10,000 miles saw this blood-red light column, and the admonition monks of the Sulan star field came from all directions. When they arrived at base number 9, they found that the entire base had been completely destroyed, with ruins and piles of bones everywhere, like the end of the world. And Su Fan had already driven the Ghost Crow away. At this time, he had disguised himself as a Sulan monk, and was running desperately to the distance with a group of Sulan people who escaped from base number 9. It was not until they met the Sulan monks who came to rescue that they felt at ease. At this moment, dozens of Yuanying's engine from the Sulan star field who came from all over the place were gathered around the two incarnations of Xianzhen, floating above the valley stronghold. The leading one, the god of transformation, looked at the remaining breath in the valley. "It is indeed the blood sacrifice formation of the Wu sect. It seems that Guy has appeared again." The god of transformation beside him nodded and said, "Look at the scale of this Wu formation. It actually covers this stronghold." "How did he do it?" The old monster of the god of transformation in the lead shook his head. "I am also thinking about this matter. I always feel that something is wrong. Let's ask Brother Such-A when he comes back." As soon as he finished speaking, an old man suddenly appeared beside him. "Brother Such-A, what is going on?" Looking at the miserable situation in the valley, Such-A smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Brother Shang, I went to chase a god of transformation from the Wu sect. I chased him for more than 100,000 miles, but he still ran away." Shang pointed to the valley below and said in a deep voice, "Then what is going on here in base number 9? After listening to Shang's words, Such-A shook his head. "When I left, everything was fine here. It must be his helper," Shang said with a gloomy face. Even if this witch formation is extremely powerful, it can kill more than 10 Yuanying and more than 100 giant cultivators. It means that his helper is at least a Yuanying early-stage cultivator. Everyone nodded in agreement. They would never believe that the person who did all this was just a giant cultivator. In the evening, Su Fan walked down from a flying boat with a group of Sulan cultivators who escaped from base number 9. They were sent to a stronghold and settled down. After 2 bases were destroyed in succession, the Sulan star field obviously increased its vigilance. Su Fan entered the dormitory and fell asleep like everyone else. These Sulan people who escaped by chance are still in fear until now. They were worried all the way and almost didn't sleep all night. At midnight, Su Fan quietly got up and came to a secluded place outside the courtyard. He activated an isolation talisman, took off the communication array from his waist, and sent a message to Dongming Demon Lord. After a while, Dongming Old Monster replied. What's the matter? I heard a piece of news that the Sulan Star region is going to form an alliance with a ghost clan of the Yaogu Star region. Is this true? Su Fan heard the urgency in Dongming Demon Lord's voice, and he quickly told him about how he had saved tens of thousands of Yunmang monks. Dongming Demon Lord was silent for a while, and then replied with a message. I know. After the other party finished speaking, he cut off the communication between the two sides. It can be seen that this news surprised the old monster. Su Fan put away the communication array talisman and couldn't help but sigh. It is estimated that the Yunmang Star region has known this news for a long time, but it just didn't tell the Qingquan Star region. In this way, the situation of this Star region war has become complicated. If the ghost clan of the Yaogu Star region is really as brutal as the witch god clone said, the nearby star regions will definitely not sit idly by. Thinking of this, Su Fan sighed. This star war is getting more and more chaotic. Several star regions have been involved. They will not stop until 100 years. Su Fan did not return to the dormitory, but strolled in the courtyard. The witch god clone who possessed Luosha has not returned until now, and no one knows what happened to him. Su Fan is not worried about the witch god clone. He is afraid that Luosha will get into trouble. This girl was possessed without knowing what happened. What if something happened? Just as he was thinking about it, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly came to his ears. I'm back. What the hell? When did this guy come back? When you were sleeping, I had already returned to the secret realm. Fuck. It seems that after another blood sacrifice, this guy's strength has recovered a lot. I promised you 3 blood sacrifices, and there are 2 left. Su Fan's meaning is very simple. I have already done what I promised you. You have to give him some benefits. Don't even think about drawing big cakes for him. Don't worry, I'll keep my promise, just your words. This guy's identity shouldn't be enough to fool him. Seeing that Luosha was fine, Su Fan also breathed a sigh of relief, and then returned to the dormitory, lying on the bunk and fell asleep. He slept soundly until the evening of the next day, when he woke up. Several people in the same room had already gotten up and were gathering together to chat. I heard that we are going to be sent to the front line. Why? We escaped so hard. It is said that many bases are now transferring personnel to the front line. I thought I survived this disaster, but I didn't expect to go to the front line again. Su Fan listened to the conversation of several people and couldn't help but get excited. If he was sent to the front line, he would have the opportunity to return to the control of the Yunmang Star region. It was too dangerous to disguise himself as a Sulan person and hide behind the enemy. If he was targeted by a high-level cultivator in the Sulan Star region one day, he would be finished. A few days later, Su Fan and others were really sent to the front line. They were assigned to a team and then took a flying boat to a huge base on the front line. As soon as the flying boat entered the base, the tense atmosphere made everyone nervous. Su Fan followed everyone down from the flying boat and saw that the huge airport was extremely busy. Countless huge flying boats took off and landed repeatedly, constantly sending a large number of monks from the Sulan Star field to the front line. He could clearly feel an extremely depressing atmosphere, and the expressions of everyone around him were very solemn. It seems that the Yunmang Star field has stabilized the defense line, and the main force they mobilized has rushed to the Donggate Star field, which also put great pressure on the Sulan people. In order to launch this counterattack, the Sulan people almost mobilized all their resources. Although they achieved considerable results, they were really unable to fight. There was no way. At the beginning of the war, the Sulan Star field lost most of its elite areas in various planes. Although the front line was stabilized by shrinking the force, A sharp counterattack was launched, which reversed the situation on the battlefield in one fell swoop. But it also exhausted the resources of the Sulan Star region. While the Yunmang Star region had not been damaged, so all kinds of materials could be continuously sent to the front line through the space gate, and even since the war began, there has been no general mobilization. This is also the reason why the Sulan Star region sought foreign aid, knowing that the alliance with the Yelgu Star region was tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. But now that the Sulan people have been forced to this point, they still care about those things, which is better than being driven out of the Donggate Star region by the Yunmang people. The Sulan people, a race that relies on plundering resources from other star regions to maintain their huge spiritual energy needs, will fall into a irreversible situation once they fail. Let alone failure, they can't stand the stalemate with the Yunmang Star region like now. Look, who are those people? At this time, the shout of a person next to him pulled Su Fan out of his chaotic thoughts. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the man's finger and saw a very strange-shaped flying boat moored in the airport. This was a flying boat that Su Fan had never seen before. The entire flying boat was several hundred feet long and looked a bit like a terrifying demon claw. The boat was covered with hideous bone spurs. At this moment, several demons several feet tall were walking down from the strange flying boat. No, these people are not demons. Now Su Fan had the essence of high-level demon blood, so he quickly felt a breath of this strange race and concluded that they were definitely not demons. I know who they are the ghosts. Why are these brutal guys here? Have we formed an alliance with the Ghost Bone Star region? My family said that we Sulan had a war with them. Listening to the discussions of several people around him, Su Fan suddenly became alert and began to carefully look at these ghosts. Each ghost was several feet tall and unusually sturdy, with wrinkled heads that vaguely looked like humans. A bloody mouth full of layers of jagged fangs, like a meat grinder, glowed coldly, and the bulging eyes revealed a violent and bloodthirsty aura. The whole body was covered with pitch-black scales, and mucus flowed from the gaps between the scales and kept dripping down. The mucus dripped down and immediately corroded a small pit on the ground, making a creepy sizzling sound. Although they looked a bit like the demons, Su Fan could clearly feel a strong aura from these ghosts. His intuition told him that these ghosts were definitely not as simple as they looked. The appearance of more than a dozen ghosts immediately caused a sensation in the airport. Countless Sulan monks gathered around to watch the excitement, pointing and talking about them. Wua! A ghost monk suddenly turned his head and roared at a group of Sulan people who were surrounding him. This shout seemed to have created a violent hurricane out of nowhere, blowing hundreds of Sulan monks across from him into the air, and they all fell into the crowd behind them in a panic. The Sulan people who were not affected by the violent hurricane were also shocked by this shout, and their eyes went dark, and they all became dazed. The ghost monk who was walking in the front turned around and shouted loudly, and the ghost monk who activated the magical power turned around and caught up with the team. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533 I Knew You Were Not That Kind. The hot-tempered ghost tribe member had just walked back to the team when he saw several mechanical puppets several feet higher rushing over from a distance. It should be that a cultivator from the Sulan star field was angry when he saw his fellow tribe members suffer a loss, so he controlled several mechanical puppets to rush over to ask for an explanation. The ghost tribe cultivator who had already returned to the team saw several mechanical puppets rushing over, and immediately pounded his chest excitedly, then roared to meet them. The airport was immediately in chaos, and the Sulan cultivators made way for several mechanical puppets. The ghost tribe cultivator who was in the lead did not stop them. Instead, he and a group of fellow tribe members watched the excitement with great interest. At this time, the Sulan cultivators in the airport had already made room for both sides, and shouted excitedly beside them. The several mechanical puppets of the Sulan people were obviously larger, but the ghost tribe cultivator was not afraid at all. He opened his ferocious mouth and roared fiercely. Ouch! Everyone around subconsciously covered their ears, fearing that the other party's roar would affect their souls. However, the magical power launched by the ghost monk this time was not to attack the soul, but to spray a large amount of saliva. The disgusting saliva turned into dense water droplets, which sprinkled on the bodies of several mechanical puppets. The disgusting saliva of the ghost monk instantly broke the protective shields of several mechanical puppets and dripped onto the puppets. Hiss, hiss, those dense drops of saliva corroded several mechanical puppets several feet high at a speed visible to the naked eye. The several mechanical puppets that were originally whistling and rushing over fell to the ground one after another, and in just a moment, they were motionless. The many Sulan monks who were watching nearby were all stunned by the shock. These Sulan monks never dreamed that their proud mechanical puppets would be knocked down by the saliva of this ghost clan. Su Fan could not help but frown. The strength of this ghost clan monk was indeed unfathomable. The ghost clan monk's magical power was very powerful, but what shocked him even more was the opponent's fighting consciousness. From the opponent's every move, it can be seen that he must be a master who has fought many battles. Moreover, the body of this ghost clan monk was extremely strong and sturdy. At a glance, he was extremely powerful, and he was agile and good at close combat. Anyway, he was not easy to deal with. He knew in his heart that even if this ghost clan did not use this magical power, he could still easily knock down these mechanical puppets. It seems that the strength of the ghost clan monks should never be underestimated. At this time, the ghost clan monk who was in the lead roared again, summoned his fellow clansmen back, and then left the airport. It was not until the figures of the ghost tribe monks completely disappeared that the Sulan monks on the airport started to talk like a boiling pot. No wonder I heard people say that the ghost tribe is good at defeating us Sulan people. It's better to avoid provoking these guys in the future. I heard from my family that we were always at a disadvantage when we fought with a ghost tribe in the past. Bring these guys here, and after we defeat the Yunmang people, they won't bite us back. Listening to the discussion of the Sulan monks, Su Fan almost laughed out loud. He never thought that the Sulan people, who swept across countless star fields, would be so cowardly. And it can be foreseen in the future that once the ghost tribe helps the Sulan people defeat the Yunmang star field, the end of the Sulan people will definitely not be too good. Although the two sides were just fighting for their wills just now, and they could not see the true strength of the ghost tribe at all, his intuition told him that these guys were not easy to mess with. Once this group of brutal guys enter the Donggate star field, it will definitely be an unprecedented catastrophe for the surrounding star fields. Su Fan was a little worried. He followed everyone to a station. At this moment, the base was already full of Sulan monks who were transferred from the rear, and the atmosphere of the entire base was extremely depressing. It seems that the Yunmang star field has stabilized the front line and will organize a counterattack next. The Yunmang star field must have seen the weakness of the Sulan people, that is, various resources have been unable to keep up, and they certainly will not let the Sulan people get a chance to breathe. Su Fan and others were settled in a hall. This hall was a temporary place. It was full of hundreds of Sulan people, which seemed very crowded. He found his own bunk, lay down on it and began to sleep soundly. When Su Fan was sleeping soundly, he was suddenly awakened by a series of loud noises. He sat up suddenly on the bunk and found that the Sulan people around him were also confused. The Yunmang people are attacking, everyone get up. This base is still some distance away from the front line, but who would have thought that the cultivators from the Yunmang star region would attack here, which also made many Sulan cultivators panic. Su Fan followed a group of Sulan people and ran out of the hall, and found that everything outside was in chaos. Those who had just arrived yesterday had not yet been assigned positions, so they didn't know what to do for a while, and could only run around with the crowd like headless flies. Later, a few giant cultivators finally came, and then they took Su Fan and others to a warehouse in the base, and assigned each of them a war puppet hundreds of feet high. Su Fan climbed onto the puppet's control cabin. Although it was the first time to tinker with this thing, after all, he had studied the puppetry of the Sulan star region for so long, and he had also controlled the war puppets of the Yunmang star region before, so he mastered it in a short while. Everyone pay attention, follow me. With a shout of a giant cultivator, everyone activated the war puppet and followed him to the periphery of the base. At this moment, a group of high-level monks were fighting fiercely above the base. The invisible barrier covering the entire base was also attacked, shaking constantly, and becoming increasingly dim. Su Fan was also a little confused. Is the Yunmang star domain so powerful? Not only did they break through the defense line of the Sulan people, but they also killed all the way here. How did they do it? In fact, the tactics of the Yunmang star domain are very simple, that is, to concentrate all the Huashan Xianzan and launch a surprise attack at several points of the Sulan people's defense line. No matter how strong the defense line of the Sulan people is, It can't withstand the attack of a group of Huashan old monsters. After breaking through the defense line of the Sulan people, a group of Huashan Xianzan from the Yunmang Star domain rushed to the back of the Sulan people without caring about anything else. Behind them were also a group of Yuanying Zhenjin. After this group of old monsters broke through the defense line of the Sulan people, they began to attack and destroy the back of the Sulan people, which immediately caused great chaos in the back of the Sulan people. The rear of the Sulan people was in chaos, and the Sulan monks stationed on the front line also became turbulent. As more and more Yunmang monks poured in from those points, the entire defense line of the Sulan people collapsed immediately. Especially the commandos organized by the old monsters in the Yunmang Star region rushed all the way to the rear of the Sulan people. If they let go and attacked wantonly, who could resist it? It has to be said that the monks in the Yunmang Star region are indeed a bit unethical. But it is undeniable that the old monsters of the Yunmang monks are really fierce. This group of people are a group of lunatics. From the first raid on the Sulan Star region, they rushed to the front. Faced with a Yunmang Star region that did not play by the rules, the Sulan people were completely stunned. Now the entire defense line has collapsed, and even the rear of the defense line is in complete chaos. Many bases that have not been attacked have also retreated across the board. How could Su Fan know this? He drove a war puppet that was more than 100 feet high, and followed a giant monk in front of him to the periphery of the base. Something is wrong. At this time, a cold and indifferent voice came to Su Fan's ears. He was immediately frightened when he heard it. It was not an ordinary crisis that could make this witch god clone feel the crisis. What's wrong? Stop quickly, don't go any further, what the hell? Although Su Fan was full of doubts, he still chose to believe the other party's judgment. He suddenly tripped, and with a bang, the war puppet over 100 feet high fell to the ground, stirring up endless smoke and dust. Fortunately, the few Sulan monks behind him were quick-witted and controlled the war puppet to jump up, so they didn't step on him. The giant monk who led the way in front saw the war puppet driven by Su Fan fall to the ground, and he was almost angry to death. Fix it quickly, and catch up as soon as possible, but at this time, he didn't have time to scold Su Fan. He left a word and rushed to the periphery of the base with others. What the hell, I'm going to run away now. Su Fan climbed out of the control cabin of the war puppet, then jumped to the ground, and with a wave of his hand, he put the war puppet, which was more than 100 feet tall, into a stored ring. He glanced at the direction where the others left, then turned around and was about to start teleporting. At this time, it is better not to follow these Sulan people to die. Even the witch god clone felt the danger. If he, a giant and cultivator, rushed over, he would still be in trouble. Boom boom, but before he could start teleporting, he heard a loud earth-shaking noise. The whole base shook violently for a few times, and everyone in the base was dizzy, and even some low-level key training cultivators were directly killed. Su Fan was not in a good situation either. His eyes went black, and his head was like a lump of paste, and he temporarily lost his mind. Wake up! At this time, a cold and indifferent voice sounded in his ears, like a thunderclap, which made him shudder and instantly wake up from his confused state. Even though he woke up, he was still dizzy, and his temples were in great pain, as if they were pierced by needles. He was numb. His consciousness was severely damaged, and he could not use the magical power of teleportation for the time being. Su Fan rubbed his head while running desperately towards the base. If he died in the hands of the monks of Yunmang Star Domain, he would be wronged. He staggered back and fell several times before he ran far. No, hide quickly. The voice that was always cold and indifferent suddenly became urgent. Su Fan's scalp was numb. Where could you ask him to hide at this time? Something that could make the witch god's clone nervous must be a big move that could destroy the world. Su Fan gritted his teeth, took out the Teo immortal clothes from the ring and put it on himself, hoping that this former immortal robe could help him. He took out another Jade talisman. This protective Jade talisman made from the fragments of the immortal weapon was the first time he used it. Su Fan used a trace of spiritual energy to activate the Jade talisman, and immediately propped up an invisible barrier around him. Finally, he took out a 5th-level protective fairy talisman and activated it without thinking. Another colorful spiritual shield enveloped him. Su Fan blessed himself with 3 5th-level protective means in one breath, but still felt it was not enough. His eyes focused, and he immediately activated his demonized body. His body instantly swelled to more than 10 feet, and his physical strength instantly increased by more than 10 times, allowing him to reach his best defensive state. In other words, the Tao immortal clothes was once the robe of the incarnation of Xianzhen. The formation of the immortal robe big and small Ruai is still there. If it is replaced with an ordinary robe, it will be torn apart. Be careful. Hearing a cry in his ear, Su Fan didn't think about it, hugged his head with both hands and squatted on the ground. Boom! He had just squatted down when he heard a loud noise, and then he felt a great force of heaven and earth like a tidal wave, whistling and rolling over him. Su Fan felt that he was flying up, and he didn't know how long he had been floating in the air before he fell heavily to the ground, and then he knew nothing. He didn't know how long it had passed before he slowly opened his eyes. Su Fan felt that there was no pain in his whole body. The Tao immortal clothes on his body was already tattered and could definitely not be used anymore. He removed his demonized body, restored his true human body, and then sat cross-legged on the ground. He took out the 7 absolute soul calming Dao pills, 3 ancient cause and effect demon pills and blue lotus rebirth immortal pills and other top-grade healing and soul-nourishing pills from both the immortal and demon paths from the ring, and stuffed them into his mouth. After a long time, until the effects of several top-grade pills were fully absorbed, his injuries were considered stable. Although several top-grade pills were effective, it was a pity that his injuries were too serious, and they only stabilized his injuries. Suddenly, Su Fan felt a warm current that made him feel very comfortable rushing into his body, slowly repairing his injuries. In a short while, he healed most of his soul. Just now, the Taoist Huishan Xianzhen took action. You are lucky to survive. No wonder. He added 3 5th level protective measures and activated a demon body, but he was still injured half to death. If it were another giant and cultivator, there would probably be not much bone left. Thank you, Senior, don't thank me. The base has been destroyed, and those old monsters have left. You should start a blood sacrifice immediately. Fuck. I knew you were not so kind, and you were waiting for me to start a blood sacrifice. Your injuries are quite serious now. If those old monsters from Sulan come back at this time, you can't escape even if you want to. Start a blood sacrifice. I can completely heal your injuries. Okay, since they said so, what else can he do? Su Fan struggled to stand up from the ground. He looked around. The originally bustling Sulan base was now lifeless. The entire base seemed to have been crushed by something, and almost everything was reduced to dust. The sky was filled with a strong bloody atmosphere. These were the corpses of hundreds of thousands of Sulan people. This blood sacrifice would cause a big disturbance. Chapter 534 I don't believe I can't kill you. Su Fan took a deep breath, then his eyes focused and he activated the evil method blood mist. Boom! Suddenly, blood flashed around him, and a terrifying blood-colored vortex formed in an instant, like a storm, suddenly rolling up. Bloodlines were like dense little snakes, pulled out from the piles of Sulan corpses, and gathered towards the blood-colored storm around Su Fan. The boundless blood energy that permeated the entire base was also swallowed up by this violent blood-colored hurricane. With Su Fan as the center, a blood-colored vortex with a radius of thousands of feet was formed, which was rolling fiercely, and countless bloodlines and blood energy were swallowed up. The blood of countless Sulan people was purified by the blood-colored vortex and then swallowed up by Su Fan's body. Such a huge amount of blood and energy poured into Su Fan's body like a tide, and his whole body was bulging, as if it would explode at any time. At this time, the warm current that made him feel extremely comfortable appeared again, pouring into his body from the top of his head. Su Fan, who was originally seriously injured, recovered almost in an instant, and his physical strength and soul strength were greatly improved. Moreover, his realm also broke through to the late stage of the Golden Core realm, which saved him decades of hard work. But even so, Su Fan's body was almost burst by the huge amount of blood and ki that poured into his body. Ah! Su Fan roared to the sky, and dense blood-colored runes appeared all over his body, emitting dazzling light. Boom! With a dull roar, a blood-colored altar formed in an instant within a radius of thousands of feet around Su Fan, and a thick scarlet light column shot up into the sky. The dazzling scarlet light column pierced the sky and pierced the dark sky. The originally dark sky and earth were illuminated like daylight. At this moment, the originally dark night sky has turned into vast and unfamiliar starry sky, as if it had crossed time and years and traveled to another space. Today, the base of the Sulan people has been completely enveloped by a violent blood-colored hurricane, and the huge blood-colored light column that shot up into the sky immediately attracted the attention of all the monks within a radius of 10,000 miles. Fortunately, many high-level monks who had just fought here have gone to nowhere, and even if someone sees them now, they dare not run over at this time. Moreover, the whole process of the blood sacrifice did not take long. In less than a moment, there was no trace of blood in the base of the Sulan people. At this time, the base had become lifeless, and there were piles of pale bones everywhere, which looked gloomy. Su Fan slapped the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist, summoned Sister Zhen and Yaksha, and asked them to collect all the floating ghosts in the base. Sister Zhen and Yaksha rushed into the base excitedly. They are now in the Ghost King realm, and the speed of collecting ghosts is very fast. The two Ghost Kings sent out a large number of ghost soldiers and ghost generals, and in a short while, they caught all the ghosts floating around the base. In such a short time, Sister Zhen did not forget to plunder a large amount of spoils. This money grubber is really unique. After collecting all the ghosts in the base, Su Fan drove the ghost crow and left the base, flying towards the mountains in the distance. At this time, the sky was slightly bright, and the mist in the mountains had not yet dissipated. Everything was shrouded in mist. Su Fan drove the ghost crow almost close to the ground, whistling and flying rapidly among the mountains. Suddenly, he felt a chill on the back of his head, and the hairs on his body stood up. Not good. Su Fan slapped the ghost crow fiercely. This thing and its master had already communicated with each other. With a fierce flap of its wings, its huge body instantly soared into the sky. Ouch! Almost at the same time, a terrifying roar sounded in the dense forest on the ground. Dense and smelly drops of liquid, like a torrential rain, covered Su Fan. Su Fan took out a 4th-level bone talisman from his ring, and crushed it with a snap. Instantly, a defensive shield was erected to cover himself and the ghost crow. Hiss, hiss, the defensive shield supported by the 4th-level protective bone talisman was corroded and riddled with holes in an instant, and then exploded. Su Fan frowned immediately. He already knew who had attacked him. He didn't expect that these guys could predict the crisis and escape from the base in advance. As soon as he thought about it, the ghost crow under him suddenly turned into a palm-sized bird, and whoosh got into the beast bag on his waist. Su Fan took out a huge 5th-level wild beast shell from his ring and blocked himself in front of him, which barely blocked the torrential disgusting drops. Even though the 1-meter-thick shell of the 5th-level wild beast was extremely hard, it was still corroded beyond recognition, with pits all over the shell. Fortunately, the shell of the 5th-level wild beast was thick enough, so it was not burned through by those disgusting drops, blocking this wave of disgusting drops. After avoiding this wave of sneak attacks, Su Fan immediately launched a counterattack. He kicked the shell that was dozens of feet in size with a fierce kick, and the heavy 5th-level wild beast's back shell fell from the air. Bang! The heavy 5th-level wild beast's back shell fell heavily into the dense forest on the ground, followed by a shrill scream. But what Su Fan didn't expect was that the guy who was hit by the 5th-level wild beast's back shell was not killed, but instead opened the huge and heavy shell in an instant. A huge figure several feet tall was seen, revealing its true face, which was the ghost tribe that Su Fan had seen at the base airport. The ghost monk was obviously hit hard. Half of his body, which was several feet high, seemed to collapse. He half knelt on the ground with his arms drooping. Swish! At this time, a sword light suddenly fell from the sky, carrying an extremely fierce murderous aura, and slashed at the ghost monk. At this time, the ghost monk had just exhausted his strength to open the huge shell of the 5th-level wild beast. Before he could catch his breath, he saw a sword light whistling towards him. This ghost monk was also a veteran. He knew that he could not dodge this sword. He stood up suddenly, and his huge and strong body shook violently, and he took the initiative to meet the sword with his injured shoulder. Puff! Su Fan's sword fiercely slashed into the ghost monk's shoulder. But what he didn't expect was that although this sword split the scales on the ghost monk's shoulder, it got stuck in his flesh. Now with his strength, even a Yuanying monk couldn't withstand this sword. The physical strength of this ghost cultivator was extremely strange. Just now, it shook, and all the muscles in its body shook violently, and it actually dissipated most of the power of Su Fan's sword. Fuck. How come this ghost cultivator is a bit like the human body cultivator? Moreover, the magic sword was stuck in the ghost's muscles. Su Fan pulled hard, but he couldn't pull it out in a hurry. But at this time, the ghost cultivator had already swung his left arm and smashed him down. Su Fan quickly let go of the magic sword, and a flash of lightning flashed on his body. He appeared behind the opponent and punched him hard. Bang! Su Fan's fist hit the ghost cultivator's back hard, and the huge figure several feet high was smashed away, breaking several towering trees, and then fell to the ground. And his punch also sent a gloomy and strange force into the opponent's body. But the ghost cultivator once again stunned him. Su Fan's 9-force bone transforming hand perfectly combined burning tiger collapse and stone smashing force. Even if a Yuaning's engine was hit by his punch, his bones would be broken into pieces. But the ghost cultivator on the opposite side looked like nothing had happened to him, and he even struggled to get up from the ground. Moreover, Su Fan's fist was also corroded by the smelly and disgusting body fluids oozing from the ghost cultivator, making a creepy hissing sound. His eyes condensed, and the Tao seed in his body spun violently. A hot breath surged out of the Tao seed, instantly burning away the smelly and disgusting body fluids on his fist. If he had not broken through the 5th level of the heavenly demon saint body art and achieved the 10,000 poisons body, his fist would definitely have been corroded by the body fluids oozing from the ghosts. Since Su Fan traveled through time, he has mainly used the body Tao secret technique to attack at close range. This was the first time he had encountered a situation like today. 2 of his strongest attacks failed to work, which made him cautious. Although this ghost cultivator was also a late giant and cultivator like him, he was very powerful and should not be underestimated. Ouch! Just as Su Fan was stunned, the ghost cultivator on the opposite side suddenly opened his ferocious mouth and roared at him. Su Fan felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and his soul was shaken. Fortunately, his soul was extremely strong and he woke up immediately. At this time, the opponent had already rushed up, with a violent and bloodthirsty breath in his eyes. It was estimated that the opponent wanted to take advantage of the moment when he was distracted and rush over to attack him at close range. This was exactly the same as him. If Su Fan's soul was not strong, he might have really fallen into its trap. His eyes condensed, and black thick veins like chopsticks suddenly overflowed from the cortex of his neck, crawling up and down like earthworms. In the blink of an eye, Su Fan's figure had expanded to more than 20 feet tall. The blood sacrifice just now allowed Su Fan to successfully break through to the late giant in great perfection, and he was only one step away from the Yuanying realm. He activated his demonic body again, and his figure finally broke through 20 feet, and his physical strength increased several times again, which was definitely a pervert among perverts. At this moment, the ghost monk who had rushed in front of him found that Su Fan had transformed into a super monster, and he was stunned at the time. But at this time, it was impossible to retreat. With a snap, Su Fan stretched out his thick demon arm and grabbed the ghost monk's neck. He lifted it up from the ground like a chicken, then lifted it high and smashed it to the ground. Bang! Bang! Facing the ghost monk who was several feet tall, Su Fan was like an adult bullying a child, taking turns to smash the ghost monk who was several feet tall to the ground. Damn it, I don't believe I can't kill you. After hitting it more than 100 times, Su Fan threw the ghost monk, who was like a puddle of mud, to the ground. He walked over and stepped on its neck. Something that surprised Su Fan happened again. He saw that the sword wound on the ghost monk's shoulder was recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is estimated that it may be restored to its original state in a moment or two. These ghost monks are too difficult to deal with. Not only are their bodies extremely strong, but their various magical powers are also very powerful. Even their recovery ability is like the Terminator in the movie of the previous life. Moreover, they can ooze out foul-smelling body fluids all over their bodies. Ordinary monks will be corroded miserably if they are even a little bit touched. If I hadn't activated the demon eye body, it would be difficult to kill this guy. Su Fan sneered. He bent down suddenly, and his 2 ferocious claws grasped the head of the ghost monk. Ah! He roared, and with a strong force of his arms, he twisted off the huge head of the ghost monk. Twist your head off, I'll see if you can die. Su Fan lifted up the head of the ghost monk, looked at its eyes that were still open, and the other party had completely lost his life. He sneered, and then threw the other party's head aside. Su Fan released his demonic body, held the magic sword inserted in the other party's shoulder with both hands, and pulled out the big sword with a strong force. Hurry up and swallow its blood, it will be good for you. What the hell? You actually let me swallow the blood of this ghost monk? This guy is too disgusting, he really can't eat it. Don't worry, the witch array on your body can help you purify any blood and eliminate all your evil thoughts. Su Fan still believed the words of this witch god clone. Although this guy usually talks nonsense, he still has something to say, and his knowledge is much better than his. Thinking of this, Su Fan's eyes condensed and he activated the evil method blood mist. One after another, black bloodlines like little snakes rushed towards him from the huge body of the ghost clan, and were instantly swallowed up by his body. After a while, the huge body of the ghost clan monk, which was several feet tall, turned into a pale skeleton. At this time, Su Fan found a bone ring on the finger skeleton of the ghost clan monk. Without thinking, he absorbed the bone ring into his hand. This should be the ghost clan's stored ring. He would go back and see what good things were in it. The blood of the ghost clan members can sense each other. His fellow clansmen should be not far from here and will be able to find it in a while. After listening to the words of the witch god's clone, Su Fan sneered and gave them a spoonful of stew. He saw a dozen ghost clan monks at the airport of the Sulan people's base. It was estimated that they only had this number of people. After all, he had just fought with this ghost clan monk, and he also knew the whereabouts of this gang of guys. Su Fan was hiding nearby, and it shouldn't be a problem to kill all of these ghost clan monks. Chapter 535 How can such an unethical way of fighting be possible? There is an inexplicable blood connection between the ghost tribe members. If a member of the tribe dies, the blood of the ghost tribe members nearby will have a certain sense. So at this time, more than a dozen ghost monks nearby are rushing here anxiously. The ghost tribe has many racial talents, one of which is the ability to sense the arrival of a crisis in advance. When the high-level monks of the Yunmang Star domain raided the base, several ghost monks sensed the crisis, and they withdrew from the base in advance and hid in the nearby mountains. The ghost monk who attacked Su Fan had a talent of hiding, so he was sent out to scout the situation of the base. When it saw Su Fan flying into the mountains with a ghost crow, it hid in the dense forest and launched a sneak attack. Who would have thought that it would not only lose the rice but also get itself involved? Bang! Bang! More than a dozen ghost monks fell from the sky and landed heavily next to the skeleton of the same clan member. Seeing that only a skeleton of the same clan member was left, they all roared to the sky. Suddenly, two thick demon arms appeared from the air, grabbed the legs of two ghosts, and lifted them up from the ground. Then, Su Fan's demon drive of more than 20 feet also appeared. He used the two ghost monks as weapons and swung them to hit other ghost monks. It is said that with a ghost's natural ability to sense crises, they should be able to detect Su Fan's hiding traces. But with the means of the witch god's clone, how could these more than a dozen ghost monks in the golden elixir realm sense the existence of the crisis? Bang! Bang! Su Fan's smashing was like the whack-a-mole game in his previous life. He smashed more than a dozen ghost monks to the ground in a few hits. But he knew very well that these guys had a strong recovery ability and would never give them a chance. No matter how serious the injuries were, as long as they were given a chance to breathe, they would soon recover as before. It has to be said that God is too kind to the ghost clan. In comparison, the human cultivators look like stepmothers. Su Fan smashed hundreds of times in succession until he almost smashed more than a dozen ghost clan cultivators to pieces. He stopped. Especially the two ghost clan cultivators in his hands, they were already in pieces and bleeding. Even if their mother came, they would not be recognized. Su Fan could see that to deal with these ghost clan cultivators, he could only rely on his extremely powerful demonite body and unreasonable output. Anyway, one force can defeat 10 skills, and great power can create miracles. No matter how many magical powers you have, you can't use them at all. Su Fan was like playing whack-a-mole, hitting whoever jumped, and smashing several ghost clan cultivators so badly. There was no way. These ghost clan cultivators were too difficult to deal with. One or two were easy to deal with, but now there were more than a dozen, so he could only use this unreasonable fighting method. It was not until several ghost monks collapsed on the ground that Su Fan threw away the two in his hand, and then he gasped. This moment of effort also exhausted him. Su Fan knew in his heart that although these ghost monks looked miserable, they could recover quickly with their ability to recover. Of course, he would not give them a chance. He removed the demonite body and then activated the evil method blood mist. Several ghost monks were not dead yet, but Su Fan drained their blood and flesh alive, and turned them into pale skeletons in an instant. Su Fan waved his hand and sucked the ghost monks' bone rings one by one and put them away. He slapped the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist again, summoned Sister Zhen and Yaksha, and asked them to collect the ghosts of these ghost monks. After the fight, let's go first. Su Fan summoned the ghost crow, jumped on its back, and then rushed into the depths of the mountain with a roar. At this moment, The ghost monks scattered in the various Sulan bases in the Donggate star field all had a sense of foreboding in their blood. A ghost Yuanying monk took out a few bone pieces with a gloomy face and threw them on the ground, muttering to himself, then cut his finger and dripped the dark blood on the bone pieces. At this time, it appeared in its mind that more than a dozen ghost monks had their blood and ki drained out, and a human monk's arm was covered with dense blood runes. "Woman," the ghost Yuanying monk sneered, then picked up a few bone pieces on the ground and turned away. Su Fan didn't expect that killing more than a dozen ghost monks would cause such a big trouble. Fortunately, the blood runes all over his body affected the judgment of several ghost high-level monks, and once again put the blame on the witch. Su Fan flew the ghost crow for 2 days and 2 nights, and then found a safe place to land. He set up a formation outside a cave, and then entered the portable secret realm. As soon as he entered the cave in the secret realm, he saw Luosha busy in front of the stove in the yard. Seeing the little girl busy, his mood suddenly improved a lot. "Uncle, you are back." Luosha saw Su Fan, jumped over, and took his arm affectionately. After not seeing Su Fan for so many days, the little girl was very excited. Maybe he was the closest person to her in this world. Su Fan had seen her several times during this period, but she had a different face every time, and her emotionless eyes were not as clear as they are now. "I'm hungry, get something to eat." After listening to Su Fan's words, Luosha smiled and nodded. "Uncle, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you right now, it's up to you. I've been talking so much these days." "Then wait, I'll make it for you right now, very quickly." After the little girl finished speaking, she happily ran to the stove and started to work. She was busy with her hands and feet, humming a song while she was working swiftly. It was refreshing to watch. Su Fan walked to the recliner on the other side of the yard, sat on it and leaned back. "It's still more comfortable here." He closed his eyes and relaxed on the recliner for a while, then took out the red clay stove and tea set and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for himself. Su Fan took a sip of tea and suddenly remembered something. He sat up from the recliner and took out a dozen bone rings from his arms. He picked up one and looked at it carefully, but he couldn't tell what material the bone ring was made of, or what kind of creature's bones it came from. The bone rings of the ghost tribe are simple in shape and rough in style, and there is no mention of any craftsmanship. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his consciousness swept over the bone rings, and he was immediately surprised. "I didn't expect that this roughly made bone ring actually has a volume of 1,000 cubic meters. It seems that the material of the bone ring should come from some creature with special talent. There are all kinds of strange things in these bone rings, mostly various bone products, most of which Su Fan doesn't recognize. Of course, there are still many spiritual crystals, the universal currency in the world of cultivation, in the bone rings. The spiritual crystals in more than a dozen bone rings add up to more than 5,000. Then there are all kinds of rough bone charms and bone magic weapons. Although the origin of these things cannot be seen, they are extremely extraordinary at a glance. It seems that this group of ghost monks who felt the Donggate star field earlier must have a very high status. Su Fan just held a blood sacrifice at the base of the Sulan people. It was quite a commotion at the time, and then he killed more than a dozen ghost monks. In the next few days, he should not go out to hang out, but stay here quietly for a while. "Uncle, the meal is ready." When Su Fan was thinking about it, he heard Luosha's shout. He stood up from the recliner, came to the dining table in the courtyard and sat down, took the bowl of spiritual rice handed over by Luosha, and then ate it with big mouthfuls. Luosha's cooking skills are getting better and better, and the spiritual rice is so delicious. After Su Fan finished his meal, he lay comfortably on the recliner to digest the food. Luosha cleaned up the dishes on the table and came to make a pot of tea for him. Now in the portable secret realm, he is like a big master, and Luosha serves him comfortably. Except that the little girl never beat his legs and warmed his bed. She is definitely a competent little maid in other aspects. Not only is she born charming, but she is also pure and cute, and she is clever and dexterous. Even if she does nothing, just sitting next to her is pleasing to the eye, which adds a bit of pleasure. This kind of life is what people live. "Uncle, when will you take me to the city for a walk? I really want to, but in this broken place of Donggate Star region, there is no place to rest. Let's talk about it later. Now the battle is going on outside. This war will last for at least 100 years. After hearing this, Luosha's face was full of disappointment. She rested her chin on her hands and leaned on Su Fan. Then will I have to stay here in the future? Su Fan glanced at the little girl and felt a little bit reluctant. Luo Xiao was at the age of a young girl in love. She should have been full of longings, but unfortunately she had been living a hard life in the gathering place of the human race in Kushan realm since she was born. If I return to the King Kong Star region in the future, I will definitely send her to the immortal sect, otherwise it would be a pity for this little girl's talent. Su Fan lay on the recliner and fell asleep unknowingly. I don't know how long he slept. Su Fan slowly opened his eyes, sat up from the recliner, and rubbed his face with his hands. Su Fan was about to stand up from the recliner, and when he turned around, he saw Luo Xia sitting next to him and looking at him. No, this is not Luo Xia. The clarity in the little girl's eyes had disappeared, replaced by a cold, indifferent, and emotionless look. This was the first time that Su Fan had faced the witch god's clone so closely, and he was stared at by this guy. Senior, is there something wrong? The other party looked at him expressionlessly for a while, and said lightly, you still need me to perform a blood sacrifice. I need it. Senior, didn't I just perform a blood sacrifice once? I know, I just wanted to remind you, in case you forgot about it, this is fucking. Even if you go out and hire a contractor, you have to pay an advance payment. I can't work in vain. Senior, the opportunity you mentioned last time, don't worry, as long as you help me complete 3 blood sacrifices, I will definitely let you get the opportunity. Seeing that this guy said it with a serious face, Su Fan no longer wanted to argue with him. From their cooperation over the past few times, this guy is still quite reliable. Senior, you know that I just made such a big noise. If I go out now, I think now is the right time. The 2 star fields are fighting fiercely. After listening to the other party's words, Su Fan thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. The cultivators of Yunmang Starfield are really fierce. Even the old monster of Hushan rushed to the front line and stunned the people of Sulan. How can there be such an unethical way of fighting? Just follow these old monsters to pick up the leftovers, let alone another blood sacrifice. If you are lucky, it won't be a big deal for 8 or 10 times. Of course, these old monsters of Hushan are not so easy to deal with. If you are not careful, you will have to get yourself involved. Last time at the Sulan base, he was just on the edge of the old monster's spell, and he almost died in the spell storm that destroyed the world. Seeing Su Fan's hesitation, the witch god clone continued to bewitch him. Don't worry, I will help you avoid those old monsters. The blood pattern on your body is a witch formation. I can teach you some things about witch formations. After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan's mind suddenly came alive. He knew that the witch formation on his body was not simple, but he was not a disciple of the witch sect, and he had never known how to use this witch formation. From what this guy said, it seemed that he wanted to teach him some knowledge about witch formations. This is possible. It seems that this guy wants to give him some sweets. Since the senior said so, I have to help the senior get things done even if I risk my life, he said here, and looked at the other party again. However, I have some experience in the practice recently, and I have to calm down and figure it out. The witch god clone on the opposite side suddenly had a stern face and looked at Su Fan with a cold look. How long do you need to figure it out? 10 days, at most 10 days, no matter what, I will go out to help the senior complete the last blood sacrifice. Hearing Su Fan say this, the face of the witch god clone on the opposite side eased. Okay. After 10 days, you go out and find a way to help me perform the last blood sacrifice. The other party stopped talking after he finished speaking. Luo Xia on the opposite side seemed to shudder, and then looked at Su Fan with confused eyes. Uncle, did I fall asleep just now? What else could Su Fan say? He couldn't tell the little girl about it. Well, you just dozed off, uncle. I don't know what happened recently. I always sleep in. Sometimes I fall asleep while working. It's okay. You may have practiced too hard. It will be fine in the future. Su Fan fooled the little girl away. Then took off the communication array from his waist and sent a message to the demon lord Dongming. After the Yaogu Star region and the Sulan people formed an alliance, he guessed that the King Kong Star region would definitely change its strategy. If the other star regions got this news, they would probably enter the Donggyun Star region battlefield soon. The Sulan Star region alone made them feel uneasy. Now the Ghost Tribe has also intervened. Once the Yunmang Star region is defeated, the surrounding star regions will never have peace. No one could have imagined that the appearance of the Ghost Clan would unite the star regions that had originally harbored their own ulterior motives. "What do you want from me? I saw the Ghost Clan monks, and just killed a dozen of them." After Su Fan finished speaking, he told the Demon Lord Dong Ming about some of the characteristics of the Ghost Clan. This information was very important. The combat capability of the Ghost Clan monks as a team was unclear, but their individual combat capabilities were extremely strong. If they didn't understand these guys, once the monks of the Blue Sky Star region encountered them in the future, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Chapter 536 Why is there always fighting and killing? After ending the call with Dongming Demon Lord, Su Fan put away the communication array. No matter what, he tried his best and did everything he should do. As for the result, it was not up to him to decide. In the next few days, Su Fan continued to live his life comfortably in the portable secret realm. Now his life is very corrupt. With Lu Osha, a competent little maid, he has everything he needs every day. He is a real uncle. In fact, he has not been idle these days. The witch god clone taught him how to use several witch arrays on his body. Although it is only a witch god clone, he is also a figure at the level of Huishan Xianzhen. Of course, he will not teach him hand in hand. The witch god clone just used his finger to lightly touch Su Fan's forehead, and he felt a huge amount of various witch sect inheritances flooded into his mind. Although most of them are some basic introductory content, they also cover all aspects of the witch sect, and this is what the clone of Huishan Xianzhen passed on to him. These days, Su Fan lay on the recliner almost every moment, closing his eyes and carefully pondering the inheritance of various Wumen Daoism in his mind. Sometimes he couldn't help but sigh that he had learned a lot of things. In addition to the physical way as his main practice, he also dabbled in the rest of the sword, soul, demon, ghost, weapon, and talisman, and they were all quite similar. Later, he practiced the evil method inherited from the blood way, the puppet way of the Sulan star field, and now he's thinking about the inheritance of the Wumen Dao. There is probably no one else in the entire world of cultivation who has such a messy cultivation system like Su Fan. It must be said that there are still many good points in the Wumen Daoism, especially the dense blood-colored runes all over his body, which are inherited from the ancient Wu-Array inheritance. Many ancient runes in the Wu-Array Dao inheritance have almost been cut off now, but they can all be found on Su Fan. It can be said that the blood-colored runes that are densely packed all over Su Fan's body are the oldest inheritance of the witch array in the Wumen Dao Tuong. Now these densely packed blood-colored runes on his body are very valuable. Moreover, most of these runes cannot be controlled even by the giant and monks of the Wumen. Not to mention tattooing them on your own body, even if you draw them on paper with a pen, you can't do it, so they are called divine runes by many Wumen monks. The most amazing thing is that because they are the means from the Wu god, Su Fan's body is full of these ancient runes, but he has no burden at all. If it were another Wumen monk, even if he only had one tattoo on his body, he might be shattered to pieces in an instant. Because the most difficult part of the inheritance of the witch array is to tattoo all these runes on the monk's body, but Su Fan has skipped this step and can directly learn the simplest way to activate the witch array. In this way, Su Fan is much easier to learn. In just 10 days, he has already mastered several methods of activating the witch array. The inheritance of the Wu Sex array method is fundamentally different from the Taoist talisman method. Compared with the complex talisman method and array method, the Wu Sex array method is much rougher, but its power is not low at all. Because the Wu Sex array method cultivators have the support of the Wu god. As long as the prayers are answered by the Wu god, everything is not a problem. After mastering the Wu Sex array method inheritance, Su Fan can finally use the dense blood-colored runes all over his body. Although he still cannot master the too advanced Wu array, at least it is no longer a decoration. However, the 10-day time is up, and Su Fan can only leave the portable secret realm again. He also wants to fulfill the promise of the Wu god's clone as soon as possible, so that this guy won't nag him every day and make him very annoyed. Moreover, he has already promised him, and this guy has helped him many times recently. With Su Fan's temperament, of course he will remember it in his heart. Su Fan came out of the portable secret realm and activated the secret method of the blood path again, changing his body shape and appearance. Then he drove a flying puppet out of the cave and rushed out of the mountain. Before he flew out of the mountain, he met several Sulan monks who also survived the destruction of the base. They had fled into the mountains and hid in the past few days. This also made Su Fan feel relieved. Following these people, the chance of his identity being discovered would be greatly reduced. After they flew out of the mountain, the entire team had reached more than 100 people. Not long after Su Fan and the others flew out of the mountain, they were discovered by the Sulan people patrolling nearby and sent to a camp near the base. From beginning to end, they were not questioned or interrogated, and Su Fan's prepared excuses were not used. After all, the Sulan base was destroyed by a group of old monsters from the Yunmang Star domain, and the blood sacrifice was performed here by the powerful woman, which had nothing to do with the little cultivators at the bottom of the base. Now the cultivators of the two star domains are already fighting fiercely on the front line, and there is a shortage of people everywhere on the entire front. The arrival of Su Fan and others would certainly not be wasted, and they were sent to the front line by airship the next day. Su Fan had no idea where he was going until he arrived at the front line. But at this time, it was impossible to quietly escape from the battlefield, because all the Sulan monks sent to the front line left their blood aura. Once Su Fan's blood aura disappeared, it would immediately attract the attention of the battlefield law enforcement department. Moreover, there were many high-level monks gathered at the front line. Su Fan sensed the aura of several transformation gods alone. What annoyed him even more was that he found himself about to be sent to the forefront of the battlefield. The old monsters in the Yunmang Star region were too cruel. They broke through the defense line of the Sulan people and killed their way into the rear area. They wreaked havoc in the rear of the Sulan people for several days. They destroyed several bases of the Sulan people alone, not to mention that countless strongholds were also wiped out from the area controlled by the Sulan Star region. These commandos composed of several transformation gods and a large group of Yuaning's engine killed and destroyed wantonly in the rear of the Sulan people, which also made the front line extremely short of manpower. Su Fan and others had just arrived at the battlefield, and each of them was assigned a war puppet, and then went directly to the battlefield. At this moment, the battle on the battlefield has become white hot, and the reinforcements from the Yunmang Star region are continuously entering the Donggate Star region through the Space Gate. In the past, the Sulan Star region swept across countless star regions, relying on the endless mechanical puppet army, but now the resources of the Sulan Star region have problems. Because it was caught off guard by the sudden attack of the Yunmang Star region, it lost nearly half of its essence area, lost countless spiritual vein resources, and materials and other supplies, and faced a large number of gaps. Therefore, the current Sulan Star region cannot restore the huge scale of the previous mechanical puppet army in a short period of time. In addition, the high-level monsters in the Yunmang Star region have no martial ethics at all. Even the god of transformation has killed to the front line, and the Sulan people are completely stunned. Faced with a continuous flow of living forces in the Yunmang Star region, the defense line of the Sulan Star region is obviously a bit struggling, so now it can only passively defend and buy time for mobilization in the rear. Su Fan controlled a war puppet over 100 feet tall and rushed to the front line with others. He never thought that he would be sent to the cruel battlefield just after arriving at the front line and had not yet rested. He had no choice at all. Now that he was here, how could he dare to leave at this time? Su Fan clearly sensed several extremely powerful auras in the air. They were all gods. Before he escaped from the battlefield, they might have turned into ashes. But it was impossible for him to contribute on the battlefield. Anyway, Su Fan was ready to fish in the water. How could he be a cannon fodder for the Sulan people? Boom! At this time, a loud noise like earth shaking came from the front. The old monster of the Yunmang Star field once again rushed to the forefront of the battlefield and launched a devastating spell to break the protective barrier in front of the Sulan people's defense line. With waves of buzzing and loud noises, the entire defense line suddenly became chaotic. Su Fan looked into the distance through the window of the control cabin, and saw the overwhelming Zerg army on the opposite side almost covering the sky and the sun. The endless Zerg army rushed over frantically, submerging the dense mechanical puppet army. Although the Zerg's defense was very low and its attack power was just so-so, it couldn't even break the defense shield of the mechanical puppet army. But the Zerg that rushed to the front exploded one after another after submerging the mechanical puppet army, and countless dark green body fluids quickly corroded the defense shield of the mechanical puppet. The mechanical puppets that lost their defense shields were quickly submerged by the endless and fearless Zerg. Although they could not completely destroy the mechanical puppets, they could make the mechanical puppets lose their combat effectiveness. The number of Zerg armies was really too large. Although the individual combat power was not strong, the number of mechanical puppets was completely not the same level as that of Zerg. Moreover, The Zerg army was a cannon fodder army to fill the pit in the Yunmang Star region, and there were still elites of the demons, monsters and humans behind them who did not participate in the attack. The endless Zerg army alone can consume a large number of mechanical puppets in the Sulan Star region. For the resource-constrained Sulan Star region, the most feared thing now is such a war of attrition, which they can't afford to play at all. Su Fan and other monks who control the war puppets did not enter the battlefield immediately. At present, it is only a war of attrition between the two sides. Their task is to face the elite forces of the Yunmang Star region. Looking at the tragic scene on the battlefield in front, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh secretly. When many forces such as the Ghost Clan and the Blue Sky Star region join this cruel interstellar war, I am afraid that the Dangin Star region will be blown up. When Su Fan thought of the cruel war in the future, his mood became much worse. He had read many ancient books in the world of cultivation, which recorded many things about the interstellar war in bits and pieces. The world of cultivation has never been truly peaceful. Duanzir has been hundreds of years, and Chang's has been thousands of years, and there will always be one or another interstellar war. Isn't it good to stay well? Why do we always have to fight and kill? Fight, fight, it would be better if you beat them all to pulp. Anyway, after the Blue Sky Star region joins the war, he will definitely not get involved. Su Fan plans to take his wife and children to a place where no one disturbs him and there is no war, and live a quiet and comfortable life. He has thought about it. Once the Blue Sky Star region joins the war, he will make this request to the East Ming Demon Lord. I have done enough for the Blue Sky Star region. I can't say that I have made extraordinary achievements, but it's almost enough. If even such a small request cannot satisfy him, then Su Fan can only run away with his wife and children. Anyway, he has a portable secret realm. Even if he is in a lifeless plane, as long as he brings enough supplies, his family can live a normal life. Well, that's it. Su Fan thinks this is not bad. He might as well take his family to find a lifeless abandoned plane. Anyway, he has a portable secret realm, so it doesn't matter where he stays. If he makes such a request to the East Ming Demon Lord, even if he agrees, the old monsters in the Blue Sky Star region may not agree. So it's better to take the family away quietly to avoid a lot of trouble in the future. As long as they find a place to hide for more than 100 years, this long-lasting interstellar war will probably end, and then he will take his family back to the world of cultivation. The more Su Fan thought about it, the more excited he became. He began to look forward to a better life in the future. By then, the family will be happy, no one will disturb them, and there will be no war. They will live their own lives comfortably. Everyone, pay attention, start the attack. Just when Su Fan was dreaming, a shout came from the microphone in the control cabin, which also shattered Su Fan's beautiful dream. Fuck. Let's not think about being fine, think about how to get through this level. Thinking of this, Su Fan activated the war puppet that was more than 100 feet high, and deliberately dragged his feet and fell to the back of the team. At this moment, everyone was immersed in the tense atmosphere of the war, so no one paid attention to Su Fan's paddling there. Su Fan looked into the distance through the window of the control cabin and saw that the Zerg army in the Yunmang Star domain had been exhausted. Although the Sulan Star region had established a complete defense line and was in a passive defensive posture, the mechanical puppet army at the forefront still suffered heavy losses under the fearless attacks of the endless Zerg. The elite main forces of the two star regions were all ready to attack, and a tragic battle was about to break out. Awoo! Awoo! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from behind the battle line of the opposite Yunmang Star region. Su Fan felt that his eyes went dark, but then he woke up and looked at the foundation building cultivators of the Sulan people around him. They were all stunned by the roar. Fuck. The cultivators of the Yunmang Star region did not follow the moral principles of martial arts, and the 5th level monster tribe actually took action. I saw several powerful monsters over 100 feet tall, falling to the front of the Sulan people's defense line. Fortunately, several Yuanying's engine of the Sulan people also responded immediately, and controlled the mechanical puppets to block several 5th level monsters. Although the Yuanying level cultivators of the two star regions confronted each other on the battlefield. But it did not delay the elite of the Yunmang Star region from launching an attack. Countless elite forces of the demon race, and the human race began to launch a crazy attack. Everyone, pay attention, attack. At this time, a shout came from the microphone in the control cabin. Su Fan did not move after hearing it, but his eyes were focused, and he completely released his spiritual sense, taking in all the slightest movement within a radius of more than 1,000 feet. As expected, nearly 30% of the Sulan monks who were driving war puppets around were stunned by the roar of the 5th-level monster just now. Su Fan smiled, closed his eyes, and also fell sideways in the control cabin. He pretended to be stunned by the demon race's magical power, but the other Sulan monks around him drove war puppets of more than 100 feet and rushed to the battlefield. You fight your own battles, I won't accompany you. This battle lasted until dark. The Sulan Star region paid a heavy price and finally held the line of defense and repelled the crazy attack of the Yunmang Star region. Su Fan had been lying in the control cabin of the war puppet, sleeping comfortably. He slowly opened his eyes until he was lifted off the war puppet, and covered his temples with his hands, pretending to be in extreme pain. Let me go, I want to go to the battlefield. A foundation building cultivator from the Sulan Star field held him down and sighed. Brother, your soul has just been injured. Going to the battlefield in this state is like going to die. You should recuperate for a few days. Don't worry, there is still a battle to fight. Su Fan also sighed, raised his head and lay down, pretending to be heartbroken. In this way, he began to recuperate in the rear of the battlefield. Because the injury to the soul was stubborn and recovery was very slow, he had been lying in the rear of the battlefield for nearly half a month. Chapter 537. Do whatever you want tonight. For the next 10 days, Su Fan had been lying behind the front line until all the other people with injured souls went to the battlefield. Only then did he reluctantly come to the front line again. At this time, the cultivators from the 2 star fields were fighting fiercely on the battlefield. As the cultivators from the Yunmang Star field continued to rush to the front line, the Sulan people were obviously unable to fight. Su Fan had just arrived at the front line and felt this clearly, which made him nervous. Once the defense line of the Sulan people collapsed, they would definitely fall into extreme chaos. If that happened, even he would be trapped. The high-level monsters in the Yunmang Star field were a group of mental patients. Even if they were facing low-level cultivators, they didn't care about their identities at all. They just came up and output without any reason, without any face. No, I can't die here like this. The more Su Fan thought about it, the more scared he became. He controlled the war puppet that was more than 100 feet tall and followed the team all the time, thinking about how to escape from the battlefield. There was no other way. At this moment, there were several incarnations of the Sulan Star domain in the air above the battlefield. Everyone, pay attention, attack. Several teams at the front of the battlefield withdrew, and Su Fan and others took over. He drove the war puppet to the front of the battlefield, and a group of giant monsters dozens of feet higher rushed over from the opposite side. Countless war puppets and giant monsters collided with each other on the battlefield, and then a fierce battle broke out. These giant monsters were very fierce, and they were thick and strong, with infinite power. In a short while, more than a dozen war puppets driven by Sulan monks were knocked to the ground by them. Although the giant monsters were dead and wounded everywhere, they had an absolute advantage in numbers. When a bunch of them died, more giant monsters would immediately fill in. Anyway, these low-level monsters, demons and insects were like cannon fodder in the Yunmang Star domain. But the war puppets of the Sulan Star domain were not good. As long as one was destroyed on the battlefield, it would be difficult to get replenishment from the rear. Although Su Fan just wanted to take advantage of the situation and linger at the back of the battlefield, he was still targeted by a giant beast. Seeing a giant beast rushing towards him, Su Fan sighed. Although he didn't want to hurt the monks of Yunmang Star region at all, he was an undercover agent and couldn't be hurt by the other party. Swish, Su Fan controlled the war puppet that was more than 100 feet high and easily dodged the attack of the giant beast. He controlled a giant mechanical arm and cut off the joint of the giant beast's front leg with one knife. Although he was just controlling the war puppet, his attack was extremely sharp and the timing was also very accurate. Ouch! The giant beast screamed and fell to the ground. It rolled on the ground for more than a dozen somersaults before stopping, and completely lost its combat effectiveness. But the wailing of this giant monster also attracted more giant beasts to pounce on him. This is fucking. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. Now he couldn't help but fight. He controlled the war puppets of more than 100 feet, easily dodged the siege of several giant monsters, and used flexible movements to deal with them. In fact, Su Fan could easily deal with them, but how could he show off at this time? So it seemed that the two sides were fighting hard, and he was always in danger, but in fact he was pretending, and he didn't put in much effort at all. Finally, Su Fan, who had been tossing on the battlefield for several hours, was finally replaced. Their team had a total of 100 war puppets, but only more than half of them returned, and more than a dozen monks who controlled the puppets died. Su Fan knew that if this continued, the Sulan people would be defeated by the Yunmang Star domain sooner or later. No, they couldn't stay here anymore. His heart suddenly moved, his eyes condensed, and he sent a thought to the witch god's clone. This guy received Su Fan's thoughts and replied in seconds, "Why, do you want to escape? You must escape. The Sulan people can't hold on any longer. Then why are you looking for me? If you want to escape, just escape." "Nonsense, how dare I escape without you? Those old monsters in the sky have been staring at the bottom. I'm afraid those old monsters will find out." "Oh. It's not impossible for you to come and beg me, but you have to increase the blood sacrifice." "Fuck. This guy actually bargained with him at this time. How can this be?" "Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything." Hearing Su Fan's unfriendly tone, this guy immediately laughed. "I'm kidding you, can I not care about your business? If you care, you will definitely let someone else control you to death. I didn't force you." "You want me to help you cover up your breath?" Seeing Su Fan nod, this guy said, "It's nothing, do whatever you want tonight." Hearing the words of the witch god clone, Su Fan was relieved. Although this guy is sometimes annoying, he is still reliable. Su Fan was going to activate his atomized body as soon as it got dark, and quietly escape from the front line of the battlefield. But before it got dark, Su Fan, who was lying on his bunk in the barracks, heard a burst of noise coming from outside. The Sulan monks in the barracks heard the noise outside and all ran out to see what was going on, only to find that the noise outside was getting louder and louder. Su Fan frowned, and he also left his bunk and came outside the barracks. As soon as he walked out of the barracks, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. I saw that the sky above the battlefield was filled with densely packed flying boats of various strange styles, almost covering the entire sky. Su Fan recognized the origin of these flying boats at a glance. It seemed that the Sulan star field had officially formed an alliance with the Yalgu star field, and the reinforcements of the Yalga clan had arrived. Looking at the densely packed flying boats in the sky, Su Fan's heart was also tightened. The Yalgu star region's actions were too fast. In just a few days, they had already entered the Donggate star region. The flying boats of the Yalgu star region were extremely strange in style. Looking up from the ground, they looked like pieces of animal bones. These strange-shaped bone-flying boats made the scene extremely shocking. It was obvious that they wanted to show off in front of the Sulan people. The monks near the defense line of the Sulan star region also clearly felt the arrogance of the Yalgu star region, and their eyes were full of resentment. Su Fan sighed. The Yunmang star region was in danger. Now the King Kong star region and the nearby star regions have not been able to open up the space channel of the Donggate star region. If this continues, the Yunmang star region will definitely not be able to hold on. Su Fan hurried to a deserted place and took off a communication array from his waist. "Senior, the reinforcements from the Netherbone star region have arrived at the battlefield." "What, so fast? I let you dilly-dally. Now you are an idiot, right? They just arrived today. Judging from the size of the flying boat fleet, there should be quite a few people. I know, you have to be careful." After saying this, the demon lord Dongmin cut off the communication array eagerly. The reinforcements from the Netherbone star region have arrived, but Su Fan is not in a hurry to leave. He wants to see if the Yunmang star region can withstand the combined forces of the two star regions. At this time, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly came to his ears. "Be careful, the old monsters in the Yunmang star region have taken action." "What the hell?" After hearing the words of the witch god's clone, Su Fan was almost scared to death. Without thinking, he turned into a thin mist and floated to the back of the battlefield at full speed. Boom boom, but before he floated far away, he heard a loud earth-shaking sound. "The spell has been activated, quickly find a place to hide." Hearing the words of the witch god's clone, Su Fan cursed inwardly, and controlled a cloud of mist to get into a house next to him and hide in an underground warehouse. As soon as he hid in the underground warehouse, he felt a devastating force coming from the sky, almost crushing Su Fan to death. Then, the roof of the house was instantly turned into powder, and then the whole house was blown to pieces. Fortunately, Su Fan turned into a cloud of mist and hid in the corner of the underground warehouse. Although Su Fan in the mist state was also affected when the spell aftermath passed by, he was not hurt too much. He knew in his heart that he was lucky this time. Just now, that was only the method of Yuaning's engine. If it was the old monster Huishan who took action, he would have turned into ashes long ago. Boom boom. At this time, there was another more shocking loud noise in the distance, and the whole ground shook violently. The entire underground warehouse collapsed. Although it turned into a mist, it could not withstand the influence of the spell. It instantly released its mist body and was buried underground by the wreckage of the warehouse. This time it must be the method of the old monster of the god of transformation, but it is far away from here, and it is not aimed at the defense line of the Sulan people, but the spell cast by fighting with other incarnations of the heavenly masters. Just the aftermath of the spell in the sky almost cost him his life. This group of old monsters in the Yunmang star domain should have seen the reinforcements from the Yaogu star domain, and once again rushed to the forefront of the battlefield. And looking at this posture, the high-level old monsters in the Yunmang star domain must have come out in full force, trying to catch the reinforcements from the Yaogu star domain off guard. This kind of thing can only be done by people in the Yunmang star domain. It is really a lack of martial ethics. No matter where they are, a dignified monk of the god of transformation will always take into account their identity. But they are so shameless that they brought a group of Yuaning's engine to play a sneak attack. The Yaogu star domain flying boat fleet had just arrived, and they had deliberately created a big scene, originally intending to shock the cultivators of the Sulan star domain. Who would have thought that the other side would actually launch a wave of shameless sneak attacks at this time? They probably had never seen such shamelessness before. Facing the surprise attack of countless high-level cultivators from the Yunmang star domain, they must have suffered heavy losses. At this moment, there were bursts of violent roars in the air, and it was estimated that the high-level masters of both sides had already turned the world upside down. The overwhelming momentum was like a tidal wave, and the sky seemed to collapse. The extremely powerful aura made Su Fan breathless. He didn't even dare to breathe, and could only let himself be buried under the wreckage of the ruins of the house, silently pretending to be a dog. Finally, the outside gradually quieted down, but even so, Su Fan stayed under the ruins and waited for a long time before emerging from the ruins. Su Fan climbed out of the wreckage with difficulty, and looked around at the doomsday-like defense line of the Sulan people. The scene was just like Hiroshima in his previous life. The dense fleet of flying boats in the Yaogu star domain in the sky had disappeared at this moment, and the ground was full of broken bone flying boats. Facing the old monsters of the Yunmang star domain and a large number of Yuaning's engine, the flying boats of the Yaogu star domain in the sky were almost like paper. If they let go and attacked wantonly, the flying boats of the Yaogu star domain seemed to be many, but they were really not enough for these old monsters to cause trouble. What puzzled Su Fan was that the defense line of the Sulan people had been completely destroyed, and the reinforcements of the Yaogu star domain had been slaughtered. Why didn't the monks of the opposite Yunmang star domain take the opportunity to launch an attack? At this time, he heard that cold and indifferent voice again. The Yunmang star region has retreated across the board. They are probably preparing to shrink their forces to deal with the reinforcements from the Yaogu star region. How come this guy is like a worm in his stomach? He can guess whatever he wants. However, the Yunmang star region is indeed quite capable. It is worthy of being a star region that has been in constant chaos for many years. There is nothing wrong with its strategy at this time. What are you thinking about? Those high-level monks have gone to who knows where. Why don't you take this opportunity to have a blood sacrifice? Su Fan's eyes condensed after hearing this, and he completely released his spiritual sense, and found that there were still many Sulan monks around who survived. Although the defense line of the Sulan people on the ground was destroyed, the high-level monsters in the Yunmang star region used their main energy to attack the flying boat fleet of the Yaogu star region in the air, so there were Sulan monks who survived this disaster. Su Fan slapped the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist, summoned Sister Zhen and Yaksha, and ordered them to kill all the Sulan people. He didn't expect that the last blood sacrifice would be completed so soon. In the next day, several blood-colored light pillars shot straight into the sky from the Sulan people's doomsday-like defense line. There was no other way. The Sulan people's defense line was very long, stretching for hundreds of miles. Since he was free anyway, Su Fan simply walked along the defense line and launched the Witch Gate blood sacrifice in several bases on the front line. I need some time to retreat. Don't worry, when I come out of retreat, I will definitely give you an opportunity. Su Fan's several blood sacrifices excited the Witch God clone, which means that the last blood sacrifice is extremely important to him. Not to mention that Su Fan performed it several times in succession, and the originally cold and indifferent voice was full of excitement. Seeing that the witch god clone was going to retreat, Su Fan did not dare to stay here. The reason why he launched several blood sacrifices in succession was because of the witch god clone, otherwise he would not dare to be so wasteful. Su Fan waved his hand and summoned the ghost crow that was patrolling back and forth in the air, then jumped on its back and left with a roar. He drove the ghost crow and flew in the direction of the retreat of the Yunmang Star domain. Su Fan flew for more than 10 days in a row before finding a safe place in the mountains to land. He set up a magic circle outside a cave and then entered the portable secret realm. Originally, Su Fan wanted to fly to the control area of the Yunmang Star domain in one breath, but he suddenly felt that his physical condition was a little strange. So he decided to find a place to rest for a few days and check his own condition. In fact, the abnormality of Su Fan's physical condition was not because of something bad, but because his physical condition in all aspects had improved to varying degrees. Su Fan carefully checked every corner of his body and could not find the reason. He suddenly thought of something and then understood the reason for the change in his body. It should be the reason why he launched so many blood sacrifices. The Wuxian clone was in seclusion, so he could only suppress this doubt and wait for this guy to come out of seclusion before consulting him. But his intuition told him that the change in his physical condition should be a good thing for him. Su Fan took a deep breath and opened the game panel again. Now his realm has reached the realm of late giant and great perfection, and his spiritual energy and consciousness are extremely condensed. Unlike other late giant and great perfection cultivators, he does not need to spend a lot of time repeatedly tempering to lay a solid foundation for the next step of breaking through the nascent soul realm. This alone has saved Su Fan decades of time, which may be the benefit brought to him by the woman blood sacrifice. According to Su Fan's current state, as long as the opportunity for a breakthrough comes, he can try to break through the nascent soul realm at any time. In the eyes of all cultivators in the entire cultivation world, breaking through the nascent soul realm is definitely a life and death barrier, and countless predecessors have fallen at this step. Because breaking through the nascent soul realm is too dangerous. The success rate of the breakthrough is originally less than half. And most people cannot withstand the destruction of the 9 heavens thunder and die under the thunder tribulation. Although Su Fan is a thunder body, he is still unsure when facing the brutal and terrifying 9 thunder tribulation. The last time he broke through the Giant realm, he was almost killed. It is said that the 9 thunder tribulations of the nascent soul are not comparable to the 6 thunder tribulations of the golden core. When breaking through the golden core, at least there is a chance to survive, but when breaking through the nascent soul, the cultivators who can survive the 9 thunder tribulations are absolutely rare. Therefore, many cultivators who have broken through to the late giant and great perfection will prepare for many years before they start to prepare for the breakthrough. Even many cultivators in the late giant and great perfection who feel that they do not have enough foundation simply give up breaking through the giant realm temporarily, and will not risk their lives until their own death is approaching. Chapter 538 These two nonsense things. In the early morning, the sky was breaking. The morning sun slowly rose from the eastern sky, revealing a 1,000-foot-high glow, illuminating the dark mountains. Su Fan sat in the cabin, leaning against the porthole and looking at the scenery outside. The rising sun just happened to shine on his face, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. Because the retreat of Yunmang Star region was very hasty, it was inevitable that some monks scattered elsewhere would be left behind. Su Fan took the opportunity to get a new identity and retreated with several monks from Yunmang Star region who were left behind. A few days later, he boarded a flying boat responsible for the response and returned to the new defense line. He had been wandering in the sphere of influence of Sulan Star region for so long, and finally returned to the human-controlled area. Seeing that he was surrounded by his own people, Su Fan felt more relaxed than ever. He felt like sitting on pins and needles all the time when he was with a group of Sulan people every day. Bang! With a dull loud noise, the flying boat finally landed on the ground, and Su Fan got off the flying boat with the others. As soon as he walked out of the hatch, a huge noise suddenly hit him. He saw the huge square in front of him. The square was full of countless flying boats of different sizes, and there were bustling crowds everywhere, and monks from various races were everywhere. Looking at the tall demons, the fierce monsters, and the many human races gathered together, Su Fan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He never thought that he would fight side by side with the demons one day. He had fought with the demons to death before, but now he was mixed into trench. It can only be said that things are unpredictable. This is a base behind the new defense line of Yunmang Star Domain. Su Fan was taken to a barracks in the base and placed directly in a workshop. Although some people wanted to return to their original sects, the retreat of Yunmang Star Domain was too hasty, and many of the original units were in chaos. It was impossible to find the location of the sect in a short time. Moreover, it was impossible for the base to spend time and energy to send them to different places for a few people. This was exactly what Su Fan wanted. He was eager to be reassigned. After all, there was no one familiar with him around him. It must be said that Yunmang Star Region is indeed a star region where several races have been fighting for many years, and it is indeed good at seizing the opportunity on the battlefield. The sudden joining of Yaogu Star Region is definitely bad news for Yunmang Star Region. But Yunmang Star Region did not get used to any bad habits and immediately launched a surprise attack. Almost all high-level cultivators above the nascent soul realm came out in full force, and instantly wiped out the reinforcements that had arrived at the front line in advance from Yaogu Star Region. They also took the opportunity to destroy the defense line of the Sulan people, buying time for the main force that was attacking in a large scale to retreat, and in a very short time, they completed the transition from offense to defense and retreated to a new defense line. Su Fan's new identity is still a foundation-building disciple of the Puppet Dao, and he was assigned to a puppet workshop behind the front line. Now the main force of Yunmang Star Region on the battlefield is the cannon fodder army of the demon race, the insect race and the demon race, and the cultivators of the human race below the Golden Core realm basically do not need to go to the battlefield. Because the human cultivators are good at alchemy, making tools, drawing talismans, arrays, and puppetry, the low-level cultivators of the human race are placed in the rear to take charge of logistics. Finally, he doesn't have to go to the battlefield, and Su Fan is relieved. In this war between the two star regions, Yunmang Star Region has set a bad precedent. The old monster Huishan has organized high-level cultivators to raid the Sulan Star Region several times, and it has been successful every time. Now the high-level cultivators in the Sulan Star Region have also learned from them, regardless of their status, and wantonly attack low-level cultivators. In this way, the already cruel battlefield has become even more dangerous. The most important thing is that it has added a lot of uncertain crises. Even if Su Fan is strong in combat, he can't withstand the destruction of the old monster Huishan. Now he doesn't have to go to the battlefield. As long as he completes his work in the workshop every day, the rest of the time is at his own disposal. Although the conditions during the war were difficult, he had to squeeze into a dormitory with more than a dozen cultivators, and the meals provided by the workshop canteen every day were also sloppy, but at least life has become leisurely. Now his realm has reached the late giant in great perfection. As long as the opportunity for a breakthrough comes, he should start preparing for a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. However, a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm requires a special cave and an environment with extremely rich spiritual energy. At least, there is no such place in the Donggate Star Domain. He can only wait for the King Kwan Star Domain to open up the space channel of the Donggate Star Domain before returning to the sect to choose an opportunity to break through the nascent soul realm. Anyway, there is definitely no chance here. Any place with abundant spiritual energy is occupied by both sides, and it is impossible to provide him with a cave for breakthrough. Fortunately, the opportunity for a breakthrough in the nascent soul realm often does not appear so quickly, and it is normal to wait for 100 or 200 years. So Su Fan is not in a hurry. Anyway, there is no point in being anxious, so he can only go with the flow. Every day he stays in the workshop until he goes back to the dormitory to sleep at night, and he even stays in the workshop every 3 or 5 days. Because the puppet monks have independent private workrooms, Su Fan will enter the portable secret realm after completing his workload every day. As for the clone of the witch god, this guy has not appeared since he went into seclusion. There is nothing wrong with seclusion, but he is attached to Luosha, and the little girl has not appeared in front of him for a long time, so the secret realm with him has been very quiet these days. He is not used to it that no one serves him all of a sudden. Su Fan began to miss the days when he had a little maid by his side. He was almost like a big master in the old society in his previous life. But now, he has to do everything by himself. People are mean. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury. But it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Fortunately, it didn't take many days for the witch god's clone to come out of seclusion. The little girl didn't know what was going on. When she saw Su Fan, she ran over happily. "Uncle, when did you come back?" "I came back a long time ago." "Okay." The little girl thought she had slept, but in fact, more than 10 days had passed. "You haven't eaten yet, I'll cook for you." Luosha turned around and ran to the stove in the yard, and started to work excitedly. Su Fan looked at the little girl's back with satisfaction. It was great to have this little girl. She kept serving him comfortably, and she was pretty and pleasing to the eye. He walked to the recliner next to him and lay down, acting like a boss again. "I'll take her out these 2 days." At this time, the cold and indifferent voice came to his ears again, but there was excitement in his tone that could not be concealed. It seemed that this guy was in a good mood. "Where are you taking her?" "Her realm has been perfected in the initial stage of foundation building. I'll find a place to help her straighten out her Taoism." "What the hell? It's only been a few days, and Luosha has already perfected the initial stage of foundation building. It's good to have a witch god protecting her. And Luosha's talent is really good, but it's a pity that she was born in that ghost place of Kyushinji, and was delayed for many years in the gathering place of witch monks. If this girl was born in Kingkwang Star region, she would probably have been accepted by a super sect. Fortunately, it is not too late now. Su Fan has launched so many blood sacrifices. This girl is a woman monk. She is also possessed by this Wuxian clone. It is estimated that she has also gained a lot of benefits from it. This guy took Luosha away. It should be some secrets of the woman sect that he does not want Su Fan to know. Okay, take her away. This guy has been attached to Luosha for so long, it is time to give the little girl some sweetness. Then the opportunity you mentioned. After hearing Su Fan's words, the other party smiled strangely. "Don't worry, when I come back, I will definitely help you get that opportunity." Su Fan couldn't help but frown. Why did this guy smile so meanly? A few days later, the Wuxian clone left the portable secret realm. I don't know how he avoided the high-level monks in the base. Anyway, he disappeared without anyone noticing. Everything was normal in the following days. The war seemed to have stagnated. Both sides were quietly accumulating strength. After the first batch of reinforcements from the Netherbone Star region suffered a great loss, they were no longer as arrogant as before. Countless ferocious bone boats were continuously entering the Donggate Star region. This was just the calm before the war. Now that the Sulan people had received support from the Netherbone Star region, they would definitely launch a crazy attack. At noon that day, Su Fan easily completed the workload for the day, and then took out a jade slip from the ring and placed it on his forehead. After a while, he put down the jade slip, then sat cross-legged there with his eyes closed and thought. These days, whenever he had time, he would study and figure out the Taoist tradition of the puppetry of the Sulan Star region. After years of continuous learning, Su Fan's understanding of the puppetry of the Sulan Star region is no longer the same as before. Although he can compare with the high-level monks in the Sulan Star region, it is much stronger than before. In addition, there is a bug in the game panel. Now Su Fan can skillfully make mechanical puppets below the 3rd level, and the quality is quite extraordinary. It was not until the sky gradually darkened that he put away the jade slip and entered his own portable secret realm. At this time, 2 war puppets over 100 feet tall in the secret realm were fighting fiercely. One of the war puppets was obviously not strong enough and was beaten back step by step. Boom! This war puppet was finally defeated and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. A black smoke floated out of the control cabin, and it rushed to Su Fan in a whoosh and pulled his arm to complain. "Master, Yaksha bullied me. It's obviously your strength that is not good enough. If you can't beat him, then you can't beat him. Why are you playing tricks?" "It's okay, I'll deal with him later." "There is no way. Who lets Sister Zhen get close to him? Anyway, no matter what Sister Zhen does, it's the fault of Yaksha." After hearing Su Fan's words, Sister Zhen smiled happily, and her face was almost wrinkled. Forget it, I won't argue with him." After saying that, Sister Zhen whooshed and rushed back to the control cabin of the war puppet, and the puppet that was restarted rushed towards Yaksha. Seeing Sister Zhen go to Su Fan to complain, Yaksha was obviously a little flustered. He knew that this woman was the master's thorn in his side, and was afraid that Su Fan would punish him, so he was almost attacked by the war puppet controlled by Sister Zhen. Sister Zhen, who took the initiative, would not let go of this opportunity, and controlled the war puppet to chase Yaksha like crazy. The way Sister Zhen controlled the war puppet to attack was like a shrew, without any rules. Su Fan covered his face. These two unreliable things, none of them was worry-free. In the process of launching several blood sacrifices, he seized more than a dozen fourth-level war puppets, and he thought about letting his two ghost slaves control them. Although the Ghost King is equivalent to the human giant in realm cultivator, the Ghost Cultivator's strength is the worst in the giant in realm, but the Ghost Cultivator's mental power is very strong, so Su Fan came up with this idea. And controlling the war puppet requires very high mental power, especially the fourth-level war puppet. If the mental power is not good, the war puppet cannot exert its due strength. Su Fan has invested a lot in his two ghost slaves over the years, especially Sister Zhen, who is hard-fed by him. In order to let the two ghost slaves master the war puppet as soon as possible, Su Fan also spent a lot of time teaching them. Fortunately, it is not that complicated to control the war puppet, and the two ghost slaves mastered it quickly, but it will take more than a day or two to bring out the combat effectiveness of the war puppet. Yaksha is not so bad. This old man may not be simple when he was alive. Not only is he very scheming, but he is also ruthless and has rich combat experience. Compared with him, Sister Zhen is no different from a little white lotus. So Yaksha doesn't need him to worry about it at all, but Sister Zhen is much worse. After practicing for so long, she has not made any progress. Anyway, no matter what, now that the two ghost slaves have the blessing of war puppets, their strength has obviously improved a lot. At least when facing the cultivators of the same level, the two ghost slaves are no longer afraid. Su Fan handed over more than a dozen war puppets to them, which is enough for them to consume for a long time. Even in the Sulan Star field, a fourth-order war puppet is also very valuable. If it is not during the war, even giant and cultivators cannot touch it. In addition to more than a dozen fourth-order war puppets, Su Fan also seized a large number of third-order war puppets and countless flying puppets. When Sister Zhen and Yaksha are fully able to control the fourth-order war puppets, let them find some ghost generals with good potential to learn to control the third-order war puppets. By then, Su Fan will have his own mechanical puppet army, even if it is a consumable. Sister Zhen, what did I teach you? Have you forgotten? At this moment, Sister Zhen was fighting happily. She had been suppressed by Yaksha these days, and today she finally let out more breath of anger. As a result, she heard the master's scolding, and when she was stunned, Yaksha seized the opportunity and knocked the war puppet she was driving to the ground again. Su Fan was so angry, this troublesome thing. A flash of blood flashed on his body, and he appeared in the control cabin where Sister Zhen was, and then restarted the war puppet. Watch carefully, I will do it once. If you still can't learn it, don't play with this big guy anymore. Sister Zhen blinked her eyes in grievance, with a hint of resentment in her eyes, and her eyes were filled with mist, looking more wrong than Meng Jiangyu. Watch carefully, there is only one chance. After Su Fan finished speaking, he drove the war puppet over 100 feet high, and rushed towards the Yaksha on the opposite side. He operated it as fiercely as a tiger and beat the Yaksha. This chapter is to make up for yesterday, and there will be another update later. Chapter 539. Didn't I send you off last night? The following days were still peaceful, and the war did not happen soon as Su Fan had thought. But the atmosphere on the front line became more and more depressing. Every day, countless monks from the Yunmang Star region rushed to the front line through the space gate, which was like a dark cloud pressing down on the city. Of course, these had nothing to do with Su Fan, and he lived a leisurely life every day. The workload of the workshop was too easy for him, so he had a lot of time. In addition to continuing to study and figure out the puppetry of the Sulan Star region, he also learned the basic knowledge of the witchcraft and became familiar with the use of the witch formations on his body. Every 2 days, he would return to his personal secret realm towards the two ghost slaves to master the control of the fourth-level war puppet as soon as possible. After Su Fan's urging, even Sister Zhen did not dare to slack off, and she practiced seriously every day. Although she still lost more than she won against Yaksha, she made great progress. Although she could not be compared with Su Fan, she was not much worse than the ordinary Sulan monks. Sister Zhen and Yaksha also followed Su Fan's orders and selected dozens of ghost generals with good potential from their own subordinates, and taught them to control the third-level war puppets every day. It is estimated that it will not take long for Su Fan to have a mechanical puppet army composed entirely of war puppets. Compared with the cultivators of other sects, ghost cultivators have incomparable advantages in controlling war puppets. Not only are their mental strength very strong, but their survival rate will also be greatly increased. After all, ghost cultivators have no physical body. Even if the war puppet is completely destroyed, the ghost body can quickly escape from the control cabin. At noon that day, Su Fan was studying the puppet in the workshop, and suddenly heard a voice in his ear. "I'm back, fuck." Hearing that cold and indifferent voice again, Su Fan's scalp exploded. How did this guy hide his entry into the portable secret realm without him noticing that he had already entered? This is too terrible. Well, I know. Su Fan had a gloomy face, put the jade slip into the ring, and then entered his portable secret realm. When the silly girl Luosha saw Su Fan coming in, she ran over happily and hugged his arm affectionately. "Uncle, my cultivation has broken through the middle stage of foundation building." Su Fan heard it and immediately pretended to be surprised. "Really? That's great." The little girl looked up proudly, excited as if nothing happened. "Uncle, I'm awesome." "Yeah, you're really awesome. How could you not be awesome? When I was your age, I was only at the first level of key training." "Uncle, let's celebrate today." Seeing Luosha's excitement, Su Fan certainly didn't want to spoil the fun, so he nodded. "Okay, let's prepare a few more dishes tonight to celebrate your breakthrough to the middle stage of foundation building." The little girl laughed and said, "Uncle, I'll prepare it right away. Let me help you." "No, you take a rest. It will be ready in a while." Su Fan was actually just being polite. What a nice girl, much more sensible than his Kuman. He glanced at Rose's cheerful back, came to the recliner next to him, and happily took a sip of spiritual tea from the teacup. "You are about to start preparing to break through the nascent soul realm? I also want to, but there is no quiet place in the Donggil Star region. I'd better wait for the King Kwang Star region to open the space gate, and then return to the sect to break through quietly. Well, it will take at least a few decades, and I don't know when the opportunity for breakthrough will appear." "Your opportunity for breakthrough will appear soon, believe me." "What the hell? What does this guy mean? It can't be like what the other party said." "That's the end of the matter. The opportunity for breakthrough in the nascent soul realm often requires patience. When the time is right, it will come naturally. But the opportunity for breakthrough is not long. If the window period for breakthrough has passed and the opportunity for breakthrough is delayed, then you have to continue to wait for the opportunity to appear." "This is fucking. Why do you say that? Haha. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. Come on, I have to be so stupid to bet with you on this shit." "Forget it, why bother betting on that?" After he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that this guy seemed to have said that he would help him find opportunities when he came back. Su Fan wanted to ask, but after thinking about it, he decided not to act like he was so impatient, since this guy had already agreed. Although this guy is a bit annoying, he is usually quite reliable. In the evening, Luosha prepared a large table of dishes, which made her very tired, and sweat oozed from her forehead. She put the last dish on the table and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Uncle, it's time to eat." "Oh, I see," Su Fan replied, put down the teacup in his hand, then stood up from the recliner and walked to the dining table. "Wow. Today's dishes are quite rich." Luosha untied the apron around her waist, then walked to the opposite side of the table and sat down. "I'm happy today, so I made a few more dishes." She laughed and said, "Uncle, I'm happy today. Let's drink some wine." Su Fan glared and said, "What kind of wine are you drinking, little girl?" He had let Luosha drink a few times before, but later he gradually treated her as his own family and never let her drink again. "Uncle, I'm happy today." Looking at Luosha's expectant eyes, Su Fan's heart softened. Since the little girl was happy today, he would make an exception. "You can only drink one glass." Su Fan chose a jar of the best spiritual wine from the ring, then broke the mud seal and poured a glass for Luosha. He put down the jar, picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Luosha, said something to make the little girl happy, and then the two of them raised their heads and drank. The little girl came over, picked up the jar and helped Su Fan pour the wine, and then took the opportunity to pour herself a glass. Looking at Luosha's playful look, Su Fan couldn't bear to say anything to her, and the girl was really happy today, so he just let her do what she wanted. The little girl was so excited today. She grew up in the gathering place and thought that her life would be like that. Who would have thought that she would achieve what she has today? At such a young age, she is already a mid-stage foundation building cultivator. This may not be uncommon in those super sects, but it is a great thing in Luosha's eyes. Luosha was happy for once, so she drank more wine. As she drank, She began to cry and laugh. The two of them drank until late at night, and Luosha finally stopped because she was almost unconscious. Looking at Luosha lying on the table, Su Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He walked over and picked up the little girl, carried her to the bedroom, and then gently put her on the bed. Su Fan pulled the quilt over her and was about to cover her, but the little girl hugged him and mumbled something. He smiled bitterly. This damn girl, I will never let her drink again in the future, she is really capable. The little girl's eyebrows and eyes are as delicate as a painting, and her face, which looks like the first snow, is still childish. Although she is not very old, she already has a bit of beauty and brightness. Especially after drinking, her tender little face is flushed, full of innocence and temptation. Su Fan pulled the quilt over Luosha. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, the little girl's eyes suddenly opened. The clarity in her eyes had disappeared, replaced by a pair of soul-stirring eyes, with a series of autumnal glances and seductive eyes, which were indescribably charming and moving. Su Fan was immediately frightened. This was not Luosha's look at all. It must have been done by the incarnation of some witch god. What on earth did he want to do? At this time, Luosha's eyes were clear and bright, and there was infinite charm flowing between her eyebrows and eyes. Her cheeks were slightly red and beautiful, and she had a bit more charm. The girl's eyes were full of water like spring water. She bit her pink lips lightly, and in the blink of an eye, she exuded the charm of a woman to the extreme, which made people melt to the bone. Su Fan's brain boomed, and a heat rose from his lower abdomen and rushed straight to the Niwen Palace along his spine. Since he swallowed a large amount of the essence and blood of the high-level demons, he turned into a teddy bear, and he would catch fire if he got on fire. This is fucking. Brother, what are you doing? Don't play like this, okay? You are a grown man, possessed by a girl, and you actually played this trick on him. Don't you think it's disgusting? No, leave quickly. If you don't leave, something will happen. Thinking of this, Su Fan suppressed the fire in his heart and turned to leave the house. But before he turned around, he suddenly found that his body had lost control, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't move. Fuck. This guy is actually serious, is he sick? Just when Su Fan was daydreaming, Rosa, who was originally lying on the bed, had sat up. She was like silk and mist, and her eyes were as charming as water. She was like a charming poppy flower, blooming with irresistible beauty. This girl Rosa is not the same girl anymore, she is simply a fairy. Su Fan's heart was ten with a burst of evil fire. The fire in his lower abdomen was also burning, and the blood all over his body was like a boiling pot. This time it's over, I'm going to lose my strength. At this time, Su Fan just felt that he was pushed down. He wanted to resist but it was useless. He couldn't move his body at all. At noon the next day, Su Fan sat in front of the workbench with a dull look, staring blankly at a puppet component on the table. In fact, his mind was not on the puppet component at all, but was thinking about what happened last night. Su Fan closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. What the hell is this? I was actually pushed back. He felt grief and indignation when he thought about his innocent body being ruined by someone. In fact, his body had recovered its freedom later, but the raging fire in his body had been completely ignited, and he also lost himself. It was too shameful. Although Luosha was very beautiful, he had never had any evil thoughts about this little girl, but why couldn't he control himself last night? Although the experience last night was very unforgettable for him, how could he face Luosha in the future? If the two met again, it would be so embarrassing. What he couldn't accept the most was that the witch god's clone might have witnessed the whole process last night, which made him feel embarrassed. At that time, his blood was boiling, but he didn't think about it. He only thought about this in the morning. Didn't he get naked by that guy? Su Fan couldn't help but shudder. And Su Fan felt very strange. He always felt that he and the two women were charming and innocent at one moment. It goes without saying that she is pure as water, but who is that charming woman? Why don't you go and comfort that girl? She is hiding in the house and crying secretly. At this time, he heard that cold and indifferent voice again. Hearing the other party's words, Su Fan was immediately furious. The culprit last night was this guy, and now he actually ran over to say something sarcastic. He was about to curse, but suddenly remembered something. Something is wrong. Su Fan thought for a while and said calmly, "Didn't you say you would give me an opportunity? Didn't I give you one last night? What the hell? That girl has excellent qualifications, a rare witch saint body, and you are not bad either. You can be regarded as an innate Taoist body. If you get a red pill, you will get endless benefits for life. This time Su Fan listened to the voice carefully. He didn't think there was anything wrong before, but now he listened carefully and felt something was wrong. The voice was very neutral, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Su Fan sneered and said, Luo Xia should have received more benefits than me. You two are about the same. How could they be about the same? That girl is a seed of the Wu sect, and it is easy to tell the difference between the near and the near. If you change to a Wu sect's Taoism, I can do it for you. Before he finished speaking, Su Fan interrupted him. You are a female cultivator. After hearing Su Fan's words, the other party was stunned for a few seconds, and then stopped talking. He sneered. It seems that his guess was right. The other party should be a female cultivator. She used magic to change her voice, making it impossible to distinguish between men and women. This is considered a solved case. No wonder he felt like there were two people last night. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540. Aren't you afraid of killing yourself? Su Fan never thought that the witch god that Luo Xia worshipped every day was actually a woman. In fact, he didn't think about it at all, but he subjectively determined that the witch god should be a male cultivator. So now the question is, was he with Luo Xia last night, or with the witch god's clone? This question is actually quite complicated. No matter what, it has been done anyway. Can I still deny it after pulling up my pants? But what should I do with Luo Xia in the future? You said this opportunity so well, why don't I feel it at all? Just now he used his spiritual sense to repeatedly check every corner of his body, but did not find any changes. Don't worry, you will experience it slowly, and it will benefit you for the rest of your life. After listening to the other party's words, Su Fan didn't say anything. He believed that the witch god's clone would not lie to him for such a trivial matter. Then, what about Luo Xia in the future? What do you mean by what? I have a Taoist partner, and I already have children. How can you ask him to take Luo Xia back? I have a Taoist partner. I don't know what to do. Before Su Fan finished speaking, the witch god clone interrupted him. You think too much? I have decided to accept Luo Xia as my disciple. Letting you take her red pill is just a stopgap measure. In fact, you are not worthy of her, damn. So I am just a tool, just like a massage stick, just throw it away after use. Originally, Su Fan was still thinking hard about how to deal with Luo Xia, who would have thought that it would be impossible for him to take her away. Su Fan felt very aggrieved and felt hurt. Okay, this is also good, it also solves his own problems and saves a lot of troubles later. After all, it was the future master of the little girl who pimped him, and he himself was also a victim. After thinking this through, Su Fan's pressure in his heart was relieved a lot, and he was ready to return to the portable secret realm to see Luo Xia. Su Fan returned to the portable secret realm, but did not see Luo Xia, who had been busy in the yard. He sighed, came to the outside of Luo Xia's room, hesitated for a moment, and finally knocked on the door gently. Come in. Hearing the little girl's voice, Su Fan took a deep breath, then pushed the door and walked into the room. Luo Xia, who looked haggard, was sitting cross-legged on the bed, with red eyes, which showed that she had just cried. Seeing Su Fan coming in, she lowered her head quickly. Luo Xia, Su Fan couldn't say anything more when he said this. What do you want him to say? Do you want him to ask Luo Xia if she had a good time last night? The two of them froze there, and finally Luo Xia raised her head and looked at Su Fan. Today, the witch god's clone had told her about the possession and explained to her what happened last night. Uncle, I know it's not your fault, but I feel bad when I think about last night. I want to stay alone for a while. After listening to Luo Xia's words, Su Fan sighed secretly, then turned and left the room. After returning to the workshop, he was not in the mood to study and figure out the puppet, so he simply left the workshop and walked around the base. Boom. Boom. At this time, there were bursts of earth-shaking dull sounds in the distance. That's the direction of the front line. Su Fan turned around abruptly and looked at the direction of the front line of defense. The Sulin people finally launched an attack. At this moment, the monks in the base were also like him, nervously paying attention to the situation on the front line. After a long period of silence, The war between the two sides started again. With the support of the Yaogu Star Domain, the attack of the Sulan people this time will definitely be unprecedentedly fierce. Listening to the bursts of loud noises coming from the distant defense line, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. Now he just hoped that the Yunmang Star Domain would hold on. He returned to the workshop, and the monks here also looked worried. The news that the Yaogu Star Domain joined the war had already spread, so the monks in the base were also very worried about the situation on the front line. In the next 10 days, the attacks of the Sulan people became more and more fierce, especially when the Yaogu Star Domain joined the attack. It is said that the situation on the front line is already precarious. At this time, the entire base was already in panic, and the daily workload of the workshop increased several times at once. All signs indicate that the Yunmang Star Domain is afraid that it will not be able to hold on. Su Fan has made preparations for evacuation. Once the defense line of the Yunmang Star Domain is breached, he will immediately take advantage of the chaos to escape from here. He does not want to work for the Yunmang Star Domain, and he does not want to throw his life here. Although the situation on the front line is not optimistic, Su Fan got a surprise. He felt that his body had changed a little. Although this slight change in the body is not big, it still makes him very excited. It seems that the clone of the witch god did not lie to him. The opportunity after getting Luosha's red pill has begun to slowly show its effect. Su Fan's physical changes are all around, including various data such as physical body and mental power. There are some improvements. The biggest change is his perception. Compared with physical strength and mental power, perception is the most difficult to improve. Perception is also an indicator that cultivators attach great importance to. This is also an ability that he has been trying to improve, but there is no way. That is, he swallowed the blood essence of the 5th level wild beast, which is why he inherited some of the abilities of the 5th level wild beast. But with his current strength, the perception that increased at the beginning can be ignored. Now Su Fan's perception can finally be improved again, which makes him very excited, because according to the witch god clone, this change will last for a long time. This morning, Su Fan just walked into his workshop, and the communication array on his waist suddenly vibrated slightly. He was immediately excited. There was news from the Qingquan Star region. Su Fan took off the communication array on his waist and found that it was a message sent to him by Dongming, old monster. Where are you? He was stunned for a moment. Where else can I be? It must be Dongming Star region. But then he thought about it and became excited. Could it be that Qingquan Star region has opened the space gate? Hearing Su Fan say the name of the base, Dongming old monster hurriedly gave him some instructions. You should immediately restore your original appearance and go to the airport of the base to wait. The people of Yunmang Star Domain will contact you. What the hell, what is going on? Senior. Have we opened up the space channel of Dongming Star Domain? Well, Yunmang Star Domain is preparing to launch a counterattack. We hope that several of our star domains will set up the space gate behind the Sulan people. This is fucking. Yunmang Star Domain is really bold. The situation on the front line is almost unbearable, but they are still holding back to play a big game. They are also ruthless. Aren't they afraid of playing themselves to death? If the defense line is broken by the Sulan people before the reinforcements from several star domains arrive, it will not have much impact on the other star domains, but the monks of the entire defense line of Yunmang Star Domain will have to be involved. Senior, what do you need me to do? The coordinates of our space gate to Dongming Star Domain must be set by you. We can't trust the people of Yunmang Star Domain. This is necessary. After all, if a space gate is opened in a completely unfamiliar star domain, once something goes wrong, it will definitely be a heavy loss. After ending the contact with Dongming Demon Lord, Su Fan left the workshop, put on his hood, and walked towards the airport of the base. After a few steps, his figure and appearance began to change, and gradually restored his face. Su Fan came to the airport of the base. Because the battle on the front line was very fierce, a large number of flying boats flew from the main base every day, so the entire airport was very busy. There are people everywhere, can they find me? Su Fan looked around and found that only the entrance of the airport was the most conspicuous, so he walked over and waited patiently. Originally, he thought that the Yunmang Star Domain cultivator who came to pick him up would not be able to find him for a while, but who knew that just after he stood there for a while, 2 giant cultivators came to him. You are Su Fan from Qingquan Star Domain. Seeing Su Fan nod, the leading giant cultivator waved at him. Come with us, Su Fan followed the two people and boarded a nearby flying boat, and then quickly took off and sped away. About 10 days later, the flying boat arrived at the main base of Jiuangshan in Yunmang Star region, and then took the teleportation array to the city. Two giant monks took Su Fan into the city and placed him in a cave, and then no one paid attention to him. Su Fan didn't care much, he had long been accustomed to the style of Yunmang Star region. Looking at the backs of the two giant monks leaving, Su Fan turned and walked into the cave. Although Yunmang Star region did not attach importance to him, the cave arranged for him was not bad. He walked into the luxurious hall in the cave and sat cross-legged on the futon. Su Fan closed his eyes and scanned his body with his spiritual sense, and found that his abilities in all aspects had increased a little. At this stage of his cultivation, whether it was physical strength, soul strength, or perception ability, it was extremely difficult to increase even a little bit. Especially the physical strength, since he broke through the 5th level of Heavenly Demon Saint Body Art, the increase in his physical strength can be completely ignored. Su Fan opened his eyes with a face full of relief. Although the daily growth was not much, the change cycle brought to him by this opportunity was long. If the slow growth continued for several years, it would be very impressive when added together. Su Fan stood up from the futon and entered his own portable secret realm. Luo Xiao was busy in front of the stove in the courtyard. Seeing Su Fan coming back, she squeezed a smile at Su Fan. "Uncle is back, the meal is ready, let's eat." Luo Xiao may have figured it out these days and returned to her original appearance, serving Su Fan's daily life every day. But there seemed to be a layer between her and Su Fan, and there was no longer the intimacy they had before. He was so worried about this that his head hurt. Su Fan didn't know what to do, so he could only wait and see. He sat down at the dining table, took the chopsticks Luo Xiao handed to him, and then started eating. Yunmang Star region will also join the war. At this time, Su Fan heard that cold and indifferent voice again. "Well, we are about to join the war." Su Fan didn't say much. Ever since what happened that night, he always felt that this witch god clone had no good intentions towards him. "Then shouldn't you also return to the Yunmang Star region?" Seeing Su Fan nod, the other party continued, "In that case, I'll take Luo Xiao away." "Where are you going? The Yunmang Star region is in a mess now." "I plan to take this child to other star regions to have a look." After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan felt inexplicably lost. The little girl has been with him for so long, it's impossible to say that there is no affection. Before that night, the relationship between the two was really pure, without a trace of evil thoughts. It was a feeling like a family. After that incident, this feeling may no longer exist. "Well, then you take her away. Luo Xiao is a girl with extraordinary talent, and she will be successful sooner or later if she follows you." After he said that, he took out a ring from his arms, which was filled with the little girl's favorite food. "Help me give this to her." As soon as he finished speaking, the ring in his hand disappeared. "I'll leave it to him, you take care of yourself." The next morning, Su Fan found that Luo Xiao and her master had left the portable secret realm, which made him feel lost for a long time. "Okay, it's better to leave." With this witch god's clone taking care of her, Su Fan can rest assured. 3 days later, the two giant monks came to the door again and led him to the teleportation hall in the city. At this moment, many people have come to the hall. People from the human race, the demon race and the monster race are all gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to chat. Among them, there are more than a dozen people from the human race. From their breath and clothes, it can be seen that this group of people must be not simple. There are also several demon monks, each of them is about several feet tall, with a fierce breath in their eyes, and the morphological characteristics of these demons are the ones he called out. The dozen or so monsters are mostly half human and half beast. If it weren't for Su Fan's timely stop-loss, these guys might still be arguing every day for a little thing. Su Fan turned his head and looked at the two giant monks. The giant monk in the lead hurriedly smiled and explained. "They are all people transferred back from the front lines of their respective forces. They are mainly responsible for protecting your safety." "What the hell is protection?" "They are all here to monitor me." "Thank you both. I'll have a drink with you when I have a chance." The two giant realm cultivators sent Su Fan into the teleportation hall, and flew away with their magic tools. "Now, I don't even have a word here." At this time, a Yuanjing walked in from outside the hall. The cultivators in the hall saw him coming and hurriedly saluted him. The old man had a simple appearance and a majestic temperament. After he came in, he looked around. Su Fan from the King Kwang Star Domain, who is it? Hearing the old man's call, Su Fan smiled bitterly, then stepped out. Junior Su Fan, meet the senior. Chapter 541 I still can't trust the Yunmang Star region. Hearing the Yuanying master of Yumang Star Domain calling his name, Su Fan quickly stood up and bowed. Greetings to Master Hoods on. The other human cultivators also bowed and paid their respects. The other party was a burly old man wearing a gray brocade robe. Although his hair was full of silver, his eyes were bright. He waved at Su Fan and others and said, "Everyone stand up," Master Hoods said, and then turned to look at the cultivators of the demon and monster tribes next to him. A group of cultivators of the demon and monster tribes also bowed and pounded their chests with their right fists. Are all the people here? Hearing Master Hoods' words, the leading human cultivator quickly stepped forward. Reporting to Master Hoods, the people are all here, Master Hoods nodded and said loudly, "Since everyone is here, let's set off." Su Fan turned his head and looked at the more than 10 demon and monster cultivators who were several feet tall behind him, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. In fact, he could easily set up the star field coordinate points and the cross-domain communication array by himself, and there was no need for so many people to follow him. Especially since the bodies of the demon and monster guys were so huge, letting them follow him, didn't he think the target was not big enough? But at this time, what could he say? Moreover, this group of elites from various races in the Yunmang star field didn't take him seriously at all. Since he came here, no one even greeted him. It's understandable that the demons and monsters ignored him, but those human cultivators were also arrogant. Master Hoods took out a miniature boat of several inches in size from his ring and threw it into the air. The boat grew in the wind and instantly turned into a flying boat of more than 10 feet long. "Let's get on board," Master Hoods said, and took the lead in boarding the flying boat. Su Fan was a little confused. Such a small flying boat could barely accommodate dozens of human cultivators. The problem was that there were more than 10 cultivators from the demon and monster tribes. Even the smallest one was several feet tall. How could they squeeze into such a small flying boat? But the next scene made him stunned. He saw more than 10 cultivators from the demon and monster tribes squeeze into the flying boat through the small hatch. Fuck. This is a space flying boat. Su Fan had heard of this kind of space flying boat before, and today he finally saw the real thing. The Yunmang Star region is so fucking rich that it actually used such rare space materials to refine a flying boat. Su Fan couldn't help but shake his head with emotion and stepped onto the flying boat. He walked into the flying boat, and suddenly the view in front of him was clear. He didn't expect that the flying boat, which was only more than 10 feet in appearance, had a different world inside. The interior of this flying boat was divided into 3 floors, and it was more than 100 feet long. Even the demons and monsters who were several feet tall did not seem crowded in the cabin of the flying boat. Seeing Su Fan's appearance of having never seen the world, the cultivators of several races in the Yunmang Star Domain all looked at him with contempt. Damn, I didn't expect that I would be despised by others. Su Fan ignored them. The cultivators in the Yunmang Star Domain were all of the same conduct. And he was not angry with a bunch of idiots. He found an empty cabin at the end of the cabin, walked in, lay on the ground, and fell asleep in a short while. With a dull roar, the flying boat slowly flew up, and then instantly soared into the sky and rushed away. The next morning, Su Fan was awakened by a knock on the door. He sat up from the ground and yawned. It was so early in the morning that he didn't want to be quiet. "Who is it?" Su Fan stood up from the ground, frowned and walked to the cabin door, and then opened it. Standing outside the door was a middle-aged cultivator in the middle stage of the golden collar. He had a handsome face, and his jet black hair was neatly combed and tied with a silver buckle and draped behind his head, making him look more elegant and romantic. Seeing the door open, the other party bowed to Su Fan. "I am Liang Xiao from the Qingwei Immortal sect of the Yunmang Star Domain. I am here today, please forgive me, you know why I am here." Although he thought so in his heart, he certainly would not show it. "Devours, please come in." Su Fan let the other party into the cabin, and then the two sat down cross-legged. He thought for a while and asked, "Devours, what are you doing here?" After hearing Su Fan's words, Liang Xiao smiled and said, "It's nothing important, I just want to chat with you. There are so many cultivators from the Yunmang Star Domain on the flying boat, why do you want to talk to me, a foreigner?" Although he thought so in his heart, he certainly couldn't say it out loud. Su Fan has always been a soft-hearted person. After all, You can't hide a smiling person. You can't just drive him away. After some communication, he finally understood the other party's intention. It turned out that Liang Xiao was a logistics staff in Yuanmang Star region, and he was also a propaganda officer. His main task was to operate the image-retaining magic tool and record various precious images on the battlefield. This guy's job is a bit like a journalist in his previous life, and he is also a war correspondent. This time Liang Xiao came here to transmit the image of the moment when the reinforcements from the King Kong Star region rushed out of the space gate to various battlefields in the Donggate Star region and the major sects in the Yunmang Star region in real time. Not only here, the images of the reinforcements from several other star regions passing through the space gate will also be broadcast in real time on the light screens in various parts of the Yunmang Star region. After all, the situation on the battlefield is relatively passive now. If the reinforcements from several star regions enter the Donggate Star region at almost the same time, it will definitely greatly boost the morale of the Yunmang Star region. Because Liang Xiao is a non-combatant, the human elites in the Yunmang Star region, who are arrogant don't care about him at all. This guy, like Su Fan, didn't even have anyone to talk to on the flying boat. Liang Xiao was a chatterbox. If he stayed alone in the cabin every day, he would be suffocated to death. So this guy could only find Su Fan, a cultivator from the outside world, thinking that they shared the same suffering and could get together to talk when they had nothing to do. After understanding the other party's intention, Su Fan almost laughed out loud. Well, anyway, I'm free anyway, so I can learn about some things about the Yunmang Star region through this guy. Thinking of this, Su Fan took out a small red clay stove and a complete set of tea sets from his ring, ready to brew a pot of spiritual tea. Liang Xiao took a look and took out an exquisite wooden box from his ring. Devours, try my spiritual tea today. This is the unique spiritual tea of our family. Su Fan was not polite. He took the wooden box handed over by the other party and picked it up to smell it. Devours, your spiritual tea is not bad. After hearing Su Fan's words, Liang Xiao was so happy that the wrinkles on his face piled up together. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Well, I won't be polite. Su Fan drank tea while listening to Liang Xiao's chatter. This guy is indeed a chatterbox, but he is really good at chatting and is not annoying. Especially when Su Fan asked about the Yunmang Star region, the other party knew everything about it, as if there was nothing he didn't know. Su Fan also got a lot of information about the Yunmang Star region from Liang Xiao. In the next few days, this guy almost seemed to grow in Su Fan's cabin, coming to chat with him every day. This guy's family background is not simple. Every time he comes, he will bring some spiritual tea and spiritual wine, and everything he takes out is top grade. The flying boat flew for more than half a month, deliberately bypassing the defense line of the Sulan people, came to the sky above a jungle, and then chose a clearing to land. Su Fan had just got off the flying boat with everyone, and Master Hoods all waved at him. There is a miniature spiritual vein ahead. What do you think of it? Su Fan looked around and nodded. Senior, let's go here, then hurry up and arrange the coordinates of the star field. After saying this, Master Hoods all waved his hand and instantly arranged a hidden immortal formation. An invisible spiritual shield covered the area of 1,000 feet in radius. Once the space gate is activated, the movement will be quite loud. Maybe it will alarm the nearby Sulan people. Su Fan frowned immediately. His luck won't be that bad. Seeing his worried look, Master Hoods quickly gave him a reassurance. More than 10 gods of transformation and a large number of Yuanying masters in our Yunmang star field will take action again today to help us hold back the high-level cultivators in the Yunmang star field. After listening to Master Hoods' words, Su Fan finally put his heart at ease. He took out a large amount of materials from the ring, found the spiritual vein, and began to work nervously. Dozens of elite monks from the Yunmang star domain also began to spread out around to be on guard. Liang Xiao was also not idle. He controlled all the image-retaining instruments to float in the air. One by one, the image-retaining instruments, which were several meters in size, were seen. During this period, Su Fan had set up more than a dozen space coordinate points in the Donggate star domain, and he was so skilled that he couldn't be more skilled. It only took him one morning to establish the star domain coordinate points and the cross-domain remote communication device, activated the star domain coordinate points, and then began to wait patiently. After about a quarter of an hour, the star domain coordinate points were activated. Su Fan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally successful. The next step was to wait for the King Kong star domain to open the space gate. At this time, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. Su Fan quickly took off the communication array disc from his waist, and then saw the message sent to him by the Dongming Demon Lord. "Did you set up the star domain coordinate points yourself?" He almost laughed out loud. It seemed that the old monsters in the King Kong star domain still didn't trust the Young Mang star domain. "Senior, I personally arranged the star field coordinate point, okay? Next you must guard it, and don't let anyone touch the star field coordinate point." From the serious tone of Dongming Demon Lord, it can be heard that it seems that these old monsters in King Kong star field are as worried as he is when they first see the space gate. "Please rest assured, the formation is there." Dongming Demon Lord nodded with satisfaction and said, "We will leave the cultivators of King Kong star field to you. As a Demon Lord of the transformation of gods, it is already precious to be able to say this. There is no way. In the process of building the space gate leading to Donggate star field, once the coordinate point is destroyed, the loss will be too great. Because the star field coordinate point is lost, the cultivators who pass through the space gate will not know where they are teleported to." Su Fan was flattered when he heard it. The dignified Demon Lord of the transformation of gods actually said such a thing to him, which also made him feel passionate and heroic. No matter what, even if you risk your life, you must guard this coordinate point for King Kong star field. The next step is a long wait. It is not so easy to set up a space gate. Boom! At this time, a roar came from a distance. Su Fan was immediately scared. His luck couldn't be so bad. He could be discovered by the Sulan people in such a remote place. But it was already this time, and he could only resist. The Ghost Clan. "It's the Ghost Clan." Su Fan's face turned pale when he heard the shouts from afar. "Who picked this shitty place? How come we just set up the star field coordinate point and encountered the Ghost Clan?" At this moment, only Master Hunza and Su Fan were left around the star field coordinate point. "Boy, are you scared?" "I'm not scared of anything. At worst, I can just run away." Su Fan never counted on these bastards in the Yunmang star field. Anyway, once the situation was urgent, he would turn around and run without thinking. At this time, a powerful aura that could destroy the world came over instantly. Su Fan was gasping for breath. Not good. Fortunately, at this time, the Hunja next to him shouted loudly, and the person had disappeared from the spot. It was not until then that Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He almost suffocated to death just now. It must be said that their luck was bad enough. No one expected that they could encounter the ghost tribe in such a remote place. Su Fan slapped the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist and summoned Sister Zhen and Yaksha. "You control the war puppets and protect the star field coordinate point." After hearing Su Fan's words, the two ghost slaves quickly took out their own war puppets and rushed into the control cabin, and then controlled the war puppets to come in front of Su Fan. Not only that, they also sent the ghost generals they had cultivated during this period to control the third-level war puppets to guard around the star field coordinate point. Awoo! At this time, a shrill roar came from a distance, and several ghost monks several feet tall were seen rushing towards the coordinate point. Su Fan shook his head, still couldn't stop it. Fortunately, the ones who came were only level 3 ghost monks who were equivalent to the foundation building period of the human race, so there was no pressure for him. Just when Su Fan was thinking about it, the ghost monk who led the ghost clan had already rushed to Su Fan. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his body suddenly turned into a giant beast, and then he rushed towards the ghost monk fiercely. Bang! The ghost monk who was several feet tall was hit by Su Fan's blow, and the whole person was knocked back and fell heavily to the ground. Several ghost monks behind saw their fellows flying over their heads. Before he could react, a huge figure appeared in front of them, followed by a thick and ferocious claw, which swept towards them fiercely. Bang! Bang! Several elite disciples of the ghost clan were instantly swept to pieces by Su Fan's claws. Hey! Why is he so weak? He is so much weaker than the ghost monk he saw last time. Chapter 542, obviously overdoing it. Looking at the corpses of several ghost monks on the ground, Su Fan was confused. He had seen the strength of these guys, so he activated the demon eye body right away. Who would have thought that these ghost monks would be so vulnerable? He had obviously used too much force just now. But Su Fan immediately understood what was going on. Last time, those should be the elite of the ghost clan. He released the demonized body and turned back to the star field coordinate point. Liang Xiao, who had been hiding next to him, ran over happily. Devours, you are a demon cultivator. Su Fan's demonized body just now made him feel extremely excited. If this scene was transmitted back, the picture effect would definitely be very shocking. It's a pity that he put all the magic tools for recording images on the outer battlefield and missed the wonderful battle scenes just now. Su Fan nodded and said, "How is the situation outside?" Liang Xiao waved his hand quickly after hearing this, and a light screen appeared in front of the two of them, on which a fierce battle scene was being played. At this moment, more than 100 ghost monks were frantically besieging the outer Yunmang Star Domain monks. Su Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the appearance of the ghost monks was just an accident. They might have encountered their patrol team. However, the more troublesome one was the ghost monk of the nascent soul. Fortunately, Master Hoods blocked him. As long as there were no large forces of the ghost nearby, there would be no problem. The defensive formation arranged by Master Hoods could not be broken in a short time, even if there were more ghost monks of the Golden Collar. At this time, Liang Xiao, who was standing next to him, took out a palm-sized circular magic weapon from the ring and threw it into the air. The circular magic weapon instantly turned into a nearly 10-foot radius, circling and flying into the sky, floating hundreds of meters high, and slowly rotating. Looking at the shadow-keeping head device floating in the air, Su Fan frowned, but then shook his head. He can take pictures if he wants. Anyway, I am not from the Yunmang Star Domain. After releasing the image-retaining artifact, Liang Xiao ran to the bottom of the two fourth-order war puppets, looking up with a shocked look on his face. Devours, if I'm not mistaken, these two war puppets should be fourth order, Dabunu said. This guy has good eyesight. Well, I picked them up on the battlefield. Liang Xiao couldn't help but be stunned when he heard it, and then smiled bitterly. Do you think the fourth order war puppets in the Sulan Star region are cabbages that can be picked up just by saying so? Although Liang Xiao's strength is not good, his knowledge is very extraordinary. He just saw Su Fan's strength with his own eyes. This guy can be ranked even in the entire Yunmang Star region. At this time, an extremely powerful aura was crushing here from a distance. Not good, another Union cultivator of the Ghost Clan has arrived. I don't know if Master Hoods can stop them alone. Liang Xiao, who was next to him, pinched the magic formula with his hands, and the lake surface on the light curtain in front of the two people kept changing. More and more Ghost Clan cultivators were swarming here from all directions. This is the end of the matter. It seems that there must be a large group of ghost tribes nearby. Su Fan turned his head and looked at the star field coordinates in the formation behind him. The space gates still did not appear. Devours, you should hurry back to the formation. I am afraid that the ghost tribe cultivators outside can't stop them. Liang Xiao turned around and ran into the defense formation. He was a logistics staff and was not good at fighting. At this time, dozens of elite cultivators from the Yunmang Star Field who were guarding the periphery also withdrew from the surroundings to the outside of the formation. There was no way. There were too many ghost tribe cultivators and they had surrounded this place from all directions. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. Who chose this crappy place? You, hurry back to the formation. At this time, a cultivator from the Yunmang Star Field who had withdrawn turned around and yelled at him. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, and then a flash of blood appeared on his body, and he had returned to the formation behind him. Devours, why are you back? Seeing Su Fan's figure suddenly appear next to him, Liang Xiao hurried over. He asked in panic, Devours, why are you back? The ghost tribe is killing us. They asked me to come back. Liang Xiao opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. He knew those guys outside too well. They were all crazy. Buzz, with a dull roar, the space above the star field coordinate point behind the two suddenly twisted, and then a dazzling light spot appeared. The dazzling light spot slowly expanded and eventually turned into a light circle hundreds of meters long, rippling like a lake, like waves rippling waves. Su Fan suddenly became excited, and the space gate took shape. It won't be long before the reinforcements from the King Kong star field will pass through this space gate and continuously kill into the Dongging star field. Bang! At this time, a demon cultivator covered in blood flew into the formation from outside and fell heavily to the ground. Then, the cultivators from the Cloud Star Domain retreated into the formation. Only less than half of the dozens of Cloud Star Domain cultivators returned. and everyone was seriously injured. At this time, countless ghost cultivators had gathered outside the formation and were frantically attacking the spiritual shield. However, although the defensive formation had been surrounded, most of the ghost cultivators outside were in the foundation building stage or the golden elixir stage, and could not pose a threat to the formation at all. Now it was up to Master Hundzo. As long as he blocked the two ghost cultivators, the high-level cultivators from the blue sky star domain would come in through the space gate. Unfortunately, the distance between the two star domains was too far. Even with a space gate, it would take a long time for the reinforcements from the blue sky star domain to arrive. Boom! At this time, a loud sound like shaking the earth came from outside the formation, and the ground was shaken slightly. Su Fan sighed. This was dangerous. Master Hundzo still failed to block it, and let a ghost cultivator from the ghost reach the front of the formation. Next, with the earth shaking roars, the aura shield of the formation was shaking, and the shield was getting dimmer and dimmer. The faces of the cultivators of the Yunmang star region in the formation became tense. Facing the Yuanying's engine of the ghost clan outside the formation, everyone felt a little desperate. If the Yuanying cultivator of the ghost clan broke the defense shield of the formation at this time, the space gate would definitely not be able to be saved. The space gate is very fragile. Not to mention the Yuanying cultivator, even a few giant and realm cultivators can easily destroy it with their big moves. And all of them will die without a burial place. Su Fan took a deep breath, turned his head, and looked at the space gate behind him again. Let's try and see if we can temporarily hold back the Yuanying cultivator of the ghost clan. If it doesn't work, Su Fan can only run away. Thinking of this, Su Fan took out a jade bottle from the ring and poured out several blood-red pills. He ruthlessly stuffed several pills into his mouth, and then threw away the jade bottle in his hand. As soon as several blood-red pills entered his stomach, the extremely hot breath exploded in his body like a volcanic eruption. At this moment, Su Fan's eyes were as red as blood, and his whole body was red as if it was cooked. With a focused look, he activated the demon eye body, and his body instantly turned into a ferocious demon over 20 feet tall. Su Fan swallowed several Liang violent blood pills, which made his strength infinitely close to that of Yuanying's engine in a short period of time. Of course, it was only close. Even if it was just a little bit short, it was an insurmountable natural chasm. At this moment, the Yunmang star domain monks nearby were all stunned by the shock of Su Fan's demonized body. They clearly felt the majestic power of this demon like a towering mountain, which pressed them to the point of being unable to breathe. Brother, is this the demon eye body of the demonic sect? It's a bit like it, but not exactly the same. It should be stronger than the demon eye body. Is this guy going out? Does he want to fight against Yuanying's engine alone? We are wrong. I'm afraid that all of us together are not his opponent. Looking at Su Fan's demonized body, several human cultivators in Yunmang star region felt a little awe. Even several high-level elite demons were trembling with fear under the suppression of the more than 20-foot-tall demon in front of them. The ferocious demon was filled with an extremely powerful blood aura, which made them want to worship it. But even so, no one believed that Su Fan could hold back the Yuanying's engine of the ghost clan outside the formation. Below the Yuanying, everyone is an ant. This is the iron law of the world of cultivation, and so far few people have been able to break this rule. Ouch! Su Fan roared loudly towards the sky, and stomped his right foot hard on the ground. With a bang, a deep pit was stepped out of the ground. The huge demon-eye body suddenly rushed out of the formation. As soon as Su Fan rushed out of the formation, he saw dark mist covering the sky. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Now the area within 100 miles was shrouded in the domain of the ghost clan Yuanying cultivator. Now he couldn't escape even if he wanted to, and he had to fight. The ghost clan Yuanying cultivator outside the formation was dozens of feet tall, and was frantically beating the defense shield of the formation. It didn't expect that someone would dare to rush out of the formation at this time. The only Yuanying's engine in the Yunmang star region had been dragged down, and even if the giant and realm cultivators in the formation came out, they would die. So Su Fan rushed out of the formation suddenly and killed it by surprise. Before the ghost clan's nascent soul cultivator could react, Su Fan had already crushed the fifth order bone talisman in his hand. An extremely dense black mist instantly rose up, turning into a bone hand that covered the sky and sun, and fell from the sky, slapping the ghost clan's nascent soul cultivator opposite. Although the power of the fifth order bone talisman is only 2 or 3/10 of that of the incarnation of the heavenly venerable, The Ghost Clan's nascent soul cultivator dare not underestimated at all. Moreover, it was caught off guard and had lost the initiative. It could only step back a few steps and use its magical power to resist. Boom! The huge bone hand that covered the sky and sun slammed hard on the Ghost Clan's nascent soul cultivator, knocking it back. After flying hundreds of feet away, it barely stabilized its body and barely managed to avoid falling to the ground. Shongshan KO, but before it could stand firmly, Su Fan's body flashed with blood, and the whole person had already crashed into its arms. Although Su Fan's physical strength increased more than 10 times after the demonization, and he took several Liang explosive blood pills, his physical strength increased several times again. But the body of the Ghost Clan Yuanying monk was too strong. Even if Su Fan seized the opportunity, he only knocked the other party back a few steps. Su Fan was of course not stupid. Knowing that the Ghost Clan Yuanying monk's physical body was strong, he chose to fight hard with the other party, that is, to get as close to the Ghost Clan Yuanying monk as possible. Su Fan knocked the Ghost Clan Yuanying monk away, and violently threw his hand to activate the magical power corrupted bone poison mist. The extremely thick black poisonous mist instantly enveloped the opponent's upper body. The poison of the Eye of 10,000 Poisons is extremely fierce, even the Yuanying's engine can't stand it. The violent toxin instantly corroded the skin of the Ghost Clan Yuanying monk. In the blink of an eye, there was nothing left of the opponent's upper body. Ouch! The ghost cultivator's body was indeed too strong. Although his skin was corroded and dilapidated, the fat under his skin was boiling like magma. But this ghost cultivator, who was in the nascent soul stage, ignored the damage to his body and pounced on Su Fan on the opposite side. How could Su Fan give it a chance to fight back? He suddenly activated a 5th-level immortal talisman in his hand, and a huge sword hundreds of feet in size suddenly rose into the sky. Swish! A sword beam that could destroy the world suddenly fell from the sky. The terrifying murderous sword intent seemed to cut the whole world in half. This was a 5th-level sword talisman, and it was also one of the most powerful trump cards in Su Fan's hand. Even if a nascent soul cultivator was hit by it, he would lose half his life. Puff! The terrifying sword beam instantly slashed on the ghost cultivator's body, and the huge body that was dozens of feet tall was actually chopped off by this sword. The Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivator flew 1,000 feet away before falling heavily to the ground, stirring up endless smoke and dust. Not only that, the 5th-level sword talisman also left a deep sword mark on the Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivator's body. The Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivator was seriously injured by the attack of the 5th-level sword talisman, but he still struggled to stand up. Su Fan was also surprised. The power of the 5th-level sword talisman just now would have killed an ordinary human Yuanying cultivator. Even the powerful great heavenly demon could not withstand the power of this sword. But what he never expected was that this Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivator actually came over. Not only was he not killed by the sword, but he seemed to be fine. Is this a piece of shit? Su Fan was immediately furious. This is going to be bad. Chapter 543. Now you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. The Yuanying's engine of the Ghost Clan stood up tremblingly, looking at the human cultivator opposite with fierce eyes. At this moment, its state was extremely miserable. The skin and hair of the entire upper body had been corroded, and in some places, even the muscles had rotted away, revealing pale bones. Especially the deep sword scar that extended from its shoulder to the thigh, and the internal organs and bones of the chest and abdomen were exposed, which looked shocking. If it were a human cultivator with such an injury, he would probably have lost his combat effectiveness long ago, but for the Ghost Clan cultivators with strong bodies, they still had the ability to continue fighting. Of course, with such a serious injury, even the Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivators with strong bodies would only lose 70% to 80% of their strength. It has not suffered such a big loss in many years. I didn't expect that today I would almost fall into the hands of a giant in realm. This is absolutely a great shame for it. The Ghost Clan cultivators look down on the human cultivators, because the human cultivators in the Ghost Bone Star domain are just two-legged sheep they keep in captivity. So the fact that he was injured so badly by this human giant and cultivator also aroused its endless anger, and it vowed to tear Su Fan into pieces. Although it has lost most of its strength now, it is still more than enough to destroy a human giant and cultivator. Boy, you are looking for death, the Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivator cursed inwardly, and just wanted to rush over to deal with a human cultivator. But before the Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivator could make a move, the human cultivator opposite suddenly threw his hands, and instantly condensed into 2 extremely powerful spells, whistling towards it with a mighty force like a tidal wave. Another 2 5th level immortal talismans. The Ghost Clan Union cultivator was stunned. What kind of background did this kid have? It's only been a short time, and this human cultivator has already taken out 4 5th level talismans. Is there any justice in this world? The 5th level talisman was the handiwork of the god transforming heavenly venerable. When did it become cabbage? The Ghost Clan Union cultivator had never thought that Su Fan had such a trump card. It was too late to hide in a hurry, so he could only use his magical power to resist. Ouch! The Ghost Clan Union cultivator roared loudly, and an invisible barrier was instantly formed, blocking it. His arms protected his head, and his huge body suddenly arched, and his whole body was instantly covered with a thick layer of bone armor. Bang! Bang! 2 extremely powerful spells hit the Ghost Clan Union cultivator fiercely. Like Mars hitting the Earth, the powerful 5th level talisman broke the 2 magical powers and broke it again. It flew hundreds of feet away before it fell to the ground with a bang. The huge body of the Ghost Clan Union cultivator smashed a big hole in the ground, stirring up endless smoke and dust. It must be said that the Ghost Clan Union cultivator is indeed extremely powerful. 2 5th level immortal talismans were resisted by it with magical powers. If it was a human Union cultivator, he would have died countless times. But even so, this time it was a life-threatening blow. The 2 5th order immortal talismans still caused it severe damage. Now the Ghost Union cultivator has already begun to retreat. He can't stay here any longer. Who knows if that kid still has a 5th order talisman in his hand. But just as he got up from the ground, he saw the human cultivator opposite him already appeared in front of him. Burst Tiger Collapse. A demonized violent tiger hundreds of feet high rose into the air from behind Su Fan, and the surrounding environment instantly turned into a barren land, filled with a long-standing ancient atmosphere. Bang! Su Fan punched the Ghost Union cultivator's chest, and with a click sound, his chest exploded, and a gloomy and strange aura instantly penetrated into his body. The huge body of the Ghost Union cultivator was hit by Su Fan's punch and staggered back more than 10 steps. Now Su Fan was in his strongest demonic state, and he also had the blessing of several scorching sun blood explosion pills. He also used the Evolution Realms Ingaiquan and 9th Strength Bone Transforming Hand. But even so, he only pushed the Ghost Clan Union cultivator back more than 10 steps. Of course, Su Fan would not stop there. He took advantage of the situation and rushed up, launching a frantic and fierce attack. Corrupted Bone Poison Mist, Stone Apex, Erosion Bone Yin Wind Scroll, Queen New Hammer, 9 Strength Bone Transforming Hand, Bear Mountain Back. He didn't know how many times he launched the attack. He didn't stop until the Ghost Clan Union cultivator fell to the ground. Swoosh! A black shadow instantly rushed out of the Ghost Clan Union cultivator's body. Just as he was about to flee from this place quickly, he ran into poisonous fog head-on. You want to run? I've been waiting for you. Not to mention the Yuanying, even the peak state of the Yuanying's engine couldn't withstand the erosion of the corrupted bone poison mist. The nascent soul that emerged from the body of the Ghost Clan nascent soul cultivator was instantly corroded by the intense toxins and turned into a pool of dirty water. Su Fan waved his hand again and activated a bone-eroding yin wind volume. A gloomy and cold storm whistled away, freezing the Ghost Clan nascent soul cultivator who tried to escape into an ice sculpture, and then turned it into powder. At this point, the nascent soul of the Ghost Clan nascent soul cultivator was shattered and his soul was scattered. Finally, I solved this big guy. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. In order to kill this Ghost Clan nascent soul cultivator, he paid a full 4 5th level talismans. Especially the 5th level sword talisman, which made his heart bleed. Fortunately, the Ghost Clan nascent soul cultivator was finally solved and the space gate of the King Kwang star domain was saved. At this moment, all the Yunmang star domain cultivators in the formation gathered under the light curtain cast by Liang Xiao, and witnessed the whole process of Su Fan killing the Ghost Clan nascent soul cultivator. This guy is too rich. He actually used 4 5th level talismans. Humph. If I had so many 5th level talismans, I could also kill the nascent soul cultivator. Look carefully, that's a nascent soul cultivator of the Ghost Clan. It's useless to give you 100 talismans. This guy didn't give the Ghost Clan nascent soul cultivator any chance from the beginning. Well, his fighting power is too strong. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to kill the Ghost Clan nascent soul cultivator even if I were given a few 5th level talismans. Although Su Fan used 4 5th-level talismans, if he didn't have the heaven-defying magical powers of the Evolution Realm's Corrupted Bone Poison Mist, 9 Strength Bone Transforming Hands and Zingai Fist, he would still die against the Ghost Clan Nascent Soul Cultivator. Listening to a group of people talking there, Liang Xiao next to him secretly curled his lips. Now you know how powerful they are. Look at how arrogant you are. You don't even know your last name. Now you know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. These people have always been unkind to him, which makes Liang Xiao feel very aggrieved. He never thought that it was Su Fan who vented his anger and made him feel extremely happy. So Liang Xiao also used his power to deliberately tamper with the battle images sent back. For him, by editing or changing the order of the images, the atmosphere of the original images can be completely changed. It highlights Su Fan's tenacity and his efforts to defeat the Yuanying cultivator of the Ghost Clan, while the battle images of other Yunman cultivators are more embarrassing. At this moment, under the light curtains at various places on the front line, countless Yunman Star Domain cultivators gathered, and everyone saw the real-time image of Su Fan killing the Yuanying cultivator of the Ghost Clan. Moreover, Liang Xiao deliberately marked Su Fan's name on the image and specifically stated that he was from the King Quan Star Domain. This also greatly changed the impression of the King Quan Star Domain, which had not yet entered the battlefield of the Donggate Star Domain, in the hearts of the Yunmang Star Domain cultivators. Because Su Fan really stunned everyone, and he actually killed the Yuanying cultivator of the Ghost Clan alone. With the addition of the Ghost Clan, the battle between the two star regions became more and more intense, and many cultivators in the Yunmang Star region witnessed the power of the Ghost Clan. The Ghost Clan cultivators' strong bodies, ferocious fighting styles, and powerful magical powers really made the cultivators in the Yunmang Star region suffer a lot. The giant cultivators in the Yunmang Star region, let alone killing the Ghost Clan's Yuanying cultivators alone, would be beaten badly even if they met the Ghost Clan's giant cultivators of the same level. Therefore, the image of Su Fan killing the Ghost Clan's Yuanying cultivator was absolutely shocking in their eyes. At this time, Su Fan had already collected the Ghost Clan's Yuanying cultivator's bone ring and put its corpse into the storage ring, then turned around and looked coldly at the Ghost Clan cultivators who were surrounding the formation. At this time, there was silence outside the formation, and the countless Ghost Clan cultivators gathered here were all stunned at the scene in front of them. This human giant cultivator actually killed the Yuanying's engine of their own race. This was absolutely incredible to them. If it were other races, they would have fled in all directions after the Yuanying's engine of their own race was killed. However, the ghost cultivators not only did not flee, but aroused their anger. Awoo! Awoo! With a few shrill roars, countless ghost cultivators rushed towards Su Fan frantically. Why doesn't he retreat back to the formation? Once he is surrounded by the ghosts, it will be difficult to escape back. Is he scared silly? Come back quickly, it will be too late if you don't leave. Maybe he just killed the Yuanying cultivator of the ghosts and exhausted his mana. Let's bring him back. The Yunman cultivators gathered in front of the light curtain in the formation, seeing countless ghost cultivators rushing towards Su Fan, all became worried. They rushed out of the formation one after another, wanting to bring Su Fan back. Although the countless ghost cultivators surrounding the formation were mostly at the foundation building stage, but as soon as these people rushed out of the formation, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Corrupted bone poison fog. Su Fan waved his hand, and the boundless thick poison fog spread forward. Countless ghost cultivators rushed into the poison fog, and their corroded bones and flesh were instantly separated and turned into pools of dirty water. Green ghost poison rain. Then, he suddenly opened his arms again, and countless dark water drops fell from the sky like a rainstorm. Every drop of dark poison rain fell on the body of the ghost cultivator, and it would instantly corrode a hole. Moreover, these dark raindrops, like maggots in the tarsal bones, penetrated into the bodies of the ghost cultivators and wantonly destroyed their skin, flesh, fascia and internal organs. Bone-corroding yin wind roll. Then came a gloomy and cold storm. Wherever the wind passed, groups of ghost monks were frozen into ice sculptures, and then shattered into pieces of ice debris. Su Fan only launched a few large-scale magical powers, and countless ghost monks died within 100 feet in front of him, turning into sewage and ice debris all over the ground. However, several ghost monks rushed to Su Fan with several magical powers such as corrupted bone poison mist, green ghost poison rain and bone corroding yin wind roll. However, facing Su Fan in the demonized state, A huge demon with a length of more than 20 feet. They would die even if they rushed over. Su Fan waved his thick claws, grabbed the neck of a ghost monk, lifted it high, and then threw it to the ground fiercely. He then lifted up the Ghost Clan's legs and used them as a weapon, smashing the Ghost Clan's Golden Core Clan monks one by one like playing whack-a-mole, until their bones and tendons were broken. It was not until all the Ghost Clan's Golden Core Clan monks were killed or injured that the countless Ghost Clan monks surrounding the formation began to flee in all directions. Su Fan sneered, then called out Sister Zhen and Yaksha from the formation, and slapped the beast bag on his waist to summon the Ghost Crow. Go and kill all the Ghost Clan monks who have escaped, leaving no one behind. Sister Zhen and Yaksha were immediately excited after hearing this. They drove the 4th level war puppets that were more than 100 feet high and excitedly chased after the Ghost Clan monks who were fleeing in all directions. Not only that, the 2 Ghost Kings also asked a group of their Ghost Generals to drive the 3rd level war puppets and chase them together. The Ghost Crow was much simpler. It instantly soared into the sky, then swooped down, specifically looking for crowded places to launch its magical powers. The overwhelming magical powers fell one after another, and the ghost monks who were fleeing in all directions fell down in large numbers, leaving the ghost corpses all over the ground. That's enough, come back and collect the ghost corpses and souls. Seeing that the ghost monks who were fleeing in all directions were almost dead, Su Fan sent a thought to them, and then turned around to return to the formation. But as soon as he turned around, he saw a group of stunned Yunmang Star Domain monks. Su Fan was a little confused. What were these guys doing here? He didn't want to pay attention to them. He looked down on these guys, so he just nodded at them, and then walked past them and returned to the formation. Su Fan walked into the formation. He looked up at the huge space gate above the Starfield coordinate point. I don't know how long it will take for the reinforcements from the King Kong Starfield to arrive. He remembered that it seemed to take a long time for him to travel through time and space to come to the Donggate Starfield. Brother Su, you're back. At this time, Liang Xiao shouted from a distance, and then ran over excitedly. Although this guy is a chatterbox, Su Fan has a good impression of him. At least he is much better than other cultivators in the Yunmang Star region. Anyway, he has enough of these cultivators in the Yunmang Star region. They all act so arrogantly, and I don't know where their confidence comes from. You didn't send back the video of my battle just now, did you? In fact, Su Fan asked knowingly. After all, those round video recording devices have been floating in the air all the time. The video of you defeating the Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivator just now has been transmitted to various battlefields in the Donggate Star region. Brother Su, you will be famous throughout the Donggate Star region. Su Fan doesn't care about fame at all, and he doesn't like to show off. But this time, he hopes that a video of him killing the Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivator alone will spread throughout the Donggate Star region, so that these awesome Yunman cultivators can also learn something. At this moment, under the light curtains of each battlefield in the Donggate Star region, there was silence. If Su Fan killed the Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivators because he used several 5th level talismans, the scene of him slaughtering thousands of Ghost Clan cultivators just now was not fake at all. Especially Su Fan abused many Ghost Clan Jindan cultivators by himself. At least the Jindan cultivators in the Yunmang Star region believed that they could not do it. Anyway, the cultivators in the Yunmang Star region were taught a good lesson by Su Fan. Not only the low-level cultivators in the Foundation building stage and Jindan stage, but even some high-level cultivators could not remain calm after watching the image of Su Fan killing the Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivators. Chapter 544 He has done enough. Although he was famous in Donggate Star region, Su Fan had no interest in it. But this time, he hoped that the image of him killing the Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivator alone could be transmitted to all battlefields in Donggate Star region, through Liang Xiao. Su Fan knew the people in Yunmang Star region too well. They were arrogant and domineering from top to bottom. He took the risk to go to Yunmang Star region to report the news, but who would have thought that they didn't take him seriously at all? He just wanted to earn some reputation for King Kong Star region before the reinforcements from King Kong Star region arrived. He also wanted to let these arrogant Yunmang Star region cultivators see that they should not think that King Kong Star region is full of weak chickens. Su Fan's performance just now really shocked the cultivators in Yunmang Star region. Such abnormal combat power can't be found in the entire Yunmang Star region. Those Yunman cultivators outside the formation who were too lazy to even look at Su Fan now looked at Su Fan with a trace of awe and admiration. It is also because of Su Fan that for a long time in the future, the Yunmang monks will have special respect for the monks from the King Kwang star domain. Of course, it is undeniable that the strength of the Yunmang star domain is indeed stronger than that of the King Kwang star domain. Moreover, several races in the entire star domain have been in a tragic war for many years, so the monks of various races in the Yunmang star domain are very warlike. When they learned that the powerful Sulan star domain was about to invade, they were not afraid, but took the initiative to attack and successfully occupied the initiative on the battlefield. Although they fell into the quagmire of the star domain war in the later period, and now they are almost in a state of collapse, this courage alone is worthy of admiration. At this moment, Liang Xiao has arranged all the image-retaining magic tools around the space gate. He is waiting to take pictures of the reinforcements from the King Kwang star domain surging out of the space gate, and then transmit them to the light curtains of various battlefields in the Donggate star domain in real time. At the same time, the images of reinforcements from several other star domains arriving in the Donggate star domain will also be played in real time on the light curtains of various places. Brother Su, when will the reinforcements from the Blue Sky Star region arrive? After hearing Liang Xiao's words, Su Fan turned his head and looked at the space gate behind him, then shook his head. It should be soon. Liang Xiao couldn't wait any longer, and only wanted to transmit the arrival of the reinforcements from the Blue Sky Star region to the light screens of various places in the Donggate Star region in real time. Boom! At this time, Su Fan heard a dull roar, and he turned around quickly. He saw a huge magic boat of more than 1,000 feet roaring out of the space gate. Then, one after another huge flying boats rushed out of the space gate. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he felt two extremely powerful auras roaring out of the space gate, and disappeared in an instant. The vanguard fleet of the Blue Sky Star region actually sent 2 guns. With these 2 guns in charge of the space gate, it can at least guarantee minimum safety, if not impregnable. Here they come, ha ha ha. Seeing the flying boat fleet of the King Kwang star field swaying and swarming out of the space gate, Liang Xiao excitedly roared loudly. He controlled the image-retaining device floating around and transmitted this grand scene to the huge light screens of various battlefields in the Donggate star field in real time. As the first reinforcement to arrive in the Donggate star field, the arrival of the King Kwang star field also completely inspired the Yunmang monks who were fighting on various battlefields. With the support of the Ghost Tribe, the counterattack of the Sulan star field in the past few days has been extremely crazy, and the defense line of the Yunmang star field is already in danger. If the reinforcements from several star fields do not come, the Yunmang star field may collapse across the board. By then, the war situation in the entire Donggate star field will be completely passive, and the Yunmang star field will have to face the invasion of the Sulan people. If the war situation is so bad, even if the reinforcements from several star fields arrive, it will be useless and they can only withdraw to their respective star fields. Looking at Liang Xiao dancing with joy, Su Fan was also very excited. Finally, he came. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Finally, he had a chance to go back. Su Fan missed his family so much that he almost went crazy. After a while, the surrounding airspace was already suspended with flying boats, and it was so dense that it almost covered the entire sky. At this time, more than 10 human Yuanying cultivators from the King Kwang star domain suddenly fell from the sky and landed lightly in front of Su Fan. Su Fan bowed quickly and performed a great ceremony respectfully. Disciple Su Fan, I pay my respects to all the true lords, these human Yuanying true lords from the King Kwang star domain, whether from the immortal sect or the demon sect, of course, knew Su Fan. Su Fan's reputation among the human cultivators in the King Kwang star domain was too great, and even these Yuanying true lords did not dare to show off to him. They could clearly feel Su Fan's current realm. He was already in the late giant in great perfection, and was only one step away from the Yuanying realm. Although the probability of a late giant in great perfection cultivator breaking through to the nascent soul realm is only 1 in 100, it is not a big deal for a pervert like Su Fan. And now everyone knows that this kid's backer is Dongming Demon Lord. At least among the human cultivators in the King Kwang star region, no one dares to show off in front of Su Fan, not even the nascent soul true lord. The late nascent soul great cultivator in the lead waved his hand slightly. Get up, you kid is amazing now. You have made such a great contribution to our King Kwang star region. We dare not accept your worship, The other nascent soul true lords all laughed after hearing his words. Su Fan didn't know any of these nascent soul true lords who had just arrived in the Donggate Star region, and he didn't know how to deal with them. He could only stand aside respectfully. The late nascent soul great cultivator in the lead frowned slightly. It was quite lively here just now, isn't it lively? 2 nascent soul cultivators of the Ghost Clan have come. When I was setting the coordinates of the star field, I was discovered by the nearby Ghost tribe. Fortunately, there was Master Hoods from the Yunmang star field, who was able to stop the Ghost tribe's siege. After hearing Su Fan's words, the faces of the Yuanying masters from the King Kong star field became solemn. Before they came, they all knew that the Ghost tribe from the Yaogu star field had already formed an alliance with the Sulan star field, and through the information sent back by Su Fan, they also knew that the Ghost tribe was quite powerful. I wonder if Master Hoods is here. Reporting to Master Hoods has gone to hunt down the Ghost tribe's Yuanying cultivators, and will be back soon. Su Fan turned around and said to Liang Xiao beside him, "Can you contact Master Hoods? Contact him immediately and tell him that the reinforcements from the King Kong star field have arrived." Liang Xiao hurriedly took off the communication array from his waist, walked aside and started to contact Master Hoods. Hearing Su Fan say this, the Yuanying masters breathed a sigh of relief. They were just the vanguards of the Blue Sky Star region, or in other words, cannon fodder for exploring the way. The ones who arrived later were the main elites of the Blue Sky Star region. Their mission was to build a defense line near the space gate and establish a forward base for the main forces of the Blue Sky Star region. Although there were 2 other god-transforming heavenly venerables who came with them, once the space gate was attacked by the high-level cultivators of the Sulan people, the 2 old monsters could easily escape, but it would not be so easy for them to escape. Bang! Bang! Several demons of the demon race, more than 10 feet tall, fell in front of everyone. Golden Bone Thorn Demon, Black Bone Horn Demon, One-Horned Crazy Demon. Looking at the several high-level demons in front of him, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh, as he had killed all these high-level demons. He immediately bowed and saluted, and said respectfully, "Junior Su Fan, I greet all the great demons." Hearing his words, the leading demon frowned and glanced at Su Fan coldly. "You are Su Fan, hum." The demon snorted coldly, and Su Fan felt his head buzzing, as if it was hit hard, and the scenery in front of him became blurred. "Guang Tao, you are too much." At this time, the late Yuanying great cultivator led by the human race stood in front of Su Fan. He waved his hand casually, and Su Fan felt a cool breath pouring into his body from the top of his head, and his mind instantly became clear. The Gong Tao demon glared at Su Fan fiercely and turned away. Looking at the several huge demons going away, Su Fan cursed in his heart, "Old demon, you wait, sooner or later I will make you pay." It is said that a direct descendant of Duogu died in your hands. Don't bother with him. Su Fan finally understood what was going on. No wonder this old demon was so hostile to him. So that's what was going on. He had killed many golden bone thorn demons in the space-time arena. Who knows which one was from their family? He quickly bowed and made a great salute to the nascent soul great monk. "Thank you, master." The other smiled heartily and waved to help Su Fan up. "I am Wei Hua from the Shianyuxa immortal sect of Kangwu. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, one of my nephews would have died there in the space-time arena." Su Fan smiled. If you counted it this way, almost all the super immortal sects and demon sects in the Blue Sky Star region owed him too many favors. As the vanguard fleet of the Blue Sky Star region passed through the space-time gate, Master Wei Hua and others began to command everyone to build several lines of defense around the space-time gate. Not long after, Master Hoods from the Yunmang Star domain also came back, and Su Fan introduced him to Master Wei Hua. So far, he has completed his mission, and there is nothing for him to do next. In the next few days, countless flying boats from the distant King Kong Star domain roared out from the space gate. After the main force of the King Kong Star domain arrived, they did not rush to launch an attack, but built a huge base within 100 miles of the space gate, and established several lines of defense to protect the entire base. Thanks to decades of mobilization and preparation, the King Kong Star domain has already entered a state of militarized management. The first batch of tens of millions of monks who arrived did not have a trace of chaos after entering the Donggate Star domain, but each of them performed their duties and followed an orderly manner. Within a few days, a forward base with complete facilities had been established, and several lines of defense over 100 meters high had been established, successfully gaining a foothold in the Dongate star domain. As most of the elite main forces of the human race and the demon race entered the Dongate star domain one after another, the Zerg of the King Kwang star domain also began to pour out of the Stargate like a tide. Countless Zergs from the Blue Sky star region did not stay at the base. Endless swarms of Zergs surrounded the Zerg kings of various tribes and began to spread in all directions, establishing a number of Zerg nests. At the same time, reinforcements from several other star regions also entered the Dongate star region through the space gate. The reinforcements from several star regions appeared in the Dongate star region almost at the same time, which made the Sulan people and the Ghost Clan immediately stop the attack and immediately shrink the forces in various places. The battlefield situation also instantly changed from attack to defense. With a continuous flow of monks from several star regions entering the Dongate star region, the Yunmang star region finally got a chance to breathe and mobilized a large number of monks to enrich various fronts. Although everyone was busy at the base, Su Fan did not participate in it. Instead, he found a safe place nearby and then entered the portable secret realm. Anyway, no matter how life and death there was outside, Su Fan did not want to get involved in it anymore. He had done enough. After entering the portable secret realm, Su Fan returned to the cave and fell asleep. After a while, he fell asleep. Because he took several Liang Zubeo pills when dealing with the Ghost Clan's nascent soul cultivators, the side effects were very obvious after the effect of the medicine wore off. It may also be that he completed the task and unloaded the heavy burden on his body at once, so he slept very soundly this time. He also dreamed of his family and children, and dreamed that he returned to Tongai Ocean and sat around the table with his family chatting about family matters. Su Fan slept for 2 days and 2 nights, and he woke up because of hunger. If it weren't for hunger, he might have slept for 10 days and half a month, because he slept so soundly that he hadn't slept well since he came to Dongate star region. Su Fan sat up from the ground, rubbed his face, then got up and went outside to make himself a sumptuous dinner, and wolfed it down to fill his stomach. After eating and drinking, he brewed a pot of spiritual tea for himself, then spread it on the recliner and drank the tea happily. At this time, the communication array plate on Su Fan's waist vibrated slightly. He frowned immediately. It must be a message from old monster Dongming. Could he just stay quiet for a few days? Su Fan sighed and took off the communication array from his waist. I'm in Dongate star region. Where are you? Why didn't I see you? Come if you want to. Why are you looking for me? I'm recuperating nearby. When I was building the space gate, I was discovered by the Ghost Clan. I risked my life to stop a nascent soul cultivator of the Ghost Clan, but I was also seriously injured. Su Fan's lies came out of his mouth. Anyway, he didn't want to go anywhere now. Just make it up, kid. I've seen the footage of you killing the Ghost Clan nascent soul cultivator. Why didn't I notice that you were injured? This chapter is a supplement to yesterday's. There will be another chapter in the evening. It may be later. Chapter 545, I really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. After hearing what Dongming Demon Lord said, Su Fan was stunned. How could this old guy see the image of me killing the Ghost Clan's nascent soul cultivator alone? In order to deal with the Ghost Clan's nascent soul cultivator, I took several scorching sun blood explosion pills and performed a secret method to consume blood and ki. In the past few months, I have been in a state of extreme decline. After hearing Su Fan's words, Dongming Demon Lord obviously didn't believe it. He knew this kid too well and didn't tell the truth. If you say that in order to kill the Ghost Clan's nascent soul cultivator, you overdraw your blood and ki, some side effects are normal, but it's nonsense to say that it takes several months. This kid used 4 5th level talismans. Even if there are side effects, it's not a big deal for him. Then according to your meaning, you don't want to participate in the next battle. I have been in Dongate star region for so long, and I have provided you with so much valuable information. You actually want him to fight on the battlefield. What good things are you thinking? I'm afraid it's not going to work. I don't know if I can keep my cultivation foundation. Maybe I'll stop here in this life. Dongming Demon Lord was speechless for a long time after hearing this. This kid really made great contributions to the King Kwang star region. If he forced Su Fan to continue the mission, he really couldn't open his mouth. Okay, you heal your wounds first, that's about right. I'm not a donkey pulling a mill in the production team. Even the landlord's livestock can't be used like this. Senior, the conditions here are too bad. I want to go back to the sect to heal my wounds, Dongming Demon Lord sneered. He knew that this kid didn't have any good intentions. It turned out that he wanted to go home. Don't think about it for the time being. At least in the past few months, the Space Gate has been transporting people and materials to the Donggate Star region day and night. If you want to go back, wait a little longer. I knew that he would definitely not be able to go back in a few months. Senior, now my realm has reached the late giant in great perfection. I will return to the sect to heal my wounds and come back after I break through the Yuanying realm, okay? Su Fan's words almost pissed off Dongming Demon Lord to death. Does this kid think that breaking through the Yuanying realm is a very easy thing? In each sect, if one or two of the 100 late giant in great perfection cultivators can successfully break through, it is considered a blessing from the Taoist ancestor. It is a blessing that only half of the rest can survive and not be killed by the thunder. This kid really doesn't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Moreover, breaking through the Yuanying realm requires an opportunity. 10 or 8 years is considered early, and sometimes 100 or 80 years is not impossible. He thought it was beautiful. When the opportunity for breakthrough comes, this starfield war may be over. You want to go back to the sect to heal your wounds, that's fine. When the Space Gate is not so busy in a few months, I will arrange for you to go back for a few years, but don't think about breaking through the Yuanying realm. Let's talk about it after this war is over. Su Fan sighed. He knew that this old guy would not agree. But it seems that it is not bad to be able to stay in the sect for a few years. In a starfield war like this, the first few years are often the most tragic. It is good to escape the most tragic first few years. Okay, I will wait for a few more months. Dongming Demon Lord took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. This kid is too annoying. Then you can heal your wounds and wait for me to call. Dongming Demon Lord cut off the communication after he finished speaking, and did not give Su Fan a chance to speak. It seems that he was very angry. Su Fan laughed and put the communication array disc on his waist. This old guy was actually angry, and he had no manners at all. Su Fan picked up the teacup and drank it happily. He felt that today's spiritual tea was particularly fragrant. In the Donggate star field, in a base of the Sulan people, the bone boats of the Yaogu star field were whistling out of the huge space gate. At this time, a Ghost Clan monk who was more than 10 feet tall jumped out of a hideous bone boat. Paying respect to Venerable Baron, he landed on the ground, and the many Ghost Clan monks who had been waiting there all half knelt on the ground and hit their chests with their right fists. Everyone, get up. After hearing his words, the Ghost Clan Yuanying monk who was leading the group all lowered their heads. The Ghost Clan Yuanying monk who was leading the group hesitated for a moment, and finally made up his mind to speak out what he had been holding in his heart. Reporting to Venerable Baron, Lundu is dead. What? After hearing the other party's words, Venerable Baron's eyes condensed, and a huge momentum rushed into the sky. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and the whole sky seemed to be collapsing. It suddenly lifted the Ghost Clan monk from the ground and stared at him intently. Say it again. Lundu is dead. Who killed him? The Ghost Clan Yuanying monk was so scared that he could hardly speak. It was killed by a human giant and cultivator, it said, and waved its hand. A light screen appeared in front of it. The image on it was Su Fan beheading the Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivator and slaughtering the Ghost Clan. It was unknown how the Ghost Clan cultivators got it from the Yunmang Star region. Venerable Baron looked at the image on the light screen and threw the Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivator out. The huge figure, which was more than 10 feet tall, fell more than 100 meters away and broke several towering ancient trees. In the eyes of the Ghost Clan and other tribes, the human cultivators in the Yaogu Star region were no different from cattle and sheep. In the eyes of the Ghost Clan and other tribes, all human cultivators were fresh ingredients. Its nephew actually died at the hands of a human, and he was just a giant and cultivator. This made it even more unacceptable. Although this nephew was a waste in his eyes, he should not have died at the hands of a human in the Giantin realm. This was simply a great shame. No matter who he is, find him out for me. After hearing what Venerable Baron said, a group of Ghost Clan monks lowered their heads and responded loudly. The video of Su Fan killing the Ghost Clan Yuanying monk has spread among the clan monks, causing a very bad influence. No matter what the cost, they have to find a way to kill the human monk. At this time, Su Fan had no idea that he had been remembered by the Ghost Clan. In fact, he was not afraid even if he knew it. After all, he was hiding in the portable secret realm every day. Because he covered the jade key with a piece of virtual beast fur, Even the East Ming Demon Lord could not find his location. Anyway, Su Fan would not be taken out unless he was allowed to lie down for a few months, unless he was allowed to return to the sect he came to the Donggate Star region alone. Although he did not make great achievements, he could still be called a great contribution. I don't ask for anything else, I just want to lie down for a few days. Fortunately, during this period, the East Ming Demon Lord did not harass him again, and finally let him live a comfortable life. Now Su Fan is looking forward to going home, hoping to reunite with his family as soon as possible. He also took advantage of this time to summarize the spells, magical powers and secrets he had practiced. After fighting with a ghost monk several times, Su Fan found that his previous combat experience was obviously out of date. It is said that there are many races like the Ghost Clan in the Ghost Bone Star Field, and their combat effectiveness is no worse than that of the Ghost Clan. Moreover, their bodies are extremely strong and they are good at various magical powers. Facing a completely unfamiliar race, Su Fan will certainly not stick to the rules, but keep pace with the times. Just like many of Su Fan's common fighting methods in the past, but when he encountered the Ghost Clan, they did not have the previous effect. So he had to summarize his various fighting methods and life-saving trump cards during this period, and reformulate several sets of methods to deal with the ghost monks. In addition, there are some changes brought to him by the opportunity after Su Fan and Luo Sha combined. Now his data in all aspects of his body are still increasing. Although the growth rate is very slow, it has lasted for such a long time and there is no sign of stopping. Although it only grows a little bit every day, it will be a very impressive number when accumulated over a long period of time. Just like the fastest growing perception, after a few months, Su Fan's perception ability has changed a lot compared to the past. In addition, Su Fan has a large number of corpses of ghost monks, including a Yuanying monk. Of course, he will not use these corpses as specimens. In the future, he will use the blood transformation magic mist to devour the blood of these corpses. Since his body is covered with the Witchgate runes, when he uses this evil method, there are no side effects. Moreover, using the Witchgate array blood sacrifice, the swallowed blood can be purified to the greatest extent, eliminating the need to spend a lot of time to remove impurities in the blood in the future. Although a considerable part of the blood will be drawn away by the witch god every time the blood sacrifice is performed, it is still very cost-effective, just like paying protection fees. Then there are the large number of spoils he has seized recently, which also need to be sorted out. In fact, with Sister Zhen, a money grubber, he doesn't have to worry about other spoils except for the things in the rings of some high-level monks. Because there are too many spoils seized recently, she has never been idle. Whenever she has time, she will sort out the many spoils, and she never gets tired of it. Now Sister Zhen has a lot of rings in front of her, which are filled with various spoils. If Su Fan wants to open a store one day, these spoils alone will be enough for him to sell for many years. Especially the rings of several Sulan people and Ghost Clan Yuanying monks in his hands, not to mention the things in them. But this kind of spoils from high-level monks from foreign lands, except for spirit crystals and rare refining materials, other things are also extremely precious, but Su Fan can't use them much. If he takes it out to exchange for spirit stones, Su Fan really can't bear it, because he has achieved financial freedom a long time ago, and now spirit stones are just a string of numbers in his eyes. Chapter 546. The old guy is not done yet, right? In the cave in the portable secret realm, Su Fan sat cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard. His eyes were closed, and a strong bloodlight permeated his body. The dense blood runes on his body kept flashing. Buzz, with a dull humming sound, a blood-colored array flashing with dazzling light instantly formed within a few feet around him. In an instant, the blood-colored array disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Su Fan was still sitting cross-legged there, but what was weird was that although his existence could be seen with the naked eye, he was like a lifeless sculpture at this time, and even a trace of his breath could not be felt. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The Witchgate array is indeed desirable, and there are still certain ways. Just like he just used the blood-colored runes on his body to cast a witch array called Silence and Concealment, which can completely cover up his own breath. Even if Yuanying Zhenjin deliberately used his divine thoughts to explore, he could not find the existence. These days, Su Fan has been studying the blood-colored runes of the Witchgate on his body. According to a jade slip given to him by the witch god's clone, he finally successfully figured out several more practical witch gate formations. In addition to silence and hide, there are 4 other witch formations: circular light retracing, peeking into the sky and measuring the earth, soul sending and pulling machine, and canly breaking delusion. The circular light retracing witch formation can, within a certain period of time, use the remaining breath and bloodstains at the scene to retrace the events that happened not long ago in the form of virtual images. This is quite amazing. If you have this kind of witch formation in your previous life, it would be too easy to solve the case. As long as the crime scene is discovered in time, even the most cunning criminals will find it difficult to escape the law. The peeking into the sky and measuring the earth witch formation is even more amazing. All the wind and grass movements within 1,000 feet, whether in the air or underground, are under the surveillance of this witch formation. Although Su Fan can do it by activating his divine consciousness, he can't patrol 24 hours a day. But the peeking into the sky and measuring the earth witch formation can do it. It is simply an all-round surveillance radar. The soul-sending machine witch formation is also quite powerful. It can store one's spiritual consciousness on all objects. Although his soul-sending magic can also do this, it can only be used on living things. The Kanli Pahun witch formation is easier to understand. After activating this witch formation, Su Fan can see through all false things, such as blinding formations and hidden restrictions. Although Su Fan's Thunder Eye's magical power also has this ability, it cannot be compared with a Kanli Pahun witch formation. Of course, the prerequisite for activating these witch formations is that one must consume one's own blood and blood for blood sacrifice. To put it bluntly, these witch formations require a fee. One must use one's own blood and blood as a sacrifice to offer blood sacrifice to the witch god in order to activate these witch formations. But even so, Su Fan thinks it is still worth it to master these witch formations. First of all, Su Fan's blood and ki are extremely vigorous. And the little blood and ki consumed in activating the witch formation is not a big deal. The time required to activate these kinds of witch arrays is very short, and it only takes a blink of an eye for him to activate the array. Don't underestimate this point. Even the simplest array takes a lot of time to set up. And how can the effect of the simplest arrays be compared with these kinds of witch arrays? No matter what kind of environment, no matter what time, Su Fan can activate these kinds of witch arrays as long as he thinks about it. And what shocked him the most was that these kinds of witch arrays were only a small part of the many arrays in the witch array, but there were still many witch arrays that he had not figured out. Now Su Fan had to admit that his blood-colored runes were definitely an inexhaustible treasure. As his understanding of the witch array became more and more thorough, he would master more witch arrays in the future. Moreover, the many arrays in the witch array were not only auxiliary arrays, but also had various functions such as attack and defense, imprisonment and binding, entanglement and sealing, illusion traps, healing and recovery, etc. Thinking of this, Su Fan suddenly became excited. He gently stroked the jade slip with his hand for a few times, and then put it into the ring. The jade slips that the Wuxian clone gave him all recorded the knowledge of woman formation, but woman formation was obscure and difficult to understand, and its complexity was no less than that of Taoist formation. This was really not an urgent matter, so he could only slowly comprehend and figure it out bit by bit, consolidate the foundation, and accumulate strength for a breakthrough. Just like the puppetry of Sulan Star region, he also devoted himself to studying and figuring it out for many years, but his current level, according to the standards of Sulan monks, is only a junior puppeteer. But even so, Su Fan has not given up in these years. As long as he has time, he will continue to study and figure out the puppetry of Sulan Star region. He believes that sooner or later, he can also become a high-level puppeteer. Compared with the puppetry of Sulan Star region, woman formation is not that complicated. After all, the Wuxian has tattooed dense blood-colored runes all over his body. Therefore, he did not need to learn the most basic things in the woman formation, such as runes and inscriptions, like other woman monks, saving a lot of time and energy. Anyway, if other woman monks saw his dense blood-colored runes, they might be so frustrated that they would die. If another woman monk could get 1 or 2 of these high-level blood runes, which are called divine runes, tattooed on his body, he would be able to brag about it for the rest of his life. But this guy, with tattoos all over his body, has nothing to worry about. Su Fan stood up from the ground, thinking about what to eat in the next few days. Before he could think about it, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. He sighed, took off the communication array disk from his waist, and saw a message from Dongming Demon Lord. It's been almost 2 months, your injury has healed. It's only been 2 months, how could his injury be healed? It must take more than half a year. Report to the Demon Lord, my injury will not heal in a few months. The Demon Lord Dongming almost got angry when he heard it. You kid, looks like you have nothing to do. Now the battle on the front line is so fierce, but you are hiding away. Now the war is very fierce. The Sulan people have been surrounded by the coalition forces of several star fields, but the reinforcements from the Yaogu star field have arrived. The war will not be over for a while, then you can continue to fight. Why bother with me? Alice. It's a pity that my injury is too serious. I really have no power. Although the Demon Lord Dongming knew that Su Fan was talking nonsense, he really couldn't do it if he forced this kid back. There is no way. This kid is so meritorious. If Su Fan hadn't accidentally discovered the star field coordinates of the Sulan people, it might be hard to say whether the King Kong star field would still exist 100 years later. And later, he came to the Donggate star field alone and stayed there for so many years. During this period, he also sent back a large amount of precious information to the King Kong star field many times. It was the intelligence sent back by Su Fan that made the King Kong star region fully prepared. After entering the Donggate star region and joining the star region war, a lot of unnecessary losses were avoided in the early stage of the war, and now they are getting better and better, and have completely adapted to the rhythm of the war. Su Fan has made an indelible contribution to this. But Dongming Demon Lord is also worried. Now he has no one who can fight, and many tasks can only be taken by this kid. But now it seems that this kid has no intention of coming out. Okay, then you continue to heal your wounds, senior. I didn't have any credit this time, but I have worked hard, so there is no reward. He has never been embarrassed to mention this matter, but if he doesn't mention it, you can't pretend to be stupid. Now the war is in full swing. When your wounds are healed, I will ask for you. Dongming Demon Lord said a word and cut off the communication array. Su Fan curled his lips, sneered, and then put away the communication array. Of course, he understood what the old man meant. He wanted him to come out and continue to work for him. What good things were he thinking? Although Su Fan had not left his house during this period and had no idea about the situation on the battlefield outside, the coalition formed by several star regions had no chance of failure in a short period of time. It was estimated that the Demon Lord Dongming had no one else in his hands, so he came to test him. Originally, Su Fan was thinking about going out for a walk these days, but it seemed that he should not go out to hang out, so as not to be captured by the old man again. For more than a month, Su Fan continued to stay in the portable secret realm and did not go out once. That afternoon, Su Fan was sitting cross-legged in the small courtyard, holding a jade slip in his hand to study and speculate on the woman formation. At this time, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. Su Fan shook his head. The old guy was not done yet, was he? How is your injury? Thank you for your concern. I am much better now, but if I want to recover, how can it take 3 to 5 years? After listening to Su Fan's words, the Demon Lord Dongming took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Recently, the space gate is not as busy as before. I was thinking about arranging a return to the sect for you. Since your injury is not healed yet, forget it. Su Fan almost laughed out loud when he heard this. The old man was trying to take advantage of him. If he didn't help him complete a mission, it would be impossible for him to go home. Well, as long as he can return to the sect as soon as possible, it's not impossible to complete another mission. Senior. I'm almost healed now, really almost healed, really, it's almost healed. Since your injury is fine, come to the base to find me tomorrow. Junior will obey the order of the Demon Lord. Su Fan put away the communication array and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the two didn't say anything, they knew each other in their hearts, so their deal was completed. After Su Fan went out, he would probably have to carry out a mission before he could return to the sect through the space gate to reunite with his family. He just wanted to reunite with his family as soon as possible, and he was willing to make some compromises for this. The next morning, Su Fan left the secret realm and wandered around the base. After several months of continuous construction, the base has taken shape, and all measures have been completed. Even the teleportation hall has been built. Another thing is that the number of people in the base has obviously decreased, but there are still flying boats roaring in from the space gate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547. Wherever there are people, there is a world of martial arts. In the early morning, the morning sun emerged from the distant mountains, and the golden sunlight pierced through the morning mist and sprinkled all over the endless wilderness. Su Fan came out of the portable secret realm, and the warm sunlight shone on him. He breathed a breath of fresh air and felt extremely comfortable. After staying in the portable secret realm for several months, he was a little uncomfortable when he suddenly came out. At this moment, there were busy figures everywhere in the base. The cultivators of the King Kwon Star domain were all in a hurry, and there was a tense atmosphere around. There were densely packed combat flying boats suspended in the sky above the base, and the nearby airport was also extremely busy, with flying boats taking off and landing one after another. And from time to time, a team of flying boats whizzed out from the huge space gate in the center of the base. Su Fan came to the outside of the tall palace in the middle of the base. He took out the communication array from his waist and sent a message to the Demon Lord Dongming. The Demon Lord Dongming did not reply, but only a moment later, a giant and realm cultivator trotted out from inside. The other party looked around until he saw Su Fan, then waved at him and ran over. "You must be Brother Su Fan, right? Master asked me to pick you up." The other party seemed very reserved, and his tone of voice was also respectful, which made Su Fan frown. Both of them were in the late giant and stage, so why was it so? He nodded to the giant and cultivator, and then followed him into the palace. "Brother Su Fan, I am doing you from the Nine Netherworld Shura Demon Sect." The other party was obviously a little excited and spoke a little incoherently, but Su Fan didn't care. He smiled at him. "Junior brother, how is the recent battle situation?" After hearing Su Fan's words, Duan Yu hurriedly said, "Now our coalition forces of several star fields have defeated the Sulan people and the Ghost Clan." Su Fan couldn't help but laugh when he heard it. If the coalition forces composed of several star fields still can't take the initiative on the battlefield, then there is no need to fight anymore. He followed Duan Yu to the deepest part of the palace. It was obvious that this guy admired him very much. He kept chatting with him along the way. The two came to the outside of a house deep in the palace, and Duan Yu turned around. "Brother Su Fan, the master is inside. Please go in. If you have any problems in the base in the future, just come to me." After thanking Brother Duan Yu, Su Fan stepped into the house. At this time, several Yuanying's engines were sitting cross-legged in the house. He hurried over and bowed respectfully. "Disciple Su Fan, I pay my respects to all these engines." The Yuanying's engine in the lead waved his hand at him and said, "Sit down." Although they were polite to him, he didn't dare to sit on the same level with several Yuanying old monsters, so he stood aside in a proper manner. The several Yuanying's engines in the house were all looking at Su Fan curiously. This kid was really famous in the King Kwon Star region, and he was also very low-key. Only a few people knew what he looked like. Today, he finally saw the real person. Moreover, he was also notorious in various battlefields in the Donggyeon Star region. After all, he killed the Yuanying cultivator of the Ghost Clan alone, which shocked the arrogant Yunman cultivator. Now, when the cultivators of the Yunmang Star region meet people from the King Kwon Star region, they can't help but respect them a little more. It's all thanks to this kid. "Brother Longed, give this kid to me. I obviously don't have enough manpower over there." "Don't come here. You don't have enough people. I'm the one who's short of people here." "Stop arguing. What's the matter, Brother Longed? Let him come to me." Seeing that several Yuanying's engines didn't even care about their face in order to snatch people, the leading Yuanying's engine smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You'd better not have any ideas about him. This kid has other appointments. Go and get busy. Just prepare according to what we just said." After hearing this, several Yuanying's engines left the house one after another. It was not until they left the Jingsh that Zhenjin Longed waved to Su Fan. "Come and sit down." Seeing that only Long's engine was left in the room, and judging from his tone, he should also be a member of Dongming Demon Lord, Su Fan walked over and sat down cross-legged. "Dongming Demon Lord specifically told me to give this task to you." After Long Zhenjin finished speaking, he took out a jade slip from his ring and handed it to him. Su Fan took the jade slip with both hands, and then placed it on his forehead. After a while, he put the jade slip down. In fact, This task is quite simple, just an escort mission. The Star Domain Alliance is about to launch an offensive recently. The Alliance has organized a group of immortal sect monks who are proficient in formations to carry out missions behind enemy lines. Although this mission is very simple, it is very dangerous. After all, if you go deep behind enemy lines, once you are discovered by the monks of Sulan Star Domain, not only will the mission fail, but you may not be able to come back. This kind of mission may be very dangerous for others, but in Su Fan's opinion, it is just that. Over the years, he has been alone in the Donggate Star region, and has long been accustomed to the days of being isolated and helpless. He often hides between the two star regions and jumps back and forth. Su Fan put the jade slip into the ring, and then stood up from the ground. Disciple will obey the law. Long Zhenjin nodded with satisfaction, then took out a ring from his arms and handed it to Su Fan. This is what Drongming Demon Lord asked me to give you. When you come back from the front line this time, I will arrange for you to return to the Qingquan Star region. This is more like it. I can't let me work for nothing. It seems that Drongming Old Monster has not forgotten the reward, and has already arranged for him to return to the sect. You will go to Duan Yu later, and he will arrange for you to go to the front line. Su Fan put the ring away, then bowed and left the abode. As soon as he walked out of the abode, he saw Duan Yu waiting there. When he saw Su Fan coming out, he ran up to him. Brother Su Fan, Master just gave me a decree, asking me to take you to the front line. Looking at the other party's excited look, Su Fan couldn't understand why he was so excited about going to the front line. In fact, how could he know that Duan Yu had also participated in the 100-year space arena? If it weren't for Su Fan's efforts to turn the tide at that time, he might not have come back. So when he knew that the person he was going to receive today was Su Fan, he was so excited that he didn't sleep well the whole night. Then thank you for your hard work, junior brother. After hearing Su Fan's words, Duan Yu waved his hand quickly. It's not hard at all. Su Fan followed Duan Yu to the teleportation hall of the base. Now the main base of the Qingquan Star Domain has established teleportation arrays with the front lines of the battlefields in various places in Jiuyangshan. When entering the teleportation hall, Su Fan thought for a while, and then stopped Duan Yu. Junior brother, can you please do me a favor? Hearing Su Fan say this, Duan Yu immediately said seriously, please tell me, as long as I can do it, I will do it without hesitation. Su Fan smiled and said, Junior brother, can you help me change my identity? Duan Yu was stunned when he heard it, but he immediately reacted and knew that Su Fan did not want to reveal his identity. It's no wonder that Su Fan has a great reputation in the Qingquan Star region. If he goes to the front line with his current identity, no matter where he goes, countless people may come to visit him, and all kinds of troubles will be inevitable. He secretly sighed in his heart. If it were someone else, he might wish that his reputation would spread far and wide, and he would be afraid that others would not recognize him no matter where he went. But senior brother Su Fan had to find ways to hide his identity, for fear that others would recognize him. I have heard that senior brother Su Fan has always regarded fame and fortune as nothing, and today he has seen it. It seems that this legend is true. Duan Yu couldn't help but feel awe in his heart, and he became more respectful to Su Fan. In fact, he thought too much. Su Fan really didn't care much about the illusory reputation, but it was nonsense to say that he didn't care about interests. If anyone moved his cheese, this guy could destroy the other party's 9 clans. Brother, don't worry, these are all small matters, I will help you get it done immediately. After he said that, he left the teleportation hall and led Su Fan to walk around the base. In a short while, he got a fake identity for Su Fan. Duan Yu's master is Long Zhenjin, who is responsible for the entire main base of Jiuyangshan. I dare not say other places, but here in the main base, he is definitely a person who can call the wind and rain. Helping people get a temporary identity is not a big deal. Su Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief with a new identity J talisman. If he doesn't hide his identity, he will definitely not stop when he arrives at the front line. Next, the two took the teleportation array to the front line. Duan Yu walked out of the teleportation hall and turned around to look at Su Fan. Brother, it's getting late. I'll help you find a place to settle down first. Tomorrow morning I'll take you to meet Master Hoyu, then I'll trouble you. Brother, Duan Yu laughed and said, I'm very honored to be able to help you, brother. I'll host you tonight. You must do me a favor. Su Fan sighed secretly. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. For example, now, It's definitely not possible for him to refuse Duan Yu's invitation. That would be too unkind. Someone just helped you do something, and you turned around and ignored him. Su Fan really couldn't do this. Okay, anyway, he was about to carry out the mission, and he and Duan Yu would have no chance to communicate in the future. Brother, you just helped me a lot, let me do it tonight. In fact, he knew in his heart that he couldn't possibly beat Duan Yu, so he was just being polite. The two of them went back and forth for several times, and in the end he had to let Duan Yu arrange it. Junior brother, it's not impossible for me to ask you to come today, but you have to promise me that you won't let other people know my identity. After hearing Su Fan's words, Duan Yu sighed secretly. Originally, he wanted to gather a bunch of friends to have a party tonight, but after hearing Su Fan's words, he could only agree with regret. The next morning, Su Fan followed Duan Yu to the outside of a cave in the frontier base. Senior brother Su Fan, I have contacted Master Hoyu. You can go in and pay your respects directly. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Duan Yu bowed his hand to Su Fan and left. Watching the other person's back gradually go away, Su Fan smiled. Duan Yu is a good person. He gathered dozens of people last night, and all the disciples of the major super sects in this frontier base were present. Unfortunately, Su Fan's identity could not be exposed, and he worked in vain. Su Fan turned around, walked over, showed his identity J talisman to the disciple on duty guarding the door, and then entered the cave. After paying respects to Master Hoyu, he was settled in a temporary cave in the base. There were quite a few people participating in this mission. In addition to the monks who participated in the escort, there were more than 100 array monks from the King Kong Star Domain, totaling hundreds of people. Su Fan was the first person to report, and the others were still on their way here. The temporary cave in the frontline base was not in such good condition. It was just a small house of a few square meters, empty and empty. Su Fan did not expect to live in a good place here. Anyway, he had a portable secret realm, so he didn't have to worry about where to live. He had nothing to do, so he wandered around the frontline base. The Star Domain Alliance had just launched several large-scale attacks, which were said to have pushed the front line forward tens of thousands of miles, causing heavy losses to the Sulan people and the Ghost Clan. It was a truce period at this time, and the base was full of monks who had withdrawn from the front line. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and wandered around, so the base was very noisy and lively. Su Fan came to the square in the center of the base. At this time, a huge light curtain was standing in the middle of the square. The light curtain kept playing passionate battle scenes, all of which were pictures of the human cultivators in the King Kong Star Domain on the battlefield. At this time, a large number of cultivators gathered under the light curtain, looking at the light curtain and shouting loudly. Su Fan also became interested, and he also came over and stood in the crowd to watch. The battle images on the light curtain were basically real-time pictures of the battlefield, and they were all scenes of large-scale combat. From the battlefield pictures on the light curtain, Su Fan knew that the Star Domain Alliance had an absolute numerical advantage in the Star Domain War. Because of the surprise attack of the Yunmang Star Domain, the Sulan Star Domain lost a large area of the best areas and a large amount of cultivation resources. Although it received support from the Ghost Clan in the later period, the Ghost Clan has always wanted to take over the interests of the Donggate Star Domain alone, so it only formed an alliance with the Sulan people in the name of the tribe, not on behalf of the entire Yagu Star Domain. So now the Sulan people and the Ghost Clan are retreating in all planes under the continuous attack of the Star Domain Alliance. Now the Star Alliance has gone crazy. They have just launched several offensives and are now planning another large-scale offensive. Su Fan understands the intention of the Star Alliance. Although the Sulan people were beaten so badly, they must not be given a chance to breathe. Once the Sulan people recover and their mechanical puppets are greatly replenished, there may be no chance to defeat them again. Facing the Ghost Clan, they can't relax. According to the current rhythm, if the Ghost Clan can't turn the tide of the war, they will sooner or later introduce the entire Ghostbone Star Domain into the Donggate Star Domain. If we don't take advantage of the current smooth war situation and take as much initiative as possible, when the Ghostbone Star Domain gets involved, this battle will be a fight. Thinking of this, Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, he has made up his mind to return to the sect before the Ghostbone Star Domain joins the war. There are more powerful races in the Ghostbone Star Domain than just the Ghost Clan. Once they kill into the Donggate Star Domain, it will definitely be like Mars hitting the Earth. Su Fan didn't want to be thrown into this meat grinder. No matter how strong he was, once he was caught in the battlefield, he would not be able to die even if he had 9 lives. Not to mention his giant in realm, at that time, even the unimaginable dared not say that he could survive. Su Fan turned around and wanted to leave the square, but he found that the people below the light curtain had gone completely crazy. Countless cultivators stared at the light curtain with red eyes, shouting at the top of their lungs. He frowned in confusion, wondering if these guys were crazy or something. Su Fan turned his head and looked at the image on the light curtain, and was stunned. It turned out that the image played on the light curtain at this moment was the image of him killing the unimaginable cultivator of the Ghost Clan alone, and slaughtering the Ghost Clan wantonly. No wonder these people wanted to go crazy. At this time, Su Fan was the face of the Blue Sky Star region, and he was also a banner for all the cultivators in the Blue Sky Star region. Chapter 548 The Old Man Has No Good Intentions. At this moment, the light curtain has become a boiling ocean, and countless cultivators from the King Kong Star domain are extremely excited, as if they were injected with chicken blood. Since the alliance of several star domains, the video of Su Fan killing the Ghost Clan unimaginable cultivator alone has spread in the battlefields of various planes in the Dongyan Star domain. Now the name of Su Fan has long been famous in the battlefields of the entire Dongyan Star domain, which also makes all the cultivators from the King Kong Star domain have the honor. Looking at the crowd celebrating around him, Su Fan shook his head and turned to leave the square. To be honest, he did not expect that this video could be spread all over the Star Domain Alliance. Although Su Fan has never cared about those false names, he was still very excited at this time. After all, he still has at least vanity. However, at this time, he does not want to expose his identity, and he should be a little transparent. If people know that he is Su Fan, he will definitely not be quiet. After he completes this task, he will return to the sect as soon as possible to reunite with his family, and then live a comfortable life with his family for a few years. Su Fan returned to the temporary cave of the base and entered his own secret realm. He sat cross-legged in the cave and took out a ring from his arms. He didn't know what good things the old guys in the King Kong Star domain rewarded him this time. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his consciousness scanned the ring, and a hint of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. This is almost right. It's worth it for me to stay alone in the Dongyan Star domain for so long. In any case, those old monsters in the King Kong Star domain are still willing to spend. There are 1,000 spirit crystals in the ring alone, which is definitely a big deal. Not to mention that he is a giant in realm, even if Yuan Ying's engine sees so many spirit crystals, he will be moved. Although spirit crystals are very precious, they are really nothing to Su Fan. He seized a large number of spirit crystals in the Dongyan Star domain. Now he has more, and there are always 10,000 or 20,000 spirit crystals. Any cultivator in the Sulan Star domain is wealthy, and even some foundation building cultivators can find a few spirit crystals. In addition to the 1,000 spirit crystals, there was also an exquisite and simple wooden box. He opened the box. Fuck. In this exquisite and simple wooden box, there were 5 fifth-level immortal talismans neatly stacked. What excited him most was that there were 2 of the most powerful 5th-level sword talismans, which were his trump cards to compete with Yuan Ying's engine. Whenever Su Fan thought of the 5-level talismans he had consumed, his heart was bleeding. Those old guys in King Kong Star region were too considerate. Not bad, not bad. In addition to spirit crystals and 5th-level immortal talismans, Su Fan was too lazy to look at the remaining cultivation resources such as top-grade treasure pills and top-grade magic weapons. Some cultivation resources that other cultivators regarded as treasures had long been out of his sight. Although he had been wandering around Dongyan Star region alone in the past few years, he had also gained a lot of benefits. The large amount of spoils that Su Fan had seized alone had not been counted and sorted out until today. It was Sister Zhen, the money grubber, who tirelessly sorted out the spoils every day. If it were someone else, they would have quit long ago. Because the number of spoils was extremely large, and the categories were too many and too diverse. Su Fan gently stroked the exquisite and simple wooden box with his hand. With these 5 5th-level immortal talismans, he felt that his back was much stronger than before. These were all his trump cards, and they were related to his life and property. In the next few days, the monks who participated in this escort mission arrived at this frontline base one after another. All the monks who participated in this mission were elite disciples from the major super sects in the King Kong Star region. Among them, there were 4 unimaginable, and the rest were all Jindin monks. What surprised Su Fan was that there were a few people he knew among these monks. Among them were senior brother Qin Cheng from Kunlun Heaven and senior brother Mu Feng from Jiu Iao Heaven. There were also many familiar faces in the rest, and it seemed that they had all met Su Fan, but he had long forgotten their names. Anyway, he didn't want to expose his identity, so he just forgot it. Anyway, he had been alone in the Donggate Star Domain for several years, and it was a happy thing for him to meet old friends. Now he finally understood the feelings of those undercover agents in the movies and TV dramas of his previous life. After staying in a foreign land for so long, he felt like walking on thin ice every moment, and there was no one to talk to. The feeling of loneliness was too uncomfortable. It was just a pity that he could not reveal his identity to them, which was also a pity. Looking at these familiar figures, Su Fan sighed and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. Since the King Kong Star Domain joined this Star Domain war, he tried to find some of his friends. Unfortunately, there were too many people coming from the King Kong Star Domain. There were millions of cultivators who arrived in the first batch. Looking for them with so many people was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Because Lao Yu was a sword cultivator, Su Fan entrusted Duan Yu to find out his whereabouts, but it was a pity that this guy had gone to reinforce other planes. He didn't find any of the remaining familiar friends like Chiu Daoquan, Zhang Junpu, brother Daoling, sister Suan, etc. Because of Su Fan, his family, 2 apprentices, and Master Hong Zidong and others all stayed in the King Kong Star region. The 4 unimaginable who led the team this time have not shown up until now, and it is unknown if anyone has seen them before. Many elite disciples who participated in this escort mission are very familiar with each other, so they have formed groups of various sizes, and various exchanges and gatherings are held every day. A few small transparent people like Su Fan can only watch with envy on their faces. Su Fan didn't feel anything. He had participated in such gatherings several times, which was enough. Every day he stayed at home and hardly left the house, willing to be a small transparent person who no one paid attention to. This morning, Su Fan was eating breakfast in the secret realm with him, and the communication array on his waist suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw a message asking him to rush to the airport of the base before noon to assemble. Su Fan sighed, and this mission was finally about to begin. At noon, Su Fan arrived at the designated location of the base airport early. At this moment, no one came here. He could see that the monks who came here in advance to gather were all monks with little presents like him. After a while, the monks who participated in this mission arrived here one after another. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5. Those who knew each other greeted each other or came up to say a few words. Su Fan found a place where no one was and sat cross-legged. He seemed to have his eyes closed, but his ears were not idle. He kept listening to the discussions of the people around him. "Brother, do you know what the mission is this time?" I specifically asked about it, but unfortunately I didn't get any news. I did hear a little rumor. It is said that it is a mission to go deep behind enemy lines. Then this mission, is it very dangerous? Look at the people who were summoned this time. They are all elite disciples of major super sects. Su Fan couldn't help but frown after listening for a while. He knew in his heart that he might have been fooled by the old guy Dongming Demon Lord. Although this was just an escort mission, from the chats of these people, it seemed that the mission was to escort those formation monks deep behind enemy lines. It was said that the Star Domain Alliance was planning a new round of offensives. If this mission was to go deep behind enemy lines, he would definitely not be able to come back in a short time. Even before the end of this offensive, he would not be able to come back. Moreover, deep behind enemy lines, how could Su Fan stay out of it? He would definitely have to get involved in the Star Domain Alliance's offensive. Damn, he knew that this old guy had no good intentions. Well, if he participated in the entire process of this offensive, the East Ming Demon Lord would have no reason to stop him from returning to the sect. When Su Fan was thinking about this, there was a sudden noise around him. I saw a group of monks coming from a distance. The person leading the group was Brother Qin Cheng from Kunlun Yan, and the monks around him were also elite disciples from major super sects. Greetings, Brother Qin Cheng. The disciples of the Immortal Sect gathered at the airport walked over to pay their respects. At this time, another group of cultivators came to the airport, and the leader was none other than Brother Mufeng of Jiaotian. Greetings, Brother Mufeng. The surrounding disciples of the demon sect saw him coming and went up to pay their respects. The elite disciples of these super sects all liked this tune, Especially these two guys, who particularly liked this atmosphere and were very good at pretending. Looking at the disciples of the two paths of immortals and demons gathered around the two, Su Fan almost laughed out loud. Anyway, he didn't like this, as the saying goes, pretending to be cool will lead to death soon. With the two groups coming as the finale, the hundreds of cultivators from the King Kwang Star region who participated in this mission had all arrived. At this moment, Brother Mu Fang and Brother Qin Chang had gathered together. Although the two belonged to the two paths of immortals and demons, they had fought side by side in the time and space arena, so they had a very good relationship with each other. Did you get any information about this mission? After hearing what Brother Mu Fang said, Brother Qin Chang shook his head. I asked Uncle San. But even he didn't know. He just told me to be careful. Brother Mu Fang frowned and said, it seems that our mission this time should be related to the new round of offensive of the Star Domain Alliance. Brother Qin Chang nodded. He suddenly remembered something and smiled slightly. Do you think Su Fan will participate in this mission? Hearing his words, Brother Mu Fang also laughed. He turned around and looked around. You don't know this guy yet. Even if he comes, he won't reveal his identity. Brother Qin Chang laughed and said, why do you think he's so lucky? He just created a great reputation in the Star Domain Alliance, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Brother Mu Feng smiled bitterly and said, don't worry about this guy. If this mission goes well, it's fine. If there's a crisis, he will definitely show up. The two were chatting when they saw a cultivator running over. Two brothers, several true lords are here. After hearing this, they quickly summoned all the disciples and went up to greet the several Yuanying true lords. 4 Yuanying Zhenjins came from a distance, followed by more than 100 disciples, all of whom were formation cultivators participating in this mission. Su Fan also came closer, and when he saw the appearance of several Yuanying Zhenjins clearly, he couldn't help but be stunned. He knew one of the Yuanying cultivators, who was the Zigu demon lord who went to Zuanluo realm with him. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance again. Greetings to this Henjin, under the leadership of Senior Brother Mu Fang and Senior Brother Qin Cheng, all the Jinden cultivators participating in this mission bowed in unison. Everyone stand up. The leader, a late Yuanying cultivator, raised his hand slightly to everyone. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Senior Brother Mu Fang and Senior Brother Qin Cheng, and then smiled slightly. You divide the disciples participating in this mission into 4 groups, each led by the 4 of us. Disciples will obey this Henjin's decree. Senior Brother Mu Fang and Senior Brother Qin Cheng listened, and hurriedly bowed, then turned around and began to organize everyone into groups. Su Fan was assigned to the group of Senior Brother Qin Cheng, and the leader was the late nascent soul cultivator. Su Fan couldn't help but feel secretly happy. With this late nascent soul cultivator in charge, at least his safety was guaranteed. When a cultivator breaks through to the nascent soul stage, the gap between the early, middle and late stages is even greater than the gap between the key refining stage and the golden core stage. At this time, Su Fan discovered the abnormality of the evil bone demon lord. He was using his spiritual sense to scan back and forth on each cultivator. When the evil bone demon lord's spiritual sense swept over him, the other party did not discover his identity. Since Su Fan mastered the secret technique of the Blood Dao powerhouse, even if the God transformation heavenly lord came, it would be difficult to detect the change in his aura if he did not deliberately detect it. Su Fan almost laughed out loud. After all, he was the capable subordinate of the East Ming Demon Lord, and the Evil Bone Demon Lord must know that he participated in this mission. But at this time, he didn't want to say hello to the Evil Bone Demon Lord. The grouping process was very fast and it was completed in a short while. Several Yuanying's Henjin took out a small boat about an inch long from their rings and threw it into the air. The small boat grew longer in the wind and instantly turned into a pitch-black flying boat several feet long. Looking at the several pitch-black boats, Su Fan was stunned. Isn't this a space flying boat? He just rode it a while ago. He had never seen such an advanced flying boat in the King Kwang Star Domain before, so this space flying boat should come from the technology of the Yunmang Star Domain. It seems that technology can be shared between Star Domain alliances. Su Fan boarded the flying boat with everyone. He entered the interior of the flying boat and found that it was more than 100 feet long. Various facilities were also very complete, and this space flying boat also had the function of stealth. He couldn't help but smack his lips. It would cost a lot of money to build such a space stealth flying boat. Not to mention anything else, the extremely expensive space materials alone could not be measured by spirit stones, because space materials were in short supply no matter where they were. In order to win this star war, Yunmeng star region has gone all out, and it is estimated that its foundation may have been emptied. There is no way. Such a star war is very cruel. Once it fails, the cultivators of the entire star region will face the end of death, and Dongyun star region is the precedent. The cabin inside the flying boat is very spacious. Su Fan did not connect everywhere like other cultivators who entered the flying boat, but walked into a cabin and sat cross-legged. Bang! With a dull loud noise, the cabin door of the flying boat closed. The flying boat slowly took off, then slowly soared into the sky, and whistled away in the distance. Chapter 549, How nice it would be if there were no war. The flying boat has been traveling for more than 10 days. Because it has penetrated deep into the enemy's rear, the flying boat will hide during the day and fly quickly at night, under the cover of darkness. These days, Su Fan hardly leaves his house. He stays in the secret realm every day to study and figure out the puppetry and witchery of the Sulan starfield. Then he reorganized the various methods he mastered. In the past, Su Fan's opponents were all human cultivators, demon elites and golden insects. In the future battlefield, he will mainly face the mechanical puppets of the Sulan people and the powerful ghost cultivators. And as the situation changes, he is likely to encounter other races in the ghost starfield. Through the experience summarized from the battle with the ghost cultivators, the previous fighting method is obviously a bit out of date. The ghost cultivators are extremely strong and good at close combat. The human body cultivators can't compare with them at all. Moreover, their physical defense ability is extremely strong, and they have some immunity to magic. Even the most powerful sword cultivators of the human race cannot easily break their defense, not to mention the magic cultivators of the human race. Not only that, the spiritual power of the ghost cultivators is also very strong, and all kinds of weird and unpredictable magical powers are endless. To be honest, the ghosts are like the nemesis of human cultivators, suppressing human cultivators in every aspect. If on the battlefield, a ghost cultivator can completely deal with several human cultivators of the same level. Only Su Fan, who is a hacker, can rely on his powerful demon-eyed body to defeat 10 people with one force and kill ghost cultivators like slaughtering dogs. But once he encounters a ghost cultivator with the same strength as him, his methods are not enough. Su Fan has been thinking about this problem since the first time he fought with a ghost elite cultivator. At that time, whether it was Zengaiquan, 9 extremes continuous slash, or 9 strengths bone hand, when facing the ghost cultivators, they could not be fatal in one blow. Su Fan had never encountered such a situation before, and it was basically a fatal blow. If it was Su Fan, if it was another giant and cultivator of the human race, he would definitely be defeated in the end. Now the Sulan people and the Ghost Clan are being beaten back by the Star Domain Alliance. If the Ghost Clan can't hold on, they are likely to contact other races in the Ghost Bone Star Domain to join this war. At that time, the cultivators of various races in the Ghost Bone Star Domain will inevitably pour into the battlefield of the Dongyun Star Domain. Who knows if there are cultivators of races stronger than the Ghost Clan. So during this period of time, he has been thinking about how to change his fighting style and diversify the means of attack as much as possible. Su Fan summarized and sorted out the spells and magical powers he mastered, and fully tapped the potential of the existing spells and magical powers. First, use the game panel to brush several spells such as Life Calling Curse, God Melting Poison, God Slaying Soul Crying Spell and God Parsing Magic to the Evolution Realm. Since these spells were merged through the game panel, Su Fan has hardly used them. It's not that these spells are not powerful, because there is no place for them to be used. With the help of Thunder Ghost Step, Zingai Fist, 9 Extremes Continuous Slash, 9 Powers Bone Transforming Hands, 9 Nether Stealth Technique and Thunder Eyes Magic Eyes and other spells and magical powers, he can already conquer the world. In addition to Su Fan's strong body, as well as the heaven-defying demon-eyed body and atom-eyed body, even when facing powerful demon elites or golden insects, he can still form a crushing advantage. But now the situation has changed. What he needs to face in the future are the ghost monks and the elites of various races in the Netherbone Star Domain. If he still holds on to the previous fighting style, it will definitely not work. Su Fan opened the game panel and looked at the progress of several spells. Divine Strange Poison Fusion, True Meaning. 696/3200 Life Calling Curse, True meaning. 512/3200 Soul slaying God weeping soul, true meaning. 494/3200 God slaying seed magic, true meaning. 507/3200 These spells that were fused through the game panel have been brushed to the true meaning realm by him unknowingly. If he spends more time and effort, he can brush it to the evolution realm in a few months, and then the power of these spells will definitely increase exponentially. The divine strange poison fusion that combines several poison spells has a distinct demon sect feature, and coupled with the gloomy and treacherous poisoning method of the poison path, it is definitely a very powerful spell. The reason why Su Fan didn't use the divine strange poison fusion much in the past is actually very simple, because there is no highly toxic toxin. But now this is no longer a problem, since Su Fan broke through the 5th level of the Heavenly Demon Saint body art and achieved the 10,000 poison body, and there are endless and severe toxins in the seeds in his body. This is a strange poison that has been bred in the eye of 10,000 poisons for tens of thousands of years. After repeated purification by the Dao seed, even the Yuan cultivators cannot withstand this intense poison. If the divine strange poison fusion technique is used to release the poison in the Dao seed with various treacherous means, it is simply killing people invisibly. The life-taking curse is a fusion of several magic spells of the Demon Gate Curse Dao. After casting, it can make the opponent fall into negative states such as slowness, soul loss and weakness. It can be said to be very gloomy and strange. However, these magic spells of the Demon Gate Curse Dao are all low-level basic spells, and they are easy to learn but difficult to master. Therefore, even the curse-falling cultivators of the Demon Gate will not continue to practice after breaking through the foundation building period. That is, Su Fan, this cheater, not only used the game panel to brush the slowness spell, soul death spell and weakness spell to the subtle realm, but also merged several spells into the life-taking curse through the game panel. His intuition told him that although this was just an auxiliary spell, it would definitely come in handy in the future. The God-killing and soul-crying spell is a fusion of several magic spells of the demon sect Soul Dao. Because Su Fan's soul is too powerful, he can easily defeat his opponent with the Thunder Eyes in normal battles. Therefore, Su Fan rarely uses this spell, because he really doesn't need it. It was not until today that he paid attention to it. Compared with the above 3 fusion spells, the God-hosting magic is relatively weaker, and it was also the spell he paid the least attention to before. But with his soul strength comparable to that of an early nascent soul cultivator, this strange magic spell of the demon sect will probably be used in the future. In addition to these fusion spells, the spells and magical powers that were often used in the past, as well as the secret methods such as the demon body, of course, cannot be thrown away. In addition, there is the Thunder Sword that has been nurtured in the Dao seed, and the Purple Sky Thunder Sword art. In these years, Su Fan has never had the opportunity to cast the Thunder Sword. This flying sword, which has been strengthened several times, is now no longer the same as before. Even compared with the flying swords that have been cultivated for many years in the hands of the elite sword cultivators of the Super Sword sect, it is not much inferior. The Purple Sky Thunder Sword art has brought him to the realm of true meaning. He has practiced several sword techniques such as the Explosion Sword, Annihilation Sword, Thunder Sound Sword, God-slaying Sword, and Soul-shocking Sword to perfection. In fact, the Thunder Sword and the Purple Sky Thunder Sword art were originally an accident. Su Fan didn't think too much at the beginning. Who would have thought that he could practice to this level? Anyway, the Thunder Sword is not his main magic weapon. It will only be used as an unexpected attack method in the battle. What makes Su Fan scratch his head the most is that his life magic weapon has not been found until today. In fact, when it comes to home, Su Fan's demand for his life magic weapon is not that strong. Life magic weapons are extremely important to ordinary giant and realm cultivators, and they are related to their own combat effectiveness. But Su Fan is different. He has too many means of attack. Even if he doesn't have a life magic weapon, it will not affect his attack power. So until today, Su Fan's life treasure has not been made, and he is not as anxious as other giant and cultivators. Su Fan put the jade slip in his hand into the ring, and then stood up from the ground. I have been in the secret realm for so many days, it's time to go out for a walk. He came out of the portable secret realm, then removed the isolation formation at the door of the cabin, pushed the door and walked out. There is a hall on the 2nd floor of this flying boat, which occupies nearly half of the 2nd floor. There are 2 seats in the hall. Usually, The cultivators on the flying boat will come here to sit when they have nothing to do. When Su Fan came to the second floor hall, it was already full of people. He turned around and found that there were no empty seats, so he wanted to turn around and leave. At this time, several cultivators in a tea seat next to him stood up and left the hall, so he walked over. Su Fan had just sat down when a female cultivator in the foundation building realm came over. "Senior, what would you like to drink?" Although the little female cultivator was very polite, it was clear that she would not be able to get something for free here. Su Fan did not ask the price, and smiled and said, "Give me a pot of spiritual tea." After a while, the young female cultivator who was in the foundation building stage brought a pot of spiritual tea and also served a few plates of exquisite tea snacks. "Senior, I will give you 10 high-grade spiritual stones." Su Fan had just poured himself a cup of spiritual tea, and before he could drink it, he heard the words of the female cultivator who was in the foundation building stage. "Damn, this is too dark. This pot of spiritual tea doesn't need many pieces at all, but you dare to ask for 10 high-grade spiritual stones. Why don't you rob them?" No, robbing money is not as fast as them. Although Su Fan is wealthy, he was ruthlessly slaughtered by someone, and he felt very unhappy. But he didn't say anything, and he couldn't make things difficult for the young female cultivator. He took out the spiritual stones and handed them to her with a smile. Who would have thought that the young female cultivator was stunned for a moment, then her face turned cold, and she turned around and left angrily. "This is fucking." After a while, Su Fan finally understood what was going on. It turns out that the cultivators in other tea houses would give an extra high-grade spirit stone when paying the bill, as a tip for the young female cultivator. "No wonder I didn't offend you." Su Fan felt much better immediately, and he tasted the spirit tea happily, and felt that it tasted really good. "Senior, can we sit here?" Su Fan was sipping tea with his eyes closed when a voice suddenly came to his ear. He looked up and saw 3 female cultivators who had established their foundation standing next to the tea house, looking at him with a smile. The girls were all wearing plain robes, and they looked young, but they also revealed a kind of worldly appearance. Especially the female cultivator in the lead. Her eyebrows were as light as spring mountains, her eyes were as bright as autumn water, her appearance was naturally very beautiful, and her temperament was just like an orchid in the valley. The tea house was originally large enough, and there was enough space for 7 or 8 people to sit there, so he nodded quickly, and moved his butt inside, making most of the space for the 3 female cultivators. "Thank you, senior." The other party was very respectful to him. Su Fan did not say anything, just smiled and nodded. The 3 female cultivators ordered spiritual tea and some snacks, and then began to chat. "Senior sister Sijin, is senior brother Lin interested in you?" Yes, I think he must be interested in you." The female cultivator in the lead blushed when she heard it. She secretly glanced at Su Fan sitting inside, and then glared at the 2 junior sisters fiercely. Senior sister Zijin lowered her voice and whispered, "Keep your voice down, what nonsense are you talking about?" Then the 3 girls gathered together and bit their ears, and a burst of laughter came from time to time. Although they lowered their voices, how could they hide it from Su Fan's ears? He took a sip of the spiritual tea and couldn't help laughing in his heart. It's so good to be young. The female cultivators are at the age of flowers, and they are also dreaming and looking forward to it. It's a pity that they went to the battlefield at such a young age. It would be great if there was no war. After a while of making noise, the girls started talking about other things. It turned out that these female cultivators were all formation cultivators. Su Fan's mission this time was to escort them deep behind enemy lines and protect their safety throughout the journey. This time, the Blue Sky Star region summoned hundreds of formation cultivators from various super sects. It seemed that they were planning something big. Could it be that they were going to launch another surprise attack behind enemy lines? Su Fan found that after the Star regions formed an alliance, their tactics became more and more bold, probably influenced by the Yunmang Star region. With the previous fighting style of the Blue Sky Star region, it would definitely not be so unrestrained. At this time, several cultivators walked in from outside. The leading cultivator was in the Giant realm, and the others were in the foundation building stage. A handsome young man next to the Giant cultivator saw senior sister Sijin, and he whispered a few words in the ear of the middle-aged Giant cultivator, and then pointed in the direction of Su Fan's tea seat. When the Giant cultivator saw senior sister Sijin, his eyes lit up. The Giant cultivator said something to the young cultivator, and he trotted to the tea house of senior sister Sijin. A girl next to senior sister Sijin saw the handsome young man coming and pushed senior sister Sijin. Senior sister, senior brother Liwayun is here, looking for you, another girl also joked. Really, senior brother Liwayun really came to look for you? Senior sister Sijin also saw the handsome young man, and her face immediately blushed. She gently hit the junior sister next to her, then lifted her hair with her hand, pretending to be indifferent. Su Fan, who was sitting in the tea house, frowned at this time. With his perception ability, all the slightest movement within a radius of dozens of feet could not escape his perception. Su Fan only took a glance and understood what kind of person this handsome young man was. He was not pursuing senior sister Sijin, but was clearly pimping for the giant and cultivator. Of course, this matter had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to care about these trivial matters. This girl probably has no background in the sect, and she doesn't even know she's been sold. Su Fan picked up the teapot, poured himself a cup of spiritual tea, and was ready to drink the remaining spiritual tea in the teapot and leave. It's quite expensive, 10 top-grade spiritual stones for a pot, of course it can't be wasted. At this time, the young and handsome monk came to Sister Zijin. Junior sister, Uncle Luo Yuan is here, haven't you always wanted to ask him about the way of formations? Sister Zijin was immediately excited when she heard it. Thank you, brother. This silly girl didn't know that she had been sold, and she was still helping others count the money. Brother Liu Yuan was about to turn around and report, but when he saw Su Fan in the tea seat, he was stunned, and then turned around and left quickly. What the hell are you looking at me for? I'm leaving after drinking tea. Su Fan picked up the teapot again and poured the remaining spiritual tea into the cup. It can't be wasted. But before he picked up the teacup to drink, Uncle Luo Yuan came over. He glanced at Su Fan in the tea seat and frowned slightly. Su Fan suppressed his realm to the early stage of the golden core, so Luo Yuan, who was in the middle stage of the golden core, obviously had a sense of superiority in front of Su Fan. Dao, I am Luo Yuan from Kunlun Bian Shaoling Immortal Sect. I wonder if you can give this tea seat to me. After hearing what Luo Yuan said, Su Fan was stunned. I'm leaving soon, and you actually... Hey. This is possible. Su Fan smiled and bowed, saying, since Dao wants this place, I will give you 100 high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 550. This is a bit too despicable. As soon as Su Fan finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. The cultivators on the flying boat knew the price of the tea house's spiritual tea, but they didn't expect that Su Fan would increase it tenfold. How could the senior be like this? Senior sister Zijin stared at Su Fan in amazement. She had never seen such a shameless person. The real person Luo Yuan was also confused, but Su Fan had already said that he certainly didn't want to lose face in front of a few female cultivators. He took a deep breath and threw a storage bag to Su Fan. Su Fan reached out to take the storage bag, weighed it in his arms, then arched his hands to the other party, raised his butt and left the tea house. Although 100 high-grade spiritual stones are just small money in the eyes of a giant in realm cultivator. But being blackmailed like this, of course, real person Luo Yuan was unhappy. He looked at Su Fan with a gloomy face and snorted coldly. It was not until he turned around and saw senior sister Sijin that his mood improved and he came over to sit down with a smile. Su Fan hummed a little tune and left the hall on the second floor. In fact, he was not so obsessed with money. He just felt a little annoyed with the other party. He was quite old, and he was targeting those young female cultivators. What a joke. But he would not care about these trivial matters. Whether it was the immortal sect or the demon sect, this kind of thing was too normal. Many giant and cultivators liked this tune, and some even took more than a dozen concubines. Not to mention others, if Su Fan liked to show off, there would be countless beauties throwing themselves at him no matter where he was. Even if he took hundreds of concubines, it would not be a big deal. It was a pity that he really didn't have the energy. He only had 3 Taoist companions at home, and he felt it was difficult to deal with them. If he brought a lot of them back, the backyard would definitely be in turmoil. He did this today because he was bored. Extorting 100 spirit stones was nothing. The important thing was that it made him feel much happier. After returning to the cabin, Su Fan entered the portable secret realm. He sat cross-legged in the small courtyard of the cave and began to practice several fusion spells. While there is still time, Su Fan wants to brush several fusion spells to the evolution realm. Of course, such a short time is obviously unrealistic, so Su Fan plans to concentrate on brushing 1, That is, the life-calling curse. In the next few days, Su Fan stayed at home and stayed in the cave every day to brush on the progress of the life-calling curse. This spell is very difficult to deal with. When brushing the data, there must be a casting target. In the past, Su Fan cast the spell before killing the monster food, so the progress was not fast. Now Su Fan has no shortage of casting targets. At that time, in order to disguise his identity, he abducted more than a dozen Sulan monks and detained them in the portable secret realm. Since he started to brush on the progress of the life-calling curse, these dozen monks in the Sulan star field have been unlucky. Every day, they were dragged out by Su Fan as the casting targets of the life-calling curse, and they were tortured to death by him one by one. Although the life-demanding curse only puts these Sulan monks in a negative state temporarily and will not really hurt them, the process of being cast is too painful. Su Fan doesn't care about that. Every day, except for eating and sleeping, he will cast the life-demanding curse on these Sulan monks like crazy. After a few days, 3 of the dozen Sulan monks have gone crazy. But Su Fan doesn't mind at all. Let them go crazy. Anyway, as long as they are not dead, they will continue to be destroyed by him. With more than a dozen living targets for casting spells, the progress of the life-demanding curse can be described as a leap forward. The flying boat has been traveling for nearly 3 months and finally arrived at the designated area. It may be that some relatively remote routes are chosen as much as possible, and they are hidden during the day and come out at night along the way, so this journey is very smooth. This is a mountain stretching for tens of thousands of miles. There are canyons, streams, lakes and waterfalls in the mountains. There are mountains and forests full of towering trees everywhere, and the terrain is complicated. Because the spiritual vein resources are not rich, there is no human habitation within a radius of thousands of miles. At this time, a flying boat had already arrived and had set up several fairy formations in a valley. From the outside, one could only see a mountain range covered by thick fog. The flying boat slowly landed outside the valley, and Su Fan followed the crowd down the flying boat. He looked around and saw the vast mountains in the distance, with peaks and ridges that could not be seen at a glance. This place is always covered by fog. From a distance, it seems to be wrapped in countless unpredictable clouds, ethereal and out of the world, not like the human world. Don't be stunned, let's go in. With a shout of Pian's Henjin, a late-stage Yuanian great monk who led the team, hundreds of people walked into the foggy forest. Su Fan followed everyone through the fog, and the inside suddenly became clear. The area of this valley is not small, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Each side is a towering mountain peak. The slope is almost straight up and down, and the slope is covered with thin trees and shrubs, some tall and some short, with branches and twigs growing densely from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain. There is only one entrance to the valley. A palace with pavilions and towers has been built in the valley. It should be the cave of the leader. A large number of puppets are busy on both sides of the valley, hollowing out the mountains on both sides of the valley to form independent caves. At the end of the valley in the distance, more than 100 monks are gathered there, which should be the place to build a formation. Su Fan was assigned a simple cave, a cave that had just been dug not long ago, and there was still a fragrant smell of soil in it. He simply cleaned it up, arranged isolation and defense formations at the entrance of the cave, and then left the cave and strolled in the valley. Su Fan walked to the end of the valley, wanting to see what the people gathered there were doing. The other monks who participated in the escort mission obviously had the same idea as him, and all gathered there at the same time. As a result, Su Fan and others were stopped outside. Except for those formation monks, no one else was allowed to enter. What's so mysterious about it? Isn't it just to build a space gate? Brother, shut up and stop talking nonsense. Is it the truth? You won't let us in, just say less, don't let the leader hear it. Listening to the words of the people next to him, Su Fan couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head and turned to leave. He knew in his heart that the cultivator who was complaining just now was right. It seems that this mission is indeed to build a space gate behind enemy lines, and he guessed that there are definitely more than just this one space gate. It seems that the Star Domain Alliance is going to play a big game this time. The people who designated the battle plan are 100% from the Yunmang Star Domain. Only those crazy people can do such a thing. In the wars of the previous life, due to the constraints of conditions, there were only a few tactical forms. But the wars in the world of cultivation are not that simple, because there are strange spells and magical formations, and various tactics are endless. The large-scale offensive launched by the Star Domain Alliance is obviously intended to launch an attack in the rear of the Sulan people and the Ghost Tribe, completely disrupting the local deployment and achieving the suddenness of the battle. Although the location they chose for this mission was relatively isolated and uninhabited within a radius of thousands of miles, once the space gate was opened, it would inevitably be sensed by the high-level cultivators of the Sulan people and the Ghost Clan. Therefore, the most dangerous moment of this mission was when the space gate was just activated. For a Yuanying cultivator, a distance of tens of thousands of miles was just a matter of a moment. We'll see when the time comes. Anyway, don't show off. The next day, the other two flying boats also arrived here one after another, and the entire valley became completely busy, almost becoming a large construction site that never stops day and night. In fact, this huge valley was scattered with more than 1,000 cultivators, and it was not obvious at all. Most of them gathered at the end of the valley and were busy. Su Fan and other cultivators who were responsible for guarding the valley were idle instead. Before the space gate was activated, they had basically nothing to do. The elite disciples of the major super sects were not affected by the war at all and were still organizing various gatherings. Of course, no one invited a small transparent person like Su Fan to participate, and he knew it. What else could he do with that time? He wanted to go back to the portable secret realm to continue to brush up the progress of life-demanding curse-killing technique, but at this time, he was assigned a task. Su Fan and dozens of Jinden monks who participated in this mission had to protect a group of array monks and set up a defensive array around the valley. Although several Yuanying Zhenjin arranged the immortal array in the valley, after the space gate was activated, it would inevitably be attacked by the Sulan people and the Ghost Tribe. In order to resist the enemy's attack, a defensive array must be arranged around the valley, at least to buy a certain amount of time for the space gate. Arranging a defensive array is not that simple. It requires the help of various natural conditions such as the surrounding mountains and spiritual veins, and a large number of array monks are required to participate in it. Generally, this kind of defensive array is arranged by Yuanying Zhenjin, but this place is deep behind the enemy. And the breath of Yuanying Zhenjin is too strong, which is very easy to be sensed by the enemy's high-level monks. Therefore, this defensive array must be completed by some low-level array monks. This is a tough job. The array monks who arrange the defensive array must work in the mountains around the valley. Su Fan and other Jinden monks who were in charge of guarding the place were not much better. They had to follow those formation monks to trek through the mountains every day and were also responsible for the surrounding security work. Su Fan came to the entrance of the valley and saw that dozens of Jinden monks who were assigned tasks had already arrived. It was obvious that these people, like him, were small transparent people with no background. Su Fan was unhappy. It turned out that those people were partying every night, but he had to do such a hard job. But he had no choice. Who asked him to hide his identity? If Su Fan revealed his identity, he would not have to do such a hard job. The elite disciples of the super sects would have to line up to invite him to the party. He regretted it very much now. He should have taken the initiative to find the evil Bone Demon Lord when he got here. After all, he was one of his own. The evil Bone Demon Lord would definitely cover up his identity for him, and would not let him do such a hard job. But it was obviously inappropriate to find him now. How would the old monster Evil Bone look at him? Well, although it is a tough job, it is actually just staying there to guard and be on guard, which is actually nothing. The really hard work is for those formation monks. In order not to expose their targets, they cannot control the magic tools to fly freely in the mountains, and can only trek through the mountains every day. At this time, more than 100 formation monks, led by a Jinden monk, also came to the entrance of the valley. Su Fan, the Jinden monk who led the team, knew that it was Luo Yuan's Hunren who was extorted by him for 100 high-grade spirit stones at the tea house that day. He stood on the periphery of the crowd, pretending not to know him, and Luo Yuan's Hunren did not notice his existence. After a while, Su Fan and other Jinden monks who were responsible for guarding and unguarding, each received a few foundation building formation monks, and then left the valley one after another. Su Fan turned around and looked at the several foundation building formation monks behind him, and was immediately stunned. Huh? Among the several foundation building formation monks assigned to him, that senior sister Zijin was there, and Su Fan was immediately stunned. Generally, cultivators who want to do such a hard job will not choose female cultivators. Among the more than 100 cultivators of the Array Dao, there is only one female disciple, Sister Zijin. Su Fan immediately made up a lot of things in his mind. It seems that the true man Luo Yuan did not succeed. This little female cultivator is quite tough. She did not fear the coercion of true man Luo Yuan and chose to resist. This is quite remarkable. Generally, female cultivators who are targeted by giant and cultivators are rarely like her. They often cannot resist the power of giant and cultivators and finally give themselves to the other party. Su Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't want to care about other people's trivial matters, but he just thought it was quite interesting. This Sister Zijin was obviously persecuted by true man Luo Yuan. This old man is really shameless. This kind of thing was done so blatantly. It's too arrogant. Arranging a delicate little female cultivator to such a hard job, isn't it Simazeo's intention known to everyone? This is a bit too mean. Senior Sister Zijin also saw Su Fan, but ignored him. Although she recognized this senior, Su Fan had left a very bad impression on her last time. Su Fan certainly wouldn't care what a little female cultivator thought. Even if he knew what Senior Sister Zijin was thinking, he wouldn't take it seriously. Okay, let's go. Su Fan slapped the spirit beast bag on his waist, and with a whoosh, a black shadow rushed out of the spirit beast bag. The palm-sized ghost crow flew around Su Fan for a few circles, then landed on his shoulder and chirped for a while. Senior Sister Zijin and several other disciples couldn't help laughing when they saw the cute look of the ghost crow. Su Fan gently touched the feathers of the ghost crow, then smiled and said, "Okay, stop making trouble, we should go." Quack, quack, the ghost crow opened its mouth and called a few times, then suddenly flew up, instantly turning into a ferocious monster with a wingspan of more than 10 feet, full of an extremely violent aura. Senior Sister Zijin and the others who were still watching the ghost crow laughing were frightened and retreated one after another. A foundation building disciple tripped and fell to the ground. Su Fan turned his head and glanced at the embarrassment of several foundation building disciples, then jumped onto the back of the ghost crow. "Okay, you guys come up too." Several foundation building disciples looked at each other and none of them dared to come up. Finally, Senior Sister Zijin stood up. She walked over respectfully and bowed deeply. "Senior, if we go out with your demon pet, will it expose our target?" After hearing her words, Su Fan smiled. "Come up without worry, I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Senior, if we are exposed, our mission may fail." Senior Sister Zijin did not compromise, still bent her body, and expressed her thoughts. The other foundation building disciples were not as brave as her, and they all lowered their heads and dared not look at Su Fan. Su Fan was not angry, but thought that this little female cultivator was quite interesting. "Come up, my demon pet can be invisible, what the hell?" Senior Sister Zijin and others were all a little confused after hearing this. It was the first time they heard of a demon pet that could be invisible. "Come up, we should go." Until then, Senior Sister Zijin and others came to their senses and jumped on the back of the ghost crow. Su Fan gently patted the ghost crow, and the guy shouted excitedly, then suddenly soared into the sky, and his figure gradually disappeared into the air. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.